Good day, everyone, and welcome back to the Pacific Championship Series, where we will take on the losers finals today between Machi X and Beyond Gaming, two teams that have fought for rivalry all season long, and now they get to decide who goes forward against another match against PSG. I am going to be your host and play-by-play today, Clement Chu, and with me is the ever so I don't want to use the word.
What's the word?
Again.
What's the word today?
I'm thinking about it. Brilliant analyst, Calvin.
Okay. Welcome back, Clement. And yeah, I mean, today is the day, basically the battle to verse PSG. I think Machi have the benefit of watching PSG play against Beyond Gaming, and that probably helps them prep against Beyond Gaming. Because Beyond Gaming yesterday, they had a good showing in game 1, but then PSG sort of just found the way, and they played 3 different team comps in 3 games, and they just smashed Beyond Gaming after game 1.
It's honestly pretty ridiculous. PSG, I think, pulled out 15 different champions in 3 games.
Yeah, they did.
That was absolutely disgusting. And I think that Nidalee game from River is definitely something that Gemini will be looking to emulate. We are going to be taking a look at L6 today. It's April the 17th, Beyond Gaming versus Machi X. And for those of you that have been paying attention, Beyond Gaming and Machi X actually faced each other 2 weeks ago on April 4th. And that was a pretty smashing victory for Beyond Gaming then at 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. Beyond Gaming was looking like a better team back then. However, Beyond Gaming yesterday against PSG, they have shown that their weakness is mid and jungle at the moment. You know, River and Maple completely outclassed Husha and Maoan, and it wasn't even close. Like, I think game 1 was fine, but game 2 and 3, Husha was completely out-jungled by River, and I think, you know, going into today's game versus Machi X, Machi's core carry player is Gemini, the Jungle King himself, and, you know, maybe we will see Machi X being able to replicate the success of PSG against Beyond Gaming.
Yeah, that's definitely something that they have to try. I feel like it's so interesting as we go into the lineups here. Machi Esports top laner Lee Kai, jungler Gemini Nika, as we lovingly call him, Jimian in the mid lane, and then we have Atlan plus Koala in the bottom side. This is a team that has ran around their mid jungle most of the time, and in their previous matchup, the one where they faced Beyond Gaming and their only win, it was Gemini on that Olaf, chopping people down left and right.
Yeah, 100%. And Gemini Jimian, like, this mid-jungle duo is just so aggressive. Jimian has so many different aggressive picks. He's got the Renekton mid lane, got the Akali mid lane, the Yone, the Lucian, the Sylas. You know, this man plays damage champion. And Gemini, you know, on the enabling champions, you know, on the Volibear, on the Olaf, on the Talia, you know, these champions, you know, they make such a good mid-jungle duo. And if they're able to beat Husha and Maoan, which you see right now on the screen, you know, they will find success in this series. And here we have Beyond Gaming's roster. Liang in the top lane, Husha Maoan, like I mentioned before, is your mid-jungle duo, and then Doggo is your AD carry, and Kino your support player.
I will say from their previous matches, it just seems like Beyond Gaming were able to overpower Machi X in terms of their bot lane and also in terms of their top lane. Liang, I felt like, had a much better series against Lee Kai, and Doggo was just more flexible in the draft compared to someone like Atlan, who pretty much was on Kai'Sa duty the entire time.
Yeah, 100%, and not only Atlan is on Kai'Sa duty, it almost feels like Koala is also almost exclusively on Alistair duty. You know, this man have 11 Alistair games, and the second most played is Leona on 5 games. You know, there's just such a big discrepancy between the most played champions in this bot lane. It almost feels like Machi X only plays Alistair Kai'Sa.
Yeah, we're going to have to take a look at the stats so far. The team win rate, pretty good, 77.8%. Definitely a red side favorite team. As we've been mentioning, they do like to play a little bit more for counterpick, a little bit more for aggressive early games. And then win rate with a gold lead at 15 is 100%. That is super cool. Only tied with PSG out of the entire league. So Machi looking to strike early and strike hard.
Yeah, I mean, 100%, right? Machi, you know, throughout this split, they have lost 7 games. And so what that means is, like, if this team falls behind early, then that's when you can break them. But if Gemini is able to get his team ahead, then this team will just dominate the entire game.
we'll be keeping our eyes at the gold lead at 15 because the stats don't lie. Now moving on to Beyond Gaming, slightly better win rate, a blue side favorite team this time. They do like to play for more of the standard hyper carry sort of route, and their key player is Doggo. You know, if you guys been watching the matchup from yesterday, you might not think Doggo measures up to Unified, but honestly, no one even comes close to Unified. Doggo is your second best, and I would solidly put him into that position in sole contention of second best AD carry of PCS.
Yeah, 100%. I think Beyond Gaming, their edge is AD carry. They have the longest game time, but it also means that, by dragging the game this long, it means AD carries will be able to scale up to the late in fantasy, and that's where Doggo will shine. And Beyond Gaming, this series, they will play front-to-back team comps, they will play around Doggo, and they will just try to drag this game as long as possible and stop Machi from snowballing the game in the first 15 minutes.
And I do want to ask you about the early game because we have some very interesting head-to-heads coming up here. Machi obviously with the better GD, and Beyond Gaming with a better objective control overall. Especially that first tower rate is something I wanted to ask you about. 94.4%, best in the entire league. How will Machi find a gold lead if Beyond Gaming is almost always taking down first tower?
Yeah, I mean, Machi, they probably look to find leads through kills. They're looking to find leads through map pressure. They're not one of those teams that looks to aggressively take objectives. They're not looking to stack dragons. They're not looking to get early heralds to break turrets. They're just looking to out CS your opponent. They're looking to kill the opponent. Lee Kai in the top lane has the most solo kills in the league in top lanes. This team just wants to kill.
Alright, so it's blood for the blood god on Machi's side. Now we'll be taking a look at the jungler position. Both of these have been absolutely standout performers in their respective roles. Gemini, once again, with a better early punch as we see that first blood participation rate at 55%. It's pretty crazy for anyone. Almost the same kill participation, and we see the experience difference definitely shows that Husha is a bit more about that farming rather than that ganking early.
Yeah, 100%. Gemini is a bit of like a high-risk, high-reward player, right? He plays aggressive early. He plays to enable his team. Look at that kill participation. Look at the first blood participation. This man looks for openings in lane instead of in jungle. And here we have going into picks and bans, Machi banning away Tahm-Kench and Renekton. We're seeing a lot of Tahm-Kench bans on blue side because Tahm-Kench on red side can enable champions like the Jinx, Aphelios, and also Senna.
Yeah, you definitely want to take that one away. We have seen Machi actually go for the, Jinx Thresh strategy before, but they weren't super adept at it. I do think that they will be first picking Kai'Sa a lot in this series, while Beyond Gaming taking some G-Mian champions away. He was a monster on that Sylas, and they're also taking away the Hecarim, so I'd be very surprised if Machi X don't go for the Kai'Sa, but they're gonna go for the Thresh now instead. Very interesting move coming out from them. We'll see how it goes, while Beyond Gaming have their options wide open in both the jungle position and in the AD carry position.
Yeah, Jungle Garen maybe?
No way.
Lian is offering that. But anyway, Thresh is left open and Koala will pick it up. Koala only have 3 games on Thresh, so I'm still a little bit skeptical on how good he is on this champion, whether he can pilot to the best potential. But Thresh as a champion, very versatile. You can pair it with scaling picks of Aphelios like Jinx. You can also pair it with aggressive picks like the Tristana and even the Jhin. Actually, I think Atlan had played 1 game with Jhin, and this champion just does a lot of things that other supports can't do. And Beyond Gaming on the other side, they will lock in the Kai'Sa and they will lock in actually very early Olaf. It's not something that you often see early. I think that opens up. Never mind, that opens up Gemini actually goes for the Lily. I mean, I thought he was going to go for Volibear, but for some reason, yesterday we didn't see a single game of Volibear. I think he was banned 1 game only and never picked. So maybe just like between last week and this week, teams sort of figured out that, okay, maybe Volibear is just not the insane champion that we think he is, and therefore just dropping in priority. However, talking about dropping in priority, Lilia is also one of those champions that she kind of just vanished after her nerf.
She did.
And Gemini actually picking up into a matchup that I don't think is actually like insanely good into Olaf. Olaf definitely have ways to play around Lilia, and it will be interesting to see how this matchup plays out. And Beyond Gaming, Kino once again on this set. Yesterday he had a massive set performance against PSG, wasn't able to win the game for Beyond Gaming, but he was able to put out some massive flank and massive team fight.
His set is always something that I cherish to see. It's always been great, and I love it when he's on that champion. Beyond Gaming really taking a page out of MachiX. This is sort of the exact composition that MachiX, their only one win against Beyond Gaming was on the Kaisa plus Olaf, that early skirmishing potential early. So it feels like Beyond Gaming are covering their bases right now and just making sure that MachiX have to play in a different style. Atlan on Hyper Carry plus Koala on Thresh, you said it yourself. This doesn't seem like MachiX's go-to composition at all.
Yeah, 100%, right? Atlan Koala, coming into this set, we were saying it is going to be MachiX playing mid jungle, whilst Beyond Gaming playing for the bot lane. But the scripts have been flipped. Beyond Gaming so far seems like they are going to have the stronger mid jungle duo because they do have that Olaf. Volibear's a bit of weird. I don't think that's going to happen because they do have the Olaf locked in. Seraphine actually got left open all the way to second phase, so it'll be a bit interesting to see whether they will lock it in. But no, it is going to be the blind Camille in the top lane. MachiX, let's see what they answer with, because Nara is now banned. You don't have the Renekton. There's no Jace. Will Likai go for a skill matchup, something like the Irelia, something like the Fiora? Actually, sounds pretty good. Yeah, this could be fun, but it will leave MachiX with a very limited CC in their comp.
I don't mind. This is what I want to see. Yes, fighting fire with fire. You have a great time as Fiora against the Camille. Like, your ultimate is better in a duel, and you can riposte the hookshot so easily. It's so telegraphed from the side of Camille. So I love this MachiX composition. They're going to round out with most likely a control mage. I think that makes the most sense here. Just making sure that Atlan at least gets some protection. And we have MachiX with the 4-1 split push composition, and Beyond Gaming going forward with almost full pick. Now they have to decide on what their mid or their support is gonna be. Seraphine, they've already flashed it before. Great pick champion. They lock it in.
Yep, it is going to be the Seraphine Olaf duo. This mid jungle duo aims to enable the Olaf. It tells me that Husha wants to be aggressive. He wants to go for those double scuttle. He wants to go into Gemini's jungle and bully him out, and that's what it's telling me. Alternatively, Jimian might also get pressured by this Olaf because Seraphine is just one of those champions where if you aren't careful, she will be able to root you, and if you got hit by the undertow from Olaf, it becomes a stun.
Yeah, it's incredibly powerful. We have seen that mid-jungle priority just rip through the opponent. And they do have that AP plus AD sort of balance there as well. So I think a lot of our expectations have gone completely out the window. Beyond Gaming coming in with the mid-jungle prio. And I wonder how. I know it's going to happen, but I wonder how they're going to take this composition and play it till 40 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, Beyond Gaming, right? I think their comp, they can accomplish things in the early game, but at the same time, Seraphine will guarantee some sort of late game power, right? The fact that Moonstaff is so strong, still, in 11.6, and Seraphine with her ultimate, they can flip team fights around. The Seraphine into the set combo is just massive. However, on the on Machi's side, they also have that scaling. Atlan on this hyper carry in Aphelios, and not something that you see often. He does have a 100% win rate on Aphelios, 2-0 so far in this entire split, but not something that you normally see on MachiX. And the matchup that I really want to focus this game is going to be top lane. Whether Camille can punish Fiora enough in the early game with this Olaf, or will Fiora be able to scale up to post 6, to her 2-item power spike and become an undealable monster?
Everything is riding on Likai's shoulders. The solo kill king of the PCS has to stand his ground against the usurpers in Beyond Gaming, as they are doing so damn hot in their debut split in the PCS. We're going to find out whether MachiX can finally get some revenge after a disappointing earlier series against Beyond Gaming. Taking a look at the runes right here, it's going to be Double Grasp in the top lane and again Ignite coming out from Liang.
Yeah, on top of grass, Liang actually took Ignite, so this is telling me that Beyond Gaming really wants to play towards this top side. They don't want Lee Kai to pop off on this Fiora. They want to set up dives, they want to set up slow push, and they want to make Lee Kai's life horrible. So maybe we will see something happening in the next 5 minutes of the game, maybe not, we'll see. But Husha, one thing I also want to highlight is that he did not take face rush on this Olaf. So what that means is this matchup is going to be slightly Gemini favored if they play it correctly. Face rush is one of the best runes against Olaf. You know, you're able to basically neglect the slow on the undertow and just zoom away from Olaf.
Yeah, that's definitely something we're going to have to pay attention to. I do want to point out something that Lee Kai did to the lane early on. He actually made sure the lane was closer to Liang's side, so he would get the wave to push back on the second wave. I wonder what you think about that, and if there's, you know, or am I looking too much into it?
No, I think it is a really good strategy here. You know, having the wave slow push towards Lee Kai means that Liang have to play pretty carefully because Liang does not have flash. But at the same time, it is also a bit of a high risk, high reward play because if Lee Kai aren't able to manage the wave effectively, it means that Husha will be able to set up a dive at level 3.
Alright, we're going to see which one actually ends up right there. It seems like right now the lane is still being pushed up onto Liang's side of the map, and this means that his minions will hit the minion wave first, and actually sometimes cause it to bounce back, but it looks like Lee Kai has actually shifted gears here. Went for the early level 2, and now is just going to go for a full push in here. Should be a lot of pressure onto Liang. He has to be very aware of the level lead, plus the potential dive. I don't think it's highly likely, but he still has to preserve his HP in the event that he does go low.
Yeah, Fiora plus Lilia is just not something that you look to dive with against a Camille and Olaf. And here we have Lee Kai. Actually, you know, I kind of misplaying the lane, and you know, it's going to be an early gank.
Yeah, he does get the riposte down, but the Ignite goes, and Husha is going to throw the undertow. Doesn't connect. Lee Kai with the good flash away. He knows that the opponent doesn't have a flash here, so you know it's actually a favorable trade. Ignite for flash in this one here, coming down from Beyond Gaming side.
Yeah, really nice parry there from Lee Kai, you know, blocking Camille's hookshot and also stunning Liang. I think if that hookshot lands, then Lee Kai is a dead man walking right there. So, you know, really well played there from Lee Kai. However, it does cost him his flash. So, you know, and also the wave is not really fixed. He's still trying to order the wave. He's still trying to kill the...
Oh, he gets another massive riposte down. That's going to lead into 2 vitality procs. Not vitality, excuse me, vital procs. Just getting some LEC in my system, sorry. But finally, Lee Kai is going to be able to manage the wave now that Liang has to base. But he's not going to get the time to push it in, so it's still going to be this sort of a phase where, you know, if Olaf comes up, then Lee Kai will be in a bit of trouble. But right now, they should be expecting Olaf to be on the other side of the map. Lee Kai is going to be lunging in a couple more times just to make sure this wave is going to bounce.
Yeah, it is very rare to see junglers just staying in one side of the map for more than a minute and a half-ish, just because, you know, they still have to clear camps. If they decide to invest so much time into one lane, it means that, you know, you're sort of risking your own growth for your success in your lanes. So, you know, Olaf decides not to do that, does go back to bot lane, clear his full bot side, and now he's back into top side. You know, if Lee Kai aren't able to bounce back this wave, he will get ganked once again.
Yeah, we're going to see if that happens or not. Liang finds some good opportunities to go in onto Lee Kai, gets this precision protocol to proc, and now we have Olaf once more heading towards the top side. This time, Lee Kai is playing it super safe. There's an extra range minion on the side of Beyond Gaming, so this wave will be pushing in, and Lee Kai looks like he's content to just wait for the wave.
Yep, and just have a quick look at bot lane. Both bot laners will reset at the same CS score. One opts into one's opt into lethality and one's opt into the upgraded boots in berserkers. And I think for Atlan this is actually pretty good because he's able to get away with the early game without burning flash or cleanse. Kino on this set is just one of those champions. You're looking to flash level 1 and you're looking to trade summoners, but because both junglers are playing towards top side, it is going to be a passive lane. And what that means is in a passive state, it favors the Aphelios even a little more because Aphelios does have the better scaling.
True, and it's so fun about this game that we haven't really even looked at the bottom side whatsoever. Everyone's just been farming it up, perfect CS score, finally some damage and a hook connecting, but it doesn't really matter. And now we see Beyond Gaming actually looking ahead towards that Drake. Husha already starting this one up. They are in full vision though. And take a look at Liang. He's coming down preemptively to stop this, so if Machi tries to contest, they could find themselves outmanned and outgunned going into the Drake. It's dropping pretty low. It looks like Machi are backing out now that Liang has shown himself in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, on my way, being pinged by Li Kai in the top lane means that, Machi X doesn't want to contest this. Fiora is just not a champion that you want to team fight with, especially, investing teleport in bot lane. And I'm just watching Li Kai casually taking two
three tower shots.
Three, yeah. I mean, he would have got the plate if he didn't take the tower shot there, and that was a little unfortunate there. But yeah, I mean, going back to the bot lane, I think Kino on this set, he needs to make something happen. Otherwise, set plus Kaiser is just one of those combos where if you don't really win lane, I kind of feel like Thresh will provide more utility for this Aphelios, and Aphelios will find a pretty easy time team fighting in the mid late game.
It's definitely 100% true, and I do want to mention in this composition, there's not a lot of great targets to actually use Showstopper on. It's you don't get a bunch of damage with this one, and I was telling you this in the ban picks. Even though Beyond Gaming, it looks like they're playing mid jungle priority and they're playing pick. Yeah. I guarantee you, this game is going to go to 40 minutes. This is their mantra. This is their style. They never take things too quickly.
Yeah, I mean, this is just one amazing team. Beyond Gaming, they always somehow to manage to just delay the game. This is just one of their signature plays, I'd say. And it's kind of rare because, like, in this current patch, right, in the current meta, it's very rare to see teams, just trying to play this slow and methodical gameplay, especially when there's so many objectives to contest. So Beyond Gaming, they get objectives early on, but they also just look to scale. And their comp, not the best scaling comp with that Olaf. However, you still have the Kaiser, you still have the Seraphine. Even the Camille actually scales pretty well into 3-4 item mark.
Yeah, and against Machi X, I don't think you're really that worried about Atlan's hyper carries. It feels really bad to say this, but Atlan is not unified. You don't feel like you're that pressured when it goes into the late game. In fact, most of Machi X's damage does not come from Atlan. So we're going to see if that goes through. Oh, that was a nifty play by Koala, actually getting the auto attack on the blast cone there. It's going to force out the ultimate from Dago. In the meantime, Beyond Gaming, Husha, they still get the objectives on the top side as well.
Yeah, so, right now, Machi X, they're just a little inactive so far in the game, and I can understand that because, their comp is very sort of snowbally in terms of if they fail a play, it snowballs negatively for them. Aphelios, when put behind, is just not that great. He doesn't really have any tools. Unlike Kaiser, you can outplay people with your Ultra Instinct, etc. But like Aphelios is just a champion that auto attacks. Nothing else. And if your auto attacks don't do enough damage, and then this champion is basically a cannon minion. So is Orianna. Orianna and Lilia, they're both basically utility bots if they fall behind. And also Fiora, one of those champions that just auto attacks. So Machi X trying to stabilize this game in the first like 15-20 minutes, and then they will look to do something explosive later on.
It feels so weird to describe 200
Yeah, it's weird.
as he only auto attacks, but I will point out they hurt like a truck. Like
And they do, they actually do.
I think you're underselling him just a little bit, but we'll talk about that point later on. I do want to mention that this objective trade, is very common to see in the PCS, but one team gets the Herald, but the other team strips 2 turret plates in the bottom side.
Yes.
I have to ask you, how can Beyond Gaming actually make it worth it?
I mean, Beyond Gaming, they have to make it worth it by making a play in lane, whether it's mid lane or like side lanes, setting up a dive or something, and then just basically not even chipping, but just taking the entire turret with the Herald. And once again, really nice parry there from Lee Kai. This man is just really good with carry champions.
I don't think we've seen a single hookshot land. That ability is actually a self-stun right now on Camille. Like, it's actually so difficult. Love that Lee Kai has that composure. Honestly, Fiora is always going to have the advantage in this matchup, as long as you hold on until the hookshot actually flies towards you. Like, the way Camille has to play it is she actually has to kind of stutter step and hold the hookshot and hope that riposte comes out early. But against good Camille's, that almost is never the case.
Yeah, I mean, and alternatively, right, I've seen Camille, play this matchup by actually deliberately missing the hook shot. So, you just use your hook shot's range to get close to Fiora. You're not actually stunning her, but you just get yourself right next to her. And, after riposte is used, then Camille does have, better auto attacks with that true damage on her Q.
Flay is not going to be taking over the terrain. That was a good W, but First Blood still goes over to Atlan. Koala once again in the same spot, punishing Beyond Gaming's bottom lane. In the meantime, Seraphine also falling asleep to Gemini. Pajama Party in the mid lane with Jimian coming out with a lot of damage. They're going to get the Summoner from Mao An and full jungle and full Drake control.
Yeah, Gemini actually not following the flash for the kill. I guess, it's probably worth a little more because Gemini's flash is so important. Lilia without flash loses a lot of engage potential, so it kind of makes sense the fact that he didn't chase for that kill and just opted into the objective in Mountain Drake. So let's just watch this replay once again. Kino getting caught out. It's a blind hook from Koala there, and Kino actually just not flashing. Underestimating the damage he will take there and flashing when it's kind of doomed for him. So a bit unfortunate there for Kino, and really well played from a Koala.
Yeah, once again, he's always finding the same exact spot. Now we're seeing the Herald being dropped just for turret platings right here. They will get the gold split amongst Mao An and Hu Sha. So deciding to get their mid laner ahead. I'm actually pretty interested about this decision. I thought that they might be forced to look for it in the top side, but instead just dropping it for a quick 320 gold in the mid lane. That to me doesn't seem like a particularly worthwhile Herald.
Yeah, I mean, putting gold into a support champion usually isn't worth it, especially when your support champion isn't even behind. Sometimes it makes sense to get your Seraphine back on track if she falls behind 0 and 1, 0, 2, etc. But no, Seraphine does have Moonstone completed, and she's still a functionable champion without that gold. So a little confusing move there from Husha. I would much prefer seeing the Herald being dropped in the bot lane or in the top lane for the carries.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting. Maybe it was just timing out and he had to place it somewhere. It's also possible. Just didn't find the wave state to make use of it, I guess. We're going to be taking a look at the turret plate so far, and MachiX has the decided lead here, 640 versus 320. They're pushing in on the top side. Lee Kai so far has had a great time. We've been taking a look at the CS score, about 15 CS ahead. Not massive, considering that Liang has actually roamed from his lane before, but starting to slowly stack up, and we do see some interesting builds coming out here. The tier of the goddess coming out for Lee Kai.
Yeah, I mean, Fiora is one of those mana-hungry champions, and I think, top laners have sort of developed this weird meta where, they just build tier on any champion. A lot of them sort of just sit on tier until the end of the game, just for that 360 bonus mana. I guess it's worth it, but Fiora, at the same time, she can make use of Mana Immune because, with the recent buff, abilities really hurt on Mana Immune.
Yeah, and she can stack them a lot of times.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how the internal cooldown works. I'm pretty probably not stack it a bunch of times, but we're gonna be taking a look at the bot side as Atlan finds a massive trade just using that Infernum over the minion wave to make sure Doggo is at half HP. And now Machi X, it looks like at the 15-minute mark they are ahead, and we know that the stats don't lie. When Machi is ahead at 15, they have never lost.
Yeah, and just go back to the Infernum part, right? I think 15-minute Infernum is so unfair. Like at this stage of the game, affiliates have one item, and if Infernum crits, right, it literally does like a quarter of your health. and that's just unfair because like he's just autoing minions and you randomly lose a quarter of your health.
I thought someone just told me that all that Aphelios does is just auto attack.
Yeah,
it
I mean,
seems like
it's
those
an auto attack.
attacks.
They hurt. They really hurt.
Okay.
But it's still auto attack.
Yeah. That's what I wanted to clarify for our listeners, okay?
100%,
That's what you
100%.
meant by he only auto attacks, but they actually hurt like a truck.
Yes. it's like one of those like, you know, terms and conditions things. It's just like this guy only auto attacks, and then in like very tiny words, it's like they hurt.
They do. They definitely do. We're gonna have a 3v3 for this Herald. Husha is still sticking on the objective, but it is going down really quickly. Pops the Ragnar. It's gonna be a two-man stun, but he dies almost instantly. Riposte actually reaches the back line, and we're gonna see Jimian taken down by Leong. A 1-for-1 trade so far, but Mawan has nowhere to go. And the slumber party once again by Gemini as the lunge goes in. Likai might get a double here. It's gonna be double for both top lanes. Oh, actually a triple for Likai, and Machi X clean this fight up.
And this Fiora is now online. 3-0 for Likai means that this Fiora is going to go back and get a major component they completed of that reset. So let's just watch this once again because Likai dealt so much damage to this Olaf. Really nice riposte there onto the Seraphine, and Seraphine did not stand a chance there. Getting stunned up and having to face a Fiora in a 1v1 is just not something you can do. Gemini going a little too aggressive there. Actually, yeah, I mean, Likai even blocked the hook shot for him. However, Gemini just getting a little too close for that true damage Q. Off that replay, Likai will take top lane tier 1 turret, and this Fiora is now massive. You've got the you've got the Hydra completed and also the Iron Spike Whip.
This is looking very, very dire. I think the Iron Spike Whip might be going for the Stride Breaker. That'd be my guess. It's very interesting to see what she's going to build out of this one. We have seen some previous, we have seen some Gore Drinkers out there, but ever since Gore Drinker has been massively nerfed, I'm not sure if that's going to be the item choice. But Beyond Gaming, after the reset, they do come out a little bit earlier, and they're going to start working on the Drake. Koala with another great find onto Olaf is going to force out the Ragnarok, and it looks like Likai is on the chase. This guy is massive right now. If he gets in with the ball, could be really bad for Beyond Gaming. Beyond Gaming, they do regroup and find the full retreat though, leaving their mid lane a little bit open.
Yeah, you know how I say Likai on this Fiora doesn't really want to teamfight, but it really does not matter when this Fiora is 3-0. She is 1.5 item, basically half a component above everyone other than Kai'Sa, and she can probably just go in ultimate and just delete someone. However,
not again! How are they doing this over and over? Husha steps on the Koala ward. Can we just call that ward spot the Koala water hole or something? That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, Koala just absolutely popping off. I had doubts on his Thresh coming into this game. However, this guy is proving me wrong. This guy is so good on Thresh, so good on his hooks.
And that's a huge find. They chunk down Husha, and they get the tower for free right now. So Beyond Gaming, they are down to their single mid lane tower, and that one's not even that healthy. It's really below half HP at this point, and unfortunately for Machi X, I actually felt like they might have been able to make another play at Herald. They will let that just tick over though, and we are going to see a full 5-man, a full group up coming in from the mid lane now.
Yeah, and for Beyond Gaming, right now they just really have to rely back on their objective plays. They do have the better team fighting comp, with the Seraphine, with the Set, and with the Olaf. Like, their team fighting is still really solid, and MarchieX, they don't want to just randomly take team fights. Things could easily go really bad for them, and once this team falls behind, it's very hard to come back. So, MarchieX, I understand why they're giving objectives as soon as Beyond Gaming gets there and sets up, but at the same time, Beyond Gaming, like, this is their win condition. They have to rely on objective plays.
Yeah, you can tell that they're setting up for potential picks around that Baron right now, using Doggo as bait, but Koala's not going to bite. They're falling into 1-3-1 formation, and I like this from MarchieX. They realize that at this point of the game, all they need to do is sit back and let Likai do the blade work. She's going to be able to clean up all those towers by herself. The rest of the 4-man can really just hold right now. They don't need to do anything aggressive.
One thing I sort of like realized there is koalas don't bite, dogs bite.
Koalas don't bite?
You said, yeah. I mean, like, you say koala's not going to bite the bait. But
that's
when you think about it, when you look at the name,
we're gonna have to ask verbatim about this, but I'm pretty sure drop bears are some of the most dangerous animals in the world. So I'm not exactly sure they don't bite. But we have Liao following in with the Hextech ultimatum. Doesn't land onto a target, but Allen's going to get targeted out immediately. Everything going onto him. He falls, but Likai is amongst the enemy team right now. Strikebreaker goes down a massive slow. Kino with the shutdown flashes forward, but is going to pay with it with his life. It's going to be a 2-for-3 team fight at the very end. And at least they get the shutdown onto Likai, even though it's not exactly the member they want it to be.
Yeah, I mean, this is a winning team fight for MarchieX, but this is wallet gap. Likai was a monster, and you just don't really see a Fiora joining team fights like this in the mid game because she's just not a great champion. Really nice engage there from Liang into the Seraphine ultimate onto Atlan, and this is why I don't really like the fact that MarchieX is putting a lot of priority on Atlan on this hyper carry champions, because Atlan's positioning has been pretty questionable throughout the entire split. He does get caught out quite often. He's one of those players that plays better on champions like Kai'Sa, that gives safety on her ultimate, also the Xayah.
Yeah, I also want to mention that I feel like maybe the sequence wasn't entirely correct right there. We did see the flay to try to stop the stun, but actually if you flay the Camille outside of the Hextech ultimatum, you can cancel the ult.
You can cancel it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was the correct sequence from Koala, but we'll see if that's still same chain of events still gets the same purchase. Like, to be fair, that chain is pretty damn hard to dodge, especially with Seraphine's ultimate coming in from the back line. That ultimate,
that's something
always just
that's something that I haven't really seen, actually. Hextech ultimatum into encore.
Yeah.
However, Liang might get caught out here. But no, Likai is just really fed, He can actually just dash into enemy champions, and MarchieX have no vision in Beyond Gaming's bot side jungle, so, Likai doesn't know how many people he's dashing into, but, he's just saying, I don't care, I have 2 items completed. Who else have 2 items completed? Actually, Seraphine and also Kai'Sa, but at the same time, for MarchieX, their mid and bot lane also have 2 items completed, and they also have 2 stopwatch. So what that means is next team fight, we might see MarchieX being able to outplay Beyond Gaming pretty hard.
And I do want to point out that at this point, without Beyond Gaming's ignites, you're never killing Likai. You're actually just never going to be able to kill that one. She has the Ravenous, and she also has those vital procs that give her a ton of HP, and then you have the Grand Challenge coming down, healing the entire team. So at this point, it's going to be very hard, but Kino is going to go in and try. Only finds a single target onto Jimian, but Encore does still find Jimian in the back line. Jimian barely survives here, and the sleep is very powerful on the backside. Kino falls down. The ultimate actually doesn't do anything from Jimian. Whiffed Shockwave there, and MarchieX have to retreat.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really close team fight from MarchieX, and like I said, Beyond Gaming just still have that better team fighting. I think if Beyond Gaming, they chained their CC a little better, they probably would have just wiped MarchieX right there with that encore. However, not really the case there. Likai there to the rescue, and just watch this once again, because Kino, really nice flank there, just flashing over the wall, almost getting a 4-man ultimate there, but the follow-up is just a little too slow there, and also really nice sleep from Gemini, sleeping the 2 front lines, and Lee Kai will be there to clean up the set, and then they will retreat. So, Machi X still have that wallet gap on Beyond Gaming, but, it is 25 minutes into the game. As the game progresses for like an extra, 3 to 5 minutes, it means that Beyond Gaming will be able to take these team fights very easily.
Yeah, that was a bit of an awkward fight from both teams because they were sort of locked into that chokehold, and we actually saw Machi X missing 3 ultimates right there. That was it's not exactly the best team fight from Machi X. I felt like they should have won that one out harder, but also Beyond Gaming couldn't really chase down onto the other members. So I guess we'll call it a wash. We'll forget about that one. We will move on to better things right there.
Well, the thing is, like, Machi X have an auto attack comp. It doesn't really matter if they're with ults, to be honest. You have the affiliates, you have Fiora. All they need to do is auto attack. If they're able to just consistently weave in the auto attacks, affiliates, whether it's Gravitum, whether it is Infernum, whatever gun he is, he will do a lot of damage to his primary target. And also Fiora, being able to consistently provide vitals means that he will be able to dish out that true damage. It is percentage health true damage. So, it is one of those mechanics that I absolutely hate. But, according to Riot, it's just like, okay, so you have to fight this champion within a timer, or this champion will 100% kill you in a certain time frame.
You can't build defenses against it, doesn't work. You can't stack HP against it because it's percent, and there's really nothing you can do against a late game Fiora. I'm glad that you mentioned that point. And she's also just so tanky as well. Like, if you look at most of the HP bars, she's pretty much the only champion that has over 2,000 HP at this point. She's incredibly difficult.
She's opting for the Sterex Gauge 3rd, and most likely the Guardian Angel 4th. So, once she's got that 4 item completed, who is going to kill this champion?
This is actually pretty interesting because she isn't really a split push Fiora at all. Yeah, she's actually a frontline Fiora.
It's kind of weird because, Fiora for like basically the entirety of League of Legends history has been a split pushing champion. You don't really team fight with her. I guess like with the old Fiora, like the pre-rework Fiora, like she can team fight somewhat, but Doggo.
Koala once again over the wall.
Yeah. So, right now things not looking too good for Beyond Gaming. Running a team fight comp that can't team fight against a split pushing comp isn't great. However, Machi X still, they will struggle to siege because of how much CC Beyond Gaming have. All it takes is one crowd control to land, whether it's a slow, whether it's an encore, anything, and Machi X will have to take an unfavorable fight.
It's very difficult for both of these teams at this point. I feel like Machi is trying to constantly just push Beyond Gaming in, but they are also doing so under a lot of duress. Like, actually, we've seen it so many times, and we have to mention that Atlan no longer has his flash. Lost it the last time that Kino came out of a flank. So I don't know, I'm not sure what to feel about the way that Machi X are playing this one out. I almost feel like they could rely on Lee Kai just being in the side lane a little bit more rather than grouping.
I don't really like the fact that, they're just playing 5v5 mid lane, I want to say NA RAM, but like this is not NA, this is PCS. But yeah, what do you call PCS ARAM?
Look, listen, any ARAM in any professional scene is an NA RAM, okay?
NA RAM, okay.
Yeah, they have patented that saying. I don't care if you're in the LCK or in the LPL. If I see an NA RAM, I'm calling it out.
All right, it is going to be an NA-RAM phase right there between Beyond Gaming and Machi X, 26-27 minutes into the game. So not too sure what they're doing, because to be honest, I think Lee Kai definitely have an edge over Liang at this stage. She is getting pretty close to that 3-item mark. It is going to be a Sterex Gauge with that pickaxe being purchased of this reset. So once that's completed, right, like I'm pretty sure Lee Kai can literally fight Liang under his turret.
I'm pretty sure he can as well. We're going to see Beyond Gaming setting up for a potential objective take. This is something that Beyond Gaming has done many times in the past, just trying to force the enemy team to fight a 5v5, but they have been spotted very early on. They're going to find a pick onto Gemini. He has to pop into Zhonya's very early on, and he dies. Lee Kai, though, goes in 1v3, gets stunned up, and the exhaust goes down too. He gets killed off before taking down any targets, and now Atlan is a solo soul carry alive, trying to get the job done. Liang flying into the back line. Atlan does a lot of damage. Is he going to be able to find the comeback kill? Doesn't get it, but he has so many more crescendos. Doggo, what are you doing? You don't want to challenge that. Finally, Beyond Gaming come back to their senses and they head towards the Baron, but Atlan is still here.
Yeah, I mean, that is a massive throw from Gemini right there, you know, walking in as a squishy champion, and at the same time, Li Kai being unable to parry the encore means that he will also die. So, you know, really big misplay from MachiX there, and really well played from Beyond Gaming. You know, they successfully identified the fact that, you know, MachiX does not have the better team fighting comp. All they have to do is go to Baron, force MachiX to collapse onto them, and they just take the team fight that follows. And let's just watch this once again, because I don't know what Gemini's doing. Why are you there? You have no spells, and you're just trying to, I don't know, just get behind enemies. So Gemini's going to die. Li Kai will get hit by that encore, and really nice flank from Kano right there, and Doggo following up. So basically, Beyond Gaming just winning on both fronts. However, I think once again, like Atlan, actually Koala showing up huge there with that hook shot. I mean, not hook shot, with the death sentence, but Atlan, I'm pretty sure. Atlan is just, I don't know, like, I feel like he can do a lot more damage there. You know, I think, you know, if you give it to like maybe Unified or something, you probably just use the cleanse flash forward, follow up with that kill on the Camille, and then Doggo walks forward, you're probably just gonna two-shot the Kai'Sa, and then all of a sudden they can't do Baron. Like, I just feel like Atlan on hyper carry isn't the way to go. And Jimian basically just getting dove by Kino because he is a set into an Orianna, and Zhonya's is still not completed by Jimian.
Is Machi gonna lose their first game with a lead at 15? This almost seems like what's happening right now, and I totally agree with you right there. There wasn't any hook shot, but MachiX is going in, they find double sleeps, and they get the cleanse away from Doggo again. Doggo just seems to be losing his cleanse off cooldown against his enemy team, but he's getting his HP back with that Moon Staff. We're going to watch the bot lane play once more as really nothing that you need to do.
Jimian doesn't stand a chance. Like, there's double true damage spell from both Set and Camille, and it's just so much damage. And Li Kai, once again, trying to play this NA ramp.
Atlan, no!
Yeah.
I've heard that from Uncle Rogers, but I need you to explain that for people that are not that familiar with Hong Kong or Cantonese vocabulary. What does it "hiya" mean?
It's just a sigh of disappointment. It is just a sigh of, like, it just shows how disappointed I was, you know, watching that play, because I don't know, like, you're an Aphelios and you're trying to front line and you're not doing any damage. Yeah, he didn't even auto attack. He's just letting Doggo auto attack him, and he has to retreat. And I just don't know. Like, MachiX, you know, their comp doesn't have any chasing power, as you can see just then in mid lane, like with that 3v3. Koala lands a hook. Atlan uses his ultimate, and Gemini uses his ultimate as well. You know, everyone is chunked on Beyond Gaming, but they just do not have that chasing power. And without any chasing power, you can't really team fight, because as soon as, like, you win the team fight, as soon as Beyond Gaming starts retreating, you can't do anything about it. So why team fight? MachiX, just split push. Just split push, have Jimian go back to mid lane, not Li Kai. Like, why are we having an Orianna in the side lane and a Fiora in mid lane? Like, why?
Because she built tanky. I'll be honest, I'm not even sure that she wins against Liang at this point. Liang has the Ignite, plus she has the Triforce. So, in my eyes, I actually think Liang probably wins the duel.
I don't know. I still feel like, you know, Fiora, when played correctly, you can parry not only the hookshot but also Hextech Ultimatum, right? If you parry the Hextech Ultimatum, like, Liang loses a big part of her of Camille's damage, because Camille, during Hextech Ultimatum, every auto attack is basically a Blade of the Ruined King. She does, I think, 8% of enemies.
Atlan is in a very dire spot right here. He's just gonna be capped down, and we see the full combo coming out. Atlan disappears out of nowhere. It's a 3-man sleep, but can MachiX actually find a return? They get Doggo, they get 2, they get 3. Husha, now the 1 to go down, and Atlan this time was actually bait, but wait a minute, Husha finds a double kill. We're still going. It's gonna be Liang plus the mid laner trying to duel up against his Jimmy, and wants no part of it. He's saying, hey, you top laners, you play by yourselves. I don't want to get involved here. Liang trying to run away, but Li Kai is hot in pursuit with that red buff. Can he find the tag? Great play by Liang, getting the slow after the lunge, but finally Strikebreaker's gonna come in, and Liang will fall.
Wow, this is actually just Lee Kai versus the world. That is actually insane from him. One thing I found smart is that let's just watch this once again, because again, like, I don't know why MachiX is trying to push up in mid lane. All they have to do is clear the wave and just hover Lee Kai. Lee Kai is their carry. So Lee Kai comes into the fight late, Aphelios dies, really nice sleep there from Gemini, and Lee Kai gets her ultimate triggered, and just watch this, because this is actually just beautiful gameplay. Lee Kai just playing around that Vital so perfectly, proccing Vital after Vital, getting a triple kill there, and just hunting down Liang. And one thing I want to highlight is how smart he was. You know, he pops the sweeper, and as he's chasing Liang, notice there's a control ward there and uses it to reset her Q. Reset the Fiora Q.
Sick.
That was very smart from Lee Kai, because without that, I'm pretty sure Liang would just hookshot away. Her hookshot, Camille's hookshot comes back in like 2 seconds, and then after hookshot, after using that hookshot, Lee Kai won't be able to chase her. So really smart play there from Lee Kai.
Yeah, that was a great play from MachiX. It started off kind of iffy. We saw Atlan die before even getting any damage off. But then they had that 3-man shockwave into the sleep, and Lee Kai to finish it all off. So they will have an Ocean Soul off of that play. Lee Kai is getting pretty disgusting at this point.
He's really disgusting. He's level 17. I mean, same level as like the solo laners, but level 17 Fiora is nothing to scoff at. Look at the health bar. You know, almost 3,000 health, and she deletes you in like 2 seconds.
Trying to get in, but they're still really far away. Gemini's gonna secure the Baron, and the fight is on. Kino gonna go low. Koala gonna die right off the bat. That's a good encore onto 2-man. G-Man pops into stasis immediately, trying to keep himself alive. He is gonna fall, but Lee Kai gets one back on the other side. So it's a 1-for-2 right now. MachiX with Baron, but down a member. Lee Kai gets the riposte down, but is still gonna take a bunch of damage. And Atlan's too far back. He doesn't actually deal the damage necessary to keep that fight going. Now Beyond Gaming still trying to chase down. They have a 4v2 at this point. Gemini is the target. Atlan gets stunned up and he's being targeted down. He dies, and Beyond Gaming gets the full ace.
What was that? Like, Beyond Gaming literally just walk into MachiX and they just won the game off that. MachiX tries to do Baron, and it's a massive throw. What's going on?
Yes. I think G-Man died a little bit too early in that one. Got caught by the Encore on the Baron pit, and Beyond Gaming are just closing this one down. The death timers are very, very long at this point. Closest carry is G-Man, but he still needs 15 to come back. Koala gonna pop into stasis, but he can't save his towers, and Beyond Gaming are gonna buck the trend. MachiX lose a game while ahead at 15 for the first time this split. Beyond Gaming, they just have to...
Oh my god!
I can't believe it. I don't think it's registering on Beyond Gaming either. They're just like, what, we won?
What just happened, guys? What?
We'll take it.
All right. So what happened is, like, MachiX, they're just playing this team comp wrong. Like, there's nothing else to say about it. Like, MachiX, all they have to do is keep split pushing. Lee Kai, as we see, he's such a big monster, and like the second last team fight also shows that, you know, MachiX doesn't win team fights. It was only because Lee Kai was overperforming during that team fight. That's how he like versed the world. Basically, it was almost like a 2v4, and that saved them from losing Baron. And MachiX just not learning from their mistakes.
I'm actually so flabbergasted that they were able to lose with Ocean Soul plus the Baron, but
I know, right?
Watch this fight again.
Let's just watch this fight again, because Kino almost like basically whiffing his engage there, but he does not die. And Atlan, he's a little too far from everything basically, and I don't really like that. He's trying to space too far when Gemini actually lands a pretty good sleep on Liang. Like, this man, he's playing a defensive style, and this is just not what you want on hyper carries. And just look at Atlan, you know, he's trying to space at the maximum range, and he just doesn't do enough damage. And even like if he does enough damage, right, it is very hard for Aphelios to just completely shred through Seraphine. Seraphine with Moonstaff, with so much healing, like, they just have better team fighting. Beyond Gaming just won't die in team fight.
I'm at a loss for words right there. That was such a weird team fight.
Yeah, it was weird.
Because I felt like MachiX were in the driver's seat right there, but It was great encore coming out. The healing was alive the entire time, and I felt like MachiX just didn't deliver a concentrated blow anywhere. They just kind of walked around Beyond Gaming's front line. Atlan never really truly committed.
Yeah.
And there was this Lilting Lullaby coming down. There was also the fight where we saw Lee Kai buy a lot of time, but Atlan just never full on went in to damage mode. That was so weird to see.
It's just so awkward, right? Because MachiX's comp is kind of flawed from the get-go, right? You have a split pushing champion, but you also want to protect the Aphelios. At the end of the day, MachiX went for the protector hyper carry style in game. You know, they're trying to group up, they're trying to let Aphelios do damage. However, Atlan just not really, you know, on point in that game, and I think MachiX, like, they probably would have gotten better results and probably just win the game if they're able to just play that split pushing.
I totally agree with you, and let me just take a page out of your vocabulary, but that game was hiya. I definitely expected.
Look at that gold! Look at the gold graph!
That was a 5,000 gold drop at the end of the game. That was so weird to see. I felt like Atlan could have stepped up and did a lot more damage. To be fair, Jimian died really early on into that team fight.
Yeah.
That was also a little bit unexpected. Really good encore coming out from Maoan's side. He caught both solo laners with one encore, and that kind of gave them a bunch of time to deal damage. But you could tell that Atlan's spacing could have been far more aggressive throughout all of that.
Yeah.
I don't think he realized that would be the game's end if he didn't step up.
100%, and Doggo being the MVP, that actually surprises me a little bit. I feel like, you know, Doggo, he's just basically doing an AD carry's job, right? He's doing everything correctly, no real big mistakes. Does get burned, does have his cleanse burned very consistently. But I think that comes down to Koala being, you know, really popping off this game. I kind of feel like. Camille deserves MVP a little more in this game because, you know, she had some really good engage. She was able to force Lee Kai to group up, and she actually, you know, posed quite a big threat on MachiX's roster, you know, during team fights.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you that going into the backline was so important, and just holding on to the Hextech ultimatum until they were sure they could kill Lee Kai, I think was huge from Liang's part. But Doggo's going to win the MVP for this one. We are going to head over to game 2, and kind of a bizarre finish to game 1. I hope we have a bit more rhyme and reason in the upcoming series that we have ahead of us. But that will be all for now. See you right after these messages.
不知道从哪天起，我获得了一股超能力。其实，这不是超能力，我只是办了。
中国信托英雄联盟卡多款卡面任你选，最高享10%现金回馈，也想拥有这些英雄被动技，现在就去办，再送神秘英雄礼。We are
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Calvin, I want to ask you, but have you watched the new Star Wars trilogy?
No, I haven't.
Well,
Why?
let me spoil you a little bit. In A New Hope, or no, I'm not even sure if it's A New Hope, but in the new trilogy, the first episode basically is the same exact plot as the old trilogy, the original trilogy. And that's what I'm getting out of this series right here as well. Game 1, Machi X will try Atlan on a hypercarry, and then for the next 3 games, he gets nothing but Kaisa. And I feel like this is how it's gonna go.
Oh, the thing is, right, Machi Eggs have elected to be on red side this game, I believe, like in game 2. And red side is one of those sides where you don't always get Kaisa. If Beyond Gaming, you know, if the ban phase goes sort of perfectly when you deny every possible champion that Beyond Gaming wants to pick, they will just go for Kaisa because it's just one of those picks that's so neutral and so functional in 11.6. So, you know, that means that, you know, if Machi wants Kaisa, they have to think about their ban phase very carefully.
Yeah, we will have to see if they can get better counter picks at this point. Once again, it feels like to me, Machi X, they know how to snowball, but only a very specific composition. They didn't really index into split pushing most of the split. They were much more about collapsing and finding picks, and really just playing off the sort of plays that Gemini offered them. So getting those critical champions in Gemini's position, and I think Jimian's position, is going to be the key for Machi X going into game 2.
Yeah, 100%. And here we have picks and ban phase. Beyond Gaming, actually 2 games in a row, they're banning away Jimian's Silas. And I guess it just speaks, you know, how much of a mage player Mawan is. This man has only played 4 champions, actually 5 champions now that you include the Seraphine, and they're all mages. It's the Azir, the Victor, the Orianna, the Rise, and now the Seraphine. So Mawan definitely not liking that Silas pick, and therefore Beyond Gaming just banning it game after game. And following up with that, it is going to be Jimian's Twist of Fate and also Gemini's Udyr being banned from Beyond Gaming, and Machi X bebanning away the other top tier jungler in that Hecarim, and also the Thresh, a very common ban on red side, just to deny it from being first pick.
And we're seeing kind of the big difference between these two teams. Machi X, they can't really play the hyper carries, but Beyond Gaming, they can play both sides. So Machi X are left in this kind of limbo where they have to ban out everything. And ban out the Jinx, ban out the Hecarim. Yeah. And we are going to see the Renekton very early on over towards Beyond Gaming. They could technically play it different positions.
I wanted to highlight that, you know, TimeCash was not banned, so it's very likely that Machi X gets it. And that means, you know, you can be... like, I don't know how to... I don't really know what to think about it, because, you know, TimeCash is usually paired with a hyper carry. You can pair it with Aphelios, you can pair it with Jinx, you can pair it with Tristana, you can pair it even with Vayne, you can pair it with, like, basically hyper carry champions. I don't really know what you want, you know, what you want on Atlan, but, you know, most likely it is going to be Senna. I think Senna is probably the safest one out of the all, and yes, I mean, it is going to be Senna. So I think that's a little better, because I just don't want Machi X to go back onto this hyper carry bot lane. Senna is just one of those champions that pairs really well with Tahm Kench, and you are a pretty safe lane. It's very hard to dive this duo, and that opens up a lot of playmaking potential in the top side. And on Beyond Gaming side, again, the early Renekton is very curious to me, and also early Akali. Wow, I mean, Beyond Gaming just showing double solo lanes in the first 3 picks, and even the 80 carries. So, like, basically all of the carry champions are out for Beyond Gaming, and Machi X, now they have to solve the puzzle. How are they going to counteract the double hyper damage champions, you know, one in the early game in the Renekton and one in the mid game in the Akali? The first answer is going to be Gragas in the top lane. Really good a matchup into Renekton. Renekton won't be able to jump onto Gragas reliably as long as Gragas hold on to his body slam.
Yeah, I love this Gragas pick. It also can take Akali outside of the Shroud as well, so it really works against both these champions here. And this is super spicy from Beyond Gaming. Like you mentioned, Mawan has to play a new champion this game. We're finally going to see the 5th note come out from him, while Machi X are targeting out the remaining supports from Kino, and Beyond Gaming have to think about targeting most likely Jimian again from his champion pool. Yeah,
if I am not wrong, Clement, I believe Akali is still 100% win rate.
She definitely lost a game because we saw Beyond Gaming try Akali and then lose to PSG. So she's
they did. Yeah, they did. So Akali is almost 100% win rate. The trend only got broken yesterday by Beyond Gaming. Beyond Gaming?
We should say this. PSG is the iron rule of the land. They are 100% win rate, and any other trend that meets PSG will die.
That is very true, actually. PSG also broken Beyond Gaming's trend in terms of winning blue side 100%. So, that is something else. So anyway, let's go back to this picks and ban phase. It is going to be the Ryze that gets banned. I'm not too sure, because I think Ryze is good into Renekton, but I think into Akali, he kind of is just like, okay, but not the best, because if Ryze aren't able to burst down Akali, then Akali basically just assassins Ryze. So a bit of an interesting ban there as we're going to a bit of a pause/remake. I doubt they're going to remake the draft, but there must be some technical difficulties happening there. I didn't really get to see what Machiek's ban in the second phase. I don't remember, but let's just go back to let's just go back to Beyond Gaming's ban, right? I think they're banning to just protect the Akali. Mawan on Akali, this champion needs protection. This champion is very weak in the early game, especially with the recent Q nerf and also the energy changes. She doesn't get to have her wave clear unlocked at level 9 anymore, and a lot of her wave clear now depends on items. So if this champion falls behind, she cannot wave clear. She have to rely on assassinating people, getting gold from kills.
It's super weird to look at Akali right now, but the way that I've seen good Akali lanes work out is actually just getting Shuriken flip level 1. Like, that is so disgusting. Shuriken flip right now level 1 does 200 damage. And I've watched, it's really dumb, but I've watched like BDD play this lane, and what he does is sometimes he doesn't even go for Q level 1. He just walks up to you and eats you in the face and wins the lane from there. And it's like, what?
The thing is, like, the thing is with the recent energy changes, right? So Akali no longer regenerates energy upon proccing a passive. So like the range, like the semi-range auto attack. But and as a result of that, she can only land 1 Q, and she just runs out of energy. Like there's absolutely no follow-up, and enemy most of the time you aren't even able to proc your passive, because as soon as you auto attack, the enemy just jumps on you. You have no spells, you have no range, like you can't do anything. So it makes sense, to start Shuriken flip level 1 in some matchups, obviously, matchups that doesn't really punish you hard enough and you out damage them. So so basically, it might be a viable strategy depending on what Jimian picks. If Jimian picks, something sort of like weak earlier game, I think Twist of Fate was banned, so maybe Orianna. I think Victor is decent level 1, but Shuriken flip Akali definitely out damages Victor. So maybe something like a Mage, a Zia or something. Then we might see that happening.
It's really weird about Akali right now, because I don't actually like the changes to energy. I feel like they dumbed the champion down overall. Right now the champion is, if I just hit E, you're pretty much dead. I'm gonna outtrade you 100%, and that's it. Like, it used to be there was this kind of cat and mouse game where you had to hide in your shroud, use your assassin's mark, you got energy back, and then you went like triple Q, and right now it's like 1 Q, 130 mana. Okay, I'm actually out. Sorry, I'm going back. It's like, I don't know. I'm not sure I actually like the Akali changes, because I felt like they made her a lot more two-dimensional rather than, having a real trade pattern.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Akali, it happens a lot with high skill cap champions, because when a champion's skill cap is that high, right? Look at the release of Zia, look at the rework Akali, etc. There's just such a big performance discrepancy between like the pros and even just diamond platinum players, and let alone you also have like the majority of the player base that is hovering between iron and iron to gold, right? There's just such a huge performance discrepancy that Riot have to balance them like that, and I guess it's like good and bad at the same time, because you also want to see this champion being played in solo queue and also pro play. So anyway, we have words from production, I think. So it was a bit of a technical difficulty with the client, and they will restart the drafting phase, but nothing will change, I think.
All right, that's interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna take a look here, but we might have to keep you guys entertained for just a while longer before we come back into this one, and we can talk more about the trends or going to Iceland and whatnot.
Iceland.
Yeah, Iceland is, I don't know, I'm just so worried about Iceland. Like,
I've been volcano eruption, right?
Yeah. You see the people there. They're playing like they're having barbecue cookouts right in front of like flowing lava and stuff, and I'm like, you guys seem awfully chill in front of an active volcano.
That was weird because I have seen like images of like people just gathering around like the lava, and I'm just like, doesn't lava release like toxic gas and stuff? I'm just like, guys, is that even safe to be there?
Yeah, I really admire, the way they view life and death there. They're just like, well, if it's gonna blow, it's gonna blow. So we'll see what happens when we finally get to MSI. I hope everything goes smoothly. Beyond Gaming, they are gonna be locked into the same band, so we should expect, I can't remember what exactly was it right here, but we'll see what it is. And Machi, in the meantime, getting away Lilia from the composition, trying to take apart the Lilia Renekton, and Lucian from G-Mian being taken out too.
They're interesting because Beyond Gaming so far, like their comp is so short range and lacks engage. I don't really know whether Lilia is the best choice there, but it is going to be the Nidalee that comes in for Gemini. A bit of an interesting pick there because Gragas Nidalee is definitely not something you see often, and maybe, just maybe, we will see G-Mian on some sort of aggressive AD pick. And what's happening here?
Rakan would make a lot more sense. I'm not sure about the Yuumi. Yuumi seems to be okay, Rakan going in. Beyond Gaming definitely just sizing up for a pick composition against Machi X right here. And I love the Nidalee pick. This is something that River used to great effect against Beyond Gaming yesterday. Was able to invade early, keep their bottom lane down, keep Dago on his toes, make sure they went out the mid lane as well. Beyond Gaming gonna lock in the Volibear as their last pick into the jungle. Welcome back. It's been a while since we've seen him on the Rift, and now Machi X, they are going to lock in their top laner. They have to find something that counters out this Akali.
Ooh. Huh. Okay, it is going to be the mid lane Aatrox.
Okay.
I believe. Surely it's not Gragas mid lane. But okay, so what's happening here is that G-Mian have to go on an AD mid lane. I was expecting something to be like a Yone. I was expecting something like maybe even Nocturne, but Aatrox works. Aatrox definitely works against Akali. Akali plays at a range that is very comfortable for Aatrox to land his knockups. And once Aatrox lands his first knockup, it means that is it Umbral Chain or something? It's like something Infernal Chain. Infernal Chain lands as well. It means you get the knockback. It means a lot of damage from Aatrox. And also, Aatrox will be able to sustain through Akali's burst. So this is not a conventional matchup that you see, but it is definitely a matchup that favors Aatrox.
I feel like it makes a ton of sense, and if you look at that mid-jungle combination, you have Akali who's going to get pushed in early on, and a Volibear, plus the versus the Nidalee and the Aatrox. That mid-jungle should go 100% down into Machi X's way. So we are getting Machi X finally with the composition we want to see. Utility coming out of the bot side, lots of action and skirmish potential in the top, while meanwhile Beyond Gaming also picking up the action with a super pick-oriented composition in. Like, this is fighting fire with fire.
Beyond Gaming, like, it feels like they're trying to replicate PSG. I think PSG, Renekton Akali was literally the game 2 draft for PSG, I believe.
Oh, it was.
Yeah, it was. And they were they're 100% trying to replicate PSG. I just don't know how good it will come out, because that is not a team comp that you see that can scale to late game. Renekton at 35 minutes is just a little bit more than a meatball. And Akali at 35 minutes is very, very executional heavy, and Beyond Gaming won't be able to siege because they have 2 melee champions. They have to rely on team fighting. They have to play around neutral objectives. They have to force Maches to funnel into Baron, to funnel into Dragon like they did last game, and then take the take a good fight, have good flanks set up, and then win the game like that.
It's a super explosive composition. I will say I almost believe that Beyond Gaming can come back, even though they shouldn't be able to, just because you have Kino's Recon on there. Like, I feel like that is going to allow them to make some amazing plays. And that's the fun thing about Beyond Gaming. We've said this so many times in regular split, but it looks like their comps have to snowball. It looks like their comps have to get things done before the 15-minute mark, and then they play the 35 minutes and just find a pick to end the game.
Yeah, exactly.
They are beyond your expectations. That's where the beyond really comes in.
100%. And I mean, they also went beyond our expectation in terms of standings, right? At the beginning of this play, we didn't really expect them to place that highly. However, they were looking very dominant overall, and Beyond Gaming, still looking quite good into MachiX's last game, despite falling behind early and just somehow winning with a Baron throw. It's how often do you see a negative 5k gold to Baron play?
Yeah, this is, I'll be honest, I'm getting that 2015 vibe again, where PSG is honestly just Flash Wolves. Like, they kind of reskinned, they've changed all the logos, but it's Flash Wolves. It's Maple, Hanabi, and River. It's Flash 100%. Wolves. And then you have Beyond Gaming, which is AHQ Junior. That's actually who they are. They're AHQ fighters with a rebrand. And then so it feels like we're going back to that two-team sort of league once again. But we're going to see if Beyond Gaming can make a very difficult composition work out against MachiX that has the favorable skirmish as we head into Game 2.
Yep, Game 2 it is. Whether Beyond Gaming are able to execute this like short range high volatility comp, or will MachiX be able to win with this mid lane Aatrox pick? It is going to be Mecha Aatrox. I love the skin. I actually love it. It looks so cool. Like the sound is like the sound is like so threatening. The sound is actually so threatening.
I'll pay attention to it. I'll try to listen in and see if I hear anything.
Okay. Anyway, so let's look at the runes here. Aatrox is going to go for the Conqueror, and Akali will want more sustain and therefore opts into the Fleet Footwork. Nothing else seems out of place so far. I think one thing I want to highlight though is Atlan on this Senna might go for a pretty new build that I think Korean Challenger has been playing recently. It is the Frostfire Gauntlet build. So it is no longer a build that goes opt into damage. You just go Frostfire Gauntlet into bit of like just an on-hit tankiness, and you just look to sustain damage. It is going to be a late invade coming in for MachiX, and therefore it's going to be a vertical jungle. But Beyond Gaming, they might have something planned.
Yeah, this vertical jungle actually isn't even all that bad. Ooh, Gemini has to pop the smite just to get that one.
He missed the jump. There. I think Doggo. Yeah, I think Doggo would have got chunked so hard if Gemini actually landed the pounce. If pounce connects, then I think the lane is almost over for Doggo. But nothing is going to happen there. They will escape safely, and it is going to be a vertical jungle. However, Gemini actually only taking red buff before just retreating, so maybe Husha, if he opts into an extra camp, he will get ahead.
Looks like he's heading for that Raptors already, and he will get ahead. That's a one camp advantage as he moves back into his own jungle. And taking a look at this vertical jungle, though, I do have to ask you who you think actually comes out ahead here. You have Renekton plus Volibear on one side, and then Tahm Kench, Glacial Augment plus Nidalee on the other. Both of these sides seem pretty damn deadly.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, Renekton, Volibear is just so strong early game, but if they aren't able to set up dives, right, you literally have 2 meatballs.
Okay.
You literally have 2 meatballs in your... Oh, it is... Oh, no, it's level 3, jokes. But it is going to be Shuriken Flip missing on mid lane. And I think for MachiX, right, it's very hard for Gemini to play Nidalee. I think the only realistic lane you can really gank is mid lane. And even then, like Akali is a fairly safe champion. I mean, in bot lane, Rakan will be able to disengage pretty easily, and Gemini actually going back to the Raptor camps, they're probably realizing the fact that, all right, guys, I think I might have mispathed a little bit there. And Jimian helping out his jungler by dropping a ward there. We'll track out the Volibear in probably a minute time as he paths towards bot lane. But yeah, I mean, for Gemini, like this game, you have to rely on mid lane, unless Doggo gets hard chunked, then it opens up a dive in the bot lane. But we'll see, because it is a 4 TP game, and that means we might see some explosive TPs early on this game.
If a javelin toss lands, Doggo could just die instantly. So
yeah, 100%.
We're going to see how this one goes in. Gemini already level 4, Doggo down to less than half HP. The javelin toss comes in, but doesn't connect. That was a very sweaty play from Doggo, as he was actually slowed by the tongue lash.
Yeah, actually, I'm just thinking about jungle clear now. It might actually just be so smart for Gemini, because Gemini clearing Raptors and Crux so late means that Husha have nothing to clear.
Oh, that's true. That's a great point. Husha actually has to walk away from his own jungle.
Yeah,
that's going to be a disappointed bear.
Yeah, I mean, like, if Gemini actually went for a full clear bot side in Volibear's jungle, then Raptors and Crux would have been spawning, you know, just as you see, like, the Nidalee Gromp is spawning, like, it should have been the Raptors camp, it should have been the Crux camp. So Husha, realizing this mistake, he's going to path towards Raptors, but now Gemini is there. So, you know, this is going to be, actually, never mind, it's just one small Raptor there. Never mind.
Could go for Crux.
Yep, he could. It should spawn very soon. Oh, actually, it's still there. Never mind. But yeah, I mean, Husha actually maybe looking for a dive there. Lee Kai will spawn it out.
Lee's gonna
maybe?
face check right into the Sky Splitter, plus the stun coming out. He's down to less than 200 HP. Leon comes in, and that's gonna be an easy pickup for first blood. Gemini has to alleviate the situation. He comes in with the kill, very easy. Javelin toss connects, and now Husha is the one who's in a bit of an awkward situation. He has to run away from the javelin toss. He does sidestep correctly, but now we have Lee Kai coming in with the extra movement speed. Husha is gonna take another spear to the face. Will he drop? Gemini flashes in, and Husha flashes out at the exact right moment. Now Leon coming in back for the kill. He doesn't find the Ruthless Predator. He's gonna take so much damage right
What's
here.
happening?
There's nowhere for him to go, and Leon could just die. Lee Kai waiting for the body slam. Can he finally get it? They get the javelin toss, and it's gonna be 2 kills to Machi X. That turned out to be a disaster. Leon trying to help his teammates pays for it.
What is happening there? So everything starts off with Lee Kai just randomly blind checking. You know, you have your barrels. Just use it to check, because it does give you vision. So, you know, it is going to cost him his life. However, Gemini is there to the rescue. This carry jungler is everywhere on this map, has a smart pathing, and also now passes to top lane, collects a kill onto the Renekton, and he just hunts down Husha. Husha, nice dodge on that spear, but Gemini, you know, recognizing that he does get movement speed when he jumps through the brush, so he will keep hunting down Husha. But for some reason, like, that pounce did not connect. Maybe Husha is just a little bit out of the range there, and Liang just going a little too deep. I don't really know where the stun went, because obviously, okay, never mind, there it is. But it is a little too late, because I believe if the stun connects on Gemini, he might die, and it ends up just costing his life, and that is just disaster for Liang, because he loses, I think, like 12-13 CS off that play.
That was huge, and giving Nidalee an extra assist kill there is never something you want to do. She can snowball super hard, and I don't know, that was such a weird fight from both sides. I honestly feel like both top laners were not playing at their full potential right there, but I just do come out ahead.
I just have a lot of question marks, you know, like that GIF. That like a guy is like just there. It's like, what's happening, guys? Like, like a lot of question marks. Like, I'm literally that. Like, I was just like, guys, what's happening?
It seems like the junglers were you know, they were getting great plays down. You know, they were flashing enemy flashes, and they were landing javelin tosses, and the two top laners were kind of just driving cars around. It's like dun 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 dun, and then Machi X get the final laugh. So it was great from the junglers, a little bit off from the top lanes, but the game will continue. We're gonna see Mawan actually having a CS lead in mid. I didn't expect him to be this strong in the lane.
Yeah, and this is kind of interesting because Jimian should definitely bully out Mawan. However, he's getting extremely low. I mean, that is 100% within lethal range of Akali. So Gemini will be there to help him clear out the wave. However, the next wave is coming, and there is
Husha's
Husha
chasing in. He has the stun. And he does take the javelin toss to the face, but it doesn't really matter. And I do have to say, Jimian actually lost his Hex Drinker shield before
and that was
Mawan even used ultimate.
And that's something that I want to highlight because it's such a weird first item for both sides. So Akali having to opt into the heal cut so that he have an actual kill threat onto the Aatrox. So I guess that makes a little bit more sense. And it also like it's a pretty decent item, I think. In terms of against healing champions like Aatrox, like Mundo, etc., even Olaf. So not a bad purchase, and that probably helped him, survive in lane much better. And hold on to that thought. Just
coming in for the holiday barrel. He goes in a little bit too early, but is going to dissuade Husha from finishing this one. Mawan goes in by himself, but loses a lot of his HP, dodges out of the piercing shadow, is going to stay alive, but in the meantime, the rest of his teammates are not so fortunate. Machi-X clean house with the two members in the river, and they're chasing down Mawan, but Mawan should be relatively safe here, should get the execute at the very least. Let's see if he has ran the timers out, and he has indeed. Still a very solid win for Machi-X though.
Yeah, I'm surprised the fact that Beyond Gaming actually lost the 3v3 because I do feel like Machi had the weaker one.
Yeah, I
so let's just watch this. Yeah, let's just watch this once again. So because like Lee Kai, 100%, he just used his ultimate to dissuade Beyond Gaming from finishing off the Herald. However, Mawan gets a massive chunk onto Mawan. Gemini gets a massive chunk onto Mawan, and yeah, it's just so weird because like Jimian, that opens up Jimian to just land massive damage onto the remaining two players. So, and a bit of a misplay there from Mawan, just not dodging away the hook or not flashing away from the Gemini damage there. So that probably just costed them the 3v3, and also that would cost them the Herald.
Yeah, there's surprisingly little damage coming out from Mawan after the Shuriken flip. He only has one level in it at this point, so he tried to attack Gemini, but Gemini's spear hurt a lot more in that one. We're going to see him leading the gold charts right now with 4,000 gold. And Machi-X this time with an even larger lead. It seems really bad for Beyond Gaming, as we have talked about this. Beyond Gaming, their composition relies heavily on Snowball.
Yeah, 100%. And Beyond Gaming, now that they are behind, this Renekton, I kind of feel worried about this Renekton because 0-3 Renekton is not going to help you in the mid game, and Beyond Gaming, they have to win mid game, otherwise their late game they just get outscaled.
Koala tries to come in with the tongue lash, doesn't find the target, and like you were mentioning, it really feels like Liang's future is just a purse or being a pair of Crocs right now. He's not going to be that effective in these team fights whatsoever. So I think Nidalee really is the key here. We've seen Beyond Gaming ban out Nidalee in game 1. And also try to ban it out against River. And that's for a really good reason. Beyond Gaming, a slow-playing team up against something that snowballs this hard, it's going to cause him a lot of trouble. And Lee Kai at this point is just bullying out Renekton however he pleases.
Yeah, and now that Herald is going to drop to bot lane, it means that Atlan will receive quite a bit of gold as well, and that means, actually that might even mean the first tier turret, because Aatrox is now bot lane, it is going to be a 4v3, Akali can't really face check the jungle, and actually, Machi-X, do they have the range? No, they don't. So it is going to be a very low tier 1 turret in the bot lane, and Machi-X probably... Oh, they're setting a dive.
This is going to be a 4v3 dive. Tower goes down. Jimian flies in. Hino retreats with the battle dance. Beautifully done. He dodges out on all the abilities. And Beyond Gaming actually walk away fine.
Yeah, the thing is, Machi-X actually changed their mind a couple times there, right? They brought Jimian down to bot lane, trying to look to get this tier 1 turret. And then I think, their initial pathing tells me they just want to take the turret and then they just want to dip out. They dipped out, they want to go for Dragon, and then all of a sudden they tried to turn back and execute the dive. So, when you try to change your mind so often like this, things just don't really work out. Not work out in terms of not getting kills and not getting what you wanted at the end of the day, but they still come out ahead because of the Herald, because of first turret, and because of first Dragon.
I just want to say though, I was so impressed by Kino's mechanics right there. He's able to battle dance twice and avoid Glacial Augment, avoid everything from Aatrox. That was really nicely done. Now we're going to see Machi X's bottom lane head towards the mid. Good save from Koala, make sure that Atlan stays alive. And now we've got the 1-3-1 for Machi X. Aatrox in this side lane being completely unopposed while Mawan trying to find the shuriken flip. He is staying outside of vision. They don't know that he's here, but he's not going to find the opportunity.
Yeah, right now, Beyond Gaming is kind of just stuck between a rock and a hard place. Like, this is a team comp that they have to make something happen early, otherwise Volibear and Renekton for us basically just falls off late game. And then Akali, like, you know, she's still a good champion the later the game goes. However, they have a Tahm Kench, they have a Gragas. It's very hard for Akali to execute anyone in team fights. So, you know, Beyond Gaming, they're now behind. They have to make something happen, but how do they make something happen is the question, because Machi X, they're playing very safe right now. You know, both side laners, they're not looking to play anything aggressive. They're just doing short trades. They're farming their own jungle. They're just looking to scale up. And in the mid lane, you have a Tahm Kench. Tahm Kench is just one of those champions that negates every single possibility of engage.
Definitely, it's so hard to actually get onto that champion. You almost need Kino to get two members at the same time with the quickness, and that's so difficult to do. If they're positioning correctly, it honestly should just never happen. So right now, Beyond Gaming, they are left to just farming out for now, and I think they're just waiting for that mythic from Mao, and it's a huge difference when Akali gets that Night Harvester compared to when she's just sitting on components.
Yep, and just want to highlight that Senna actually opted into the Kraken Slayer. So she is going for that more traditional damage build rather than the new tanky build. So this means that this Senna is going to be insane. She is going to outrange everyone on Beyond Gaming. Like, there's absolutely no chance anyone will get onto the other Senna if played correctly, and she's going to do so much damage.
Definitely, as we see her walking in right now, Doggo being tagged down, and there's so many unanswered auto attacks coming out from Atlan. Machi X take the top lane tower, and they're 5,000 gold ahead at 50. I almost feel there's no way. I feel like I'm jinxing it already, but I almost feel there's no way that they can lose this one.
Look, casters have a special innate ability. And that is cursing the team that we hype up. So let's not hype them up too much for now, because Beyond Gaming, you know, they still have that magical 30-minute activation button or something. So, you know, if they're able to last that long, then I don't know. I don't see them
tell
winning.
me how they actually win, because I don't see it right now.
Okay. The way for them to win is they have to start a Baron fight, and they have to have, like, they have to pull PSG. You know, you need to have Liang and Mawan basically just juggling the flank position and put Machi X in a very uncomfortable situation. You know, as soon as you engage from two directions, Tahm Kench can't defend both sides. So he can only choose to protect either Nidalee or maybe Senna, or maybe even like Aatrox if he's the one that's getting jumped on, and then they just have to turn. However, hold on to that.
Doggo, he's getting really low at this point. Gemini, the threat doesn't land. Ultimate goes down. Doggo is burning, but he isn't going to die. Very close call as Liang has to expend a teleport, loses half his HP, and Machi X are looking at that mid lane tower plus the Drake play. Very well timed from them. They have most of their abilities. Liang has to step up to clear the wave to no avail, and Likai is on the chase. Actually misses everything. That's a little bit unfortunate right there, but they still get the second Herald charge.
Yeah, and like you see, you know, no one can approach Atlan. All it takes is just is for Atlan to land one auto attack, trigger his runes in the Glacial Augment, and no one, absolutely no one, can touch him. That's just, I don't know, like, that's just draft gap between Machi X and Beyond Gaming. You know, Senna is just outranging everyone, and this is not a 5p Senna, it's a 2p Senna. Beyond Gaming see this coming.
Yeah, and I really love the draft from Machi X. I felt like going to the red side was exactly what they needed to do. They needed to get that early game in the bag against some team like Beyond Gaming. Likai is going to lose the smite fight here. Oh, it actually doesn't have a smite, excuse me. But we'll still get some damage down. And honestly, that could have been a lot worse for Beyond Gaming. If that explosive cast landed, I feel like they would have lost two extra members.
They would have lost an extra member, and Marchex will be in full control of this game. I mean, if they're in full control already right now, but like they'll be in a more firm control. And one thing I want to highlight is that Lee Kai actually had the most gold in all 10 players.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of counter tips right here, just serving out beer against Beyond Gaming, and honestly, no one can really go up against him. If we're looking at Mawan right here, he doesn't have that sort of side lane build. He's not going to be able to out-sustain Lee Kai, and once he pushes away, he really has nowhere to go. We're going to see a catch here against Liang. Liang able to slice and dice away from this one, but the bot lane is wide open. The turret is going to be under a lot of pressure as this wave comes in, and right now, Beyond Gaming don't have eyes on what's happening in their own jungle. There's constant question mark pings going down, and they don't want to cross mid lane river.
Yeah, I don't really like the fact that Koala is using his ultimate at level 10. I mean, looking at like everyone's health experience bar, right? He should be pretty close to level 11. And when Tamken ticks level 11, his ultimate becomes like almost a semi-global ultimate.
True.
So, the fact that he doesn't have that ultimate, like the semi-global ultimate, the peak potential that that he can generate from that is a little puzzling. So, I feel like that's a little bit of a misplay there from Koala.
Let's see if he's going to be able to get better Abyssal Voyages post level 11. But in the meantime, Machiax happy to just strip away all of these towers. Mao An is the sole benefactor of this in terms of Beyond Gaming, as they will get a top lane tower uncontested. But it's a 1-for-2 trade, so I don't think Machi care about this too much either. And if they ever find a lucky last embrace, they can go directly onto the enemy team. Beyond Gaming, very, very careful right now. They're walking on eggshells. Any single ability landing will spell doom for them. This is a 5v4. They have to be extra careful walking up to defend this tower.
Yeah,
but in comes
TP.
the TP. They find the two-man into the back line. We see Husha going in, but they don't find the pick. Atlan is still very healthy. Exhaust goes down. Finally, Mawan is able to get the kill, and Liang is amongst the trees. Mawan pops down into the Twilight Shroud. Lee Kai doesn't have the mana bar to fight back anymore, and Mawan is cleaning house. He's flashing forward for the red buff. Goes in, and Beyond Gaming wipe Machi X. 4 members down, only 1 to go. Now chasing, it's a full ace.
No way, Clement! How can that happen? I mean, that's what I said. Like, Beyond Gaming, they have to find flanks, and they did. And I just don't know. Let's just watch this, because Koala is... Okay, so he devoured extremely early, and Atlan not flashing away from the Shuriken flip and letting Liang get onto him for the stun basically just gets executed immediately. And Machi Eggs losing the AD carry, they have no sustained damage, and they're just gonna get run down by Beyond Gaming. Really well played there from Beyond Gaming, and Machi Eggs just not respecting the fact that, Beyond Gaming, they have to find these flanks. They're not respecting the fact that Akali have TP. They're not respecting the fact that, they have so much engaged that they have to be careful.
That was so odd, because honestly, Maoan's initial engage didn't even work out that well. He got exhausted, immediately have to back off. But Machiax, a huge part of that team fight for me was they were actually low on mana on so many different members. Like Gemini was low on mana, Lee Kai was low on mana. They couldn't actually fight back with their abilities, and we saw Jimian trying to fight forward. He didn't find anyone on the back line, and then he had to walk back and just die in a walk of shame.
Yeah, I just don't understand how Beyond Gaming can pull these things out, because, Machi Eggs, once again, they have a very firm gold lead. At 20 minutes, they're 6k gold ahead, and then all of a sudden they lose a team fight, and now the gold deficit for Beyond Gaming is just down to 2k.
I have no words to express how shocked I feel about that. Honestly, Machi could have played that so much better. I felt like they were just kind of sleepwalking in that one. If they all fought towards the back line, I think they would have been fine. Atlan still had his flash. If they actually used their... Because I feel like if Lee Kai actually used his R to disengage, he would have been fine. He actually used it to blow members back into his own team. which was
Yeah, no, that's just-
weird to see.
It's just such a big miscommunication between everyone that fight, and it ends up like, I think Atlan's positioning was a little awkward as well, because as a center you should never ever have a Renekton have a volley bear up in your face. Like, I think it's acceptable that Akali gets onto you because it's flanking Akali and he does have perfect execution. It's a targeted spell, he will jump onto you, but how is Atlan there in the first place is my question, because it forced Koala to devour him very early on, and then there's just no protection left for Atlan.
Yeah, we did see Volibear get a very easy path onto Atlan, just used the Turbo Chem Tank and ran up to him directly, so super weird. I hope that Machi still realizes that they have a lead at this point and are willing to fight things out. They can definitely still take 5v5s, but Beyond Gaming are the ones going in. Jimmy, the one knocked up, a lot of crowd control going in, but he stays alive through the Ignite for the most part. Mawan finally going in. Gemini is taken down to half HP, and Husha is on the chase. Mon with the perfect execution goes in once more, and Machi X have to say goodbye to this Drake. They can't really fight at this point. They're going to go in for a little bit more poke. Mon really low, doesn't have the ultimate right now, and Machi X stand their ground. Kino, though, going for a back flank. He's taking a lot of damage. He finds Atlan but dies immediately. That was definitely not worth it. Mawan misses the shuriken flip, and Machi X are coming back into this one. Huge. Gemini could just smite this one away. It will go down to Liang, but how many members is Beyond Gaming going to sacrifice? Oh, they actually find Gemini on the back of that one. Wasn't exactly necessary from Gemini, and we have Koala with the Abyssal Voyage into the backside. Likai finds a kill. Dago can't run away. It's getting slowed down massively, and Machi X win a 4v5.
Yes, I mean, that's what I mean. All Machi X have to do is play to their range. Like, Atlan, at the beginning of this fight, he's actually not auto-attacking, which frustrated me so much. Like, this is basically... Yeah, I mean, this is basically the Haya moment, right? Look at Atlan, he uses his ultimate, he's not auto-attacking. What is he doing? You just have to keep auto-attacking, kite back, and, he landed one auto-attack that entire initial fight. And then, Machi X, they get their ground back because Beyond Gaming, with no spells, they just get outranged. They have to retreat, and that's all they have to do. And Machi X now
Machi X in a fight right now. Mawan is about to go down. Quickness saves him for a while, but he still is going to die to Atlan. The last auto attack goes through. Machi X on the chase right now. Liang being the one hit up here. He's going to be taken back to the enemy team and promptly killed for a purse. Machi X looking at the Baron.
How did Beyond Gaming get themselves into this position is my question. I think they're trying to stop Machi X from doing Baron, but to be honest, I kind of felt like Machi X could have still done Baron with both solo laners dead. So, bit of an interesting decision there, but they will reset, and Machi X, once again, pretty firmly in the lead now. And let's just watch this once again. So Machi X is starting the Baron, and Beyond Gaming, like, they don't have the range to contest, so kind of curious to see Machi X just turning. Mawan actually survived for very long there, and Renekton is just going to TP to his death. Liang gets, I don't know why TP there, that was just weird. And Machi X, like, they definitely have the tools, they have the health bar to continue the Baron, but they decide not to, goes for the safer play in resetting and gain control of the map once again, and now Machi X will once again set up the Baron.
You either TP early or not at all. That was a really weird play coming in from Liang, and he actually gets punished super hard for it. So Machi X once again with the 5,000 gold advantage. It feels like 10 minutes after the fact, they've finally gone back to the original point with the same exact lead. They're setting up for this Baron once more, just trying to get some damage onto Liang. He doesn't have the dominance just yet and has to flash away. Another huge win for Machi X as they have full control over the Baron pit.
Yeah, and that's what I mean, like, Atlan, your range is so long, just be aggressive. You even have the rapid fire cannon completed. To be honest, I don't even know if Senden needs rapid fire cannon in this game. Like, she's just this strong. However, once again, TP from behind.
You're not going to find the flank just yet. Mawan not able to catch out Atlan. They took the right path this time. Machi X retreating in unison, and we are going to see Beyond Gaming just use this time to make a small pick onto the mid lane. I will note that the Abyssal Voyage actually has a very short cooldown at this point in the game, so Beyond Gaming have to be super careful with their near melee composition pushing down towers in the mid.
Yeah, and MachiX now just collapsing and funneling into Beyond Gaming. And they can do it because once again, they don't have the range, just slowly push them out. Beyond Gaming cannot contest. Look at that damage from Atlan. You know, all Atlan has to do is play forward, not hit the Scuttle Crab. Hit Maoan, man. Maoan is actually walking up there. And, oh, actually, I think Husha is going to get the fight.
Probably got the stun. Lee Kai doesn't get the knockback. But he does take a lot of people low. You saw Kino down a half HP for a long time now, and Atlan is going to start the Baron. We do have a great word from Beyond Gaming. I absolutely adore that word. It's been giving them so much information. MachiX, however, looking for the turn. They're going to find Kino. Damage goes through, but Battle Dance keeps him alive. In the meantime, Jimian takes a 1v1 versus Liang. Dominus is still in Liang's pocket, but he's holding on to it till the very last second. Finally pops the Dominus. Is going to get a good fake. Kino goes in for a 4-man quickness. Into the back line. Doggo goes in for the assassination against Allen. Is not going to find his target just as, but he does get it in the end. Finally with the plasma stacks, he outplays the entire team from MachiX, gets the kill onto the back line. Gemini dies to Maoan, and now Jimian plus Likai have to claw this one back. That was an incredible play from Beyond Gaming to stop the Baron, but now how many members can they get away from this play? Kino getting the blast cone over the wall, and that was just amazing.
That was actually insane from Doggo, you know, completely outplayed the entirety of MachiX there. Also, Rakan actually got that 3-man grand entrance into the quickness was huge for Beyond Gaming. However, you know, their comp just doesn't have the sustained damage. You know, Doggo is their only sustained damage, and as soon as she assassinates Senna, there's just no follow-up and nothing else. And at this stage of the game, you can see Jimian on Aatrox, he's just not dying. This man have 2 items completed and he almost have infinite sustain. You know, without AD carry, how do you kill Aatrox? Just watch this, you know, Jimian, you know, MachiX was looking so bad, and then Jimian just says, guys, I'm coming back in, my item is like, my cooldown's back, and let's just go in, guys, I have healing.
This is exactly how MachiX play their games. Their backline is actually just bait, and it's working perfectly against Beyond Gaming, because Beyond Gaming's bread and butter is assassinating the backline. And for MachiX, their backline is just not a high value target. It's like, well, you can come right in and Jimian will close in the gaps. The Drake's about to fall. Husha does find it at the very end, but in the meantime, Husha's going super low. He has Gemini trying to catch him. Kino gets stunned up in the back. He's going to find Atlan, but Atlan has that Devour to protect him. And once again, Jimian is on the front line chasing everyone down. They don't have the damage to go through the Darkin Blade. He's killing everyone at this point. It's a massacre. It's a world-ending play. And Gemini is on the flank trying to get those heads with the flanking spears. Maoan is tagged up by the infernal chains. He has nowhere to go. Is gonna drop down and die. In the meantime, Doggo actually I think he took away the Merc Wolves.
Yeah,
that was a very calm and a collected Kaisa as he just manages to slip out.
And this is great. I just love seeing this from MachiX. You know, they finally realized, guys, we outranged them. We just have to push them out. You know, look at Volubear. You know, he was trying, and he got the dragon, but then immediately he just gets deleted and has to force the ult over the wall. And you know, it just so easy for MachiX to execute this comp. You know, when you outrange people so much like this, there's not much Beyond Gaming can do. And now they're a Baron, and we're gonna get the fight going on right now. That's a great explosive cast taking Liang back. We have the dawning shadow going through the enemy team, and Beyond Gaming are in full retreat. They do get the Baron to stop, but they have to fight their way back into it once more. We have Maoan using the teleport, but he's not gonna come in for the chase with the extra movement speed. MachiX, they get distracted, they don't get a kill, and Beyond Gaming find a chance to reset. Yeah, so Beyond Gaming will have a bit of breathing room right now, and they will use it to clear out Baron Vision. And that just comes down to how... Oh, never mind. They're not just clearing out Baron Vision, they're clearing out the Baron itself. Likai is
in range though, and this is very dangerous. Machi X actually are corralling them from all different sides. Kino gets slowed when he tries to go for the backline. Atlan is completely fine, but Gemini is getting low here. Kino dies and Gemini is still alive. Finally, Maoan gets the kill and Liang finds Senna too, but the question is Jimian double kill with the World Ender refresh is chasing down everyone, and this is so shameful for Maoan. He's getting killed by the support. Acquired taste for some KDA as we have Koala chasing down his target. Likai with the flash finishes off the kill as well. So Beyond Gaming, once again, they get the backline trade, but no one is harming Aatrox.
And this, like, once again, I have to emphasize again that it is just a draft gap. Like, Beyond Gaming basically playing this perfectly, you know, you're able to engage from both sides, you're able to get Atlan down very early on, you're engaging, you know, you're splitting Machi X up, and this is what you want to do. And, you know, Devoured is burned early, Atlan dies once again, however, there's no follow-up damage. As soon as Doggo dies, there is nothing you can do. Jimian just will not die as an Aatrox. There is no damage, not enough heal cut, and you can't really get more heal cut, but like, you know, there's just not enough damage to counteract Jimian's healing. And at this point in the game, what do? You know, all you, like, Beyond Gaming have to somehow delete Atlan and Jimian at the same time.
True, and I honestly feel like the first target they should be going for is Aatrox. Forget about the backline. Just pull everything you have, kill Aatrox first, make sure he doesn't get World Enders reset and ruins your day in all of these team fights. Maybe if Beyond Gaming changed their tactics, they could find themselves a win here. I also want to point out Likai. This is a really cheeky build as he goes for a redemption here.
Yeah, redemption Gragas. I mean, it does give quite a bit of health, I believe, and also I'm not sure whether it increases his own healing.
It does. It has extra heal and shield, so that's pretty
so
massive
good
here. Machi X are actually starting out the Baron right on top of an enemy scuttle. Kino trying to find the angles. Husha can be unstoppable if he wants to go into the pit, but Machi X are looking for the turn. Can they find it? Husha actually getting behind the Baron. Machi X might have to pull and just turn for the enemy team. There we go! He gets the Baron still! Husha finds the objective. Maoan is interrupted in his shuriken flip, and he will die here. There's nowhere for him to go, but that's a huge find for Beyond Gaming. Definitely a worthwhile play. In the meantime, Beyond Gaming are going to head directly for the Drake as Machi X start to knock down on this inhibitor tower. There are no defenders right here. Liang has his dominance, but he can't take this 5v1. He has to just watch and defend the Nexus towers. But Beyond Gaming are inching forward to a possible win scenario. This is triple infernal for Beyond.
Yeah, I mean, going for an end. Like, Machi needs to go for an end here. They outrange him, just start poking Beyond Gaming, and they will win this. But they have to play this out. And yeah, I mean,
he's going in. Kino tries to go into redemption, comes out, and Liang stays alive. No! That was an overshot on the explosive cast. And Machi X lose a member. It's a 4v4, and they can't continue.
No, Machi, you can't do this. It is now going to be a team from behind. Will Liang get this flank? And will Beyond Gaming win this?
Liang is going to get into the backline. He's waiting for the slice and dice for the perfect target, but doesn't want to go in right now. Is going to use the slice and dice over the wall. They're trying to find the target onto Atlan. He's going to use the last embrace to make sure he makes some distance, get the root down, flashes away from Gemini, and Machi X are out.
No, Beyond Machi, it's... the thing is, like, Beyond Gaming are now at Soul Point, and it is triple infernal on Akali. Like, this is a massive, this is actually insane. Akali will just delete the entire game. And let's just watch this once again, because Husha is in full vision. I'm pretty sure there is there's an Italy trap. So, you know, Husha used the sweeper. So, you know, Machi, they know Husha is on the other side, and Gemini is one level ahead of this Volibear, and he loses the smite fight. How can that happen?
Oh, that was absolutely painful, but really well done by Husha. He actually chained his abilities just perfectly. Getting the Sky Splitter down means that he should have more damage compared to the Smite, and they're just really, really well timed. I felt like Machi X's turn was actually super half-hearted. I felt like
it was.
if you see Husha on the top, you go all in. You're just like, well, Husha's out of position, we're gonna go all in.
It is like it's just so disjointed. Like MachiX, everyone just have their thought process. Gemini trying to just execute the Baron, and then MachiX, the rest of the members, they're trying to look for the turn, and everything just falls apart when you're not on the same page. So Machi, they just have to play as a team. They just have to push into a lane. They take the team fight. They take the poke, and that's all they have to do. And they have to deny the flank. Now that Beyond Gaming does not have TP, all MachiX have to do is set up in a vision from the side, and there won't be any flank opportunities for Beyond Gaming, and they can just take objectives.
There are no TPs this time around, but Liang's still going to try for a surprise crocodile. He's getting over the side. We see Husha going in. They don't find Atlan just yet, but Likai is dropping very low. Kino is already down and dead. Koala keeping his 80 carry alive while Genie is trying to kill the backline. But we have Moan with the double assassination. They fly in and they pick up everyone. Dago with a massive shutdown, and Jimian is still stuck here trying to play with the bears. He gets another kill, but it's not enough to save his team. Liang is chopping him down, and Beyond Gaming on the precipice. They find a win and another ace. How is this happening?
How do they manage to get the flank? Like I said, all MachiX had to do is get in the vision. They did. There is literally a control ward in Beyond Gaming's jungle, and for some reason, they let Renekton, they let Akali get to the backline from a flanking position. How can that happen, Machi?
I just feel like Machi, it's fine if they get into the backline, but I'm not even sure what their front line is doing. It just feels like they're... I
don't understand what's happening. Let's just watch this once again, because Husha is just walking up from the front, and Alan, why are you so far ahead? Just walk away. Like, what are you doing there? And then Liang and oh my goodness. Liang Maoan, noticing the fact that Alan is completely out of position, just walks into vision, goes to the flank, and there's nothing MachiX can do.
That was so weird from Alan, like stepping up that far forward against a team that could flank you like that. It was a bit of a death sentence for them. And MachiX's front line also, they were stuck dealing with Beyond Gaming's, the rest of Beyond Gaming. I felt like if everyone just retreated, held their distance, that wouldn't have happened right there. That was...
Yes! With that setup, how can Beyond Gaming jump onto MachiX? It's not like you have a double TP on Liang and Maoan at that stage of the game. It's not like they have a flanking ward. Everything is in control for MachiX, and they decide to overstep, and they decide to let Beyond Gaming flank them. That is literally the worst case scenario for them, and they opted into it.
I'm telling you, we're going back to Flash Wolves versus AHQ. This is 2015 all over again. I feel it in my bones. And right now, Beyond Gaming, 13 seconds away from an Infernal Soul. They could just win this off of a Smite or a Steal. This is actually a very high-risk situation for MachiX. They absolutely need to find a decisive team fight and force the members out from Beyond Gaming. They don't want this to come down to a Smite fight. Liang once again on the flank. He's looking for his target. Atlan dealing some good damage. And there goes the Infernal Soul. MachiX, they don't get a fight before the soul goes down. Gemini is caught out in a really bad position. He's behind enemy lines. Dago dealing all the damage that he can. He's completely free. Maoan is shut down, but they still have Dago alive, and nobody can touch him at this point. Dago is about to go down. He has dropped into the GA. He's gonna stay alive for now, and Gemini is the one caught out. Only Koala left alive. This could be the third ace of the game. Beyond Gaming take this fight in stride, once again forcing MachiX into very awkward situations, and MachiX just don't know how to respond.
That is such a close fight from MachiX, and if they just pull the trigger early on, not even 40 minutes in the game, we're talking about early on in terms of 20 minutes before the game, before the current game, they would have just won these fights so easily. And now Beyond Gaming just going to take down Koala, and they're going to take down the game.
Atlan's still 3 seconds away, and a lot of low HP members. This is going to be a straight rush to see if Atlan can do anything here. He's too slow. The Nexus is gone. Beyond Gaming about to sweep MachiX.
No, how can this happen? And I was saying, Beyond Gaming, don't go for an early game comment. Once again, they just manage to make that happen. They just activate that 30-minute button, and somehow it just worked out for them.
That was disgusting to see. MachiX, they were 6,000 gold ahead. that Baron play, like every Baron play that Machi has gone for has been disastrous. And I just feel like it's so weird, but I feel like Koala needs to be on Engage. Like, you can tell that they are desperately lacking from Engage. Like, I don't even care if Atlan dies here. Like, if Atlan dies, let him die. But I feel like you need better Engage for a Koala to actually make those turns happen.
I'm just so saddened. I'm actually so saddened. Watching so many throws. Like, look at this last fight. Like Machi X is actually so close to winning this, and I don't know. Like,
just go all in.
Yeah, just commit. Just walk in. No, just walk in. Like, why are you hitting the dragon? Just walk in. Liang has to take the long path, and they're not. Like, why is Jimmy going for a flank? You don't have to. Just play front to back. Maoan with that massive, super mega long range engage forces the devour, and everyone just jumped onto Senna. And Machi X, they almost turned this around. Gemini trying so hard to get this fight back, and I mean, it's just unfortunate. The Gemini definitely trying so hard to get his team to the victory screen, but it just didn't work out. And it's just so sad to see, because Machi X, all they have to do is be on the same page.
I'll be honest, that last fight was so depressing, like you mentioned. Like, we were screaming on the sidelines, you just go in, you know? You do not want to wait for a 50-50. And they actually hit Dragon. They kept on hitting Drake. G-Man was hitting Drake, and like Gemini was throwing spears at the Drake, and I'm like, no, you don't want to deal with Drake. You just want to rush a team fight. That's all you need to do. And you could tell that they were so divided on what they wanted to do, with Likai using the explosive cast early as well.
Yes, exactly.
Like, don't use the explosive gas. You just go full on in for the team fight. And just Machi X did not realize the situation they were in. They should have rushed the fight. That was 100% their best way to go in onto that one. You know, you leave the explosive cast there. The rest of the members go in, and if Akali comes in, then you use the explosive cast. That should just be the team fight. Instead, they use Hail Mary explosive cast, and people are still hitting the Drake.
Like, I was literally saying, right? Like, how can Akali get to backline? Like, that's just not possible. You've got a Tahm-Kench, you have a Gragas, you have Aatrox. How the hell are you getting to the Senna? Like, how? Just how, man? And beyond gaming, look at it. Like, Machi X still out damages, and somehow Doggo actually out damages Senna for whatever reason. And I don't know, like, Machi X should have been able to take this game very easily, and they threw so many times. Just look at the gold graph. They threw it 20 minute at a 6k gold lead. They threw it 30 minute at an 8k gold lead, and they just keep throwing away their leads. And Husha is your MVP. That massive Baron steal basically turned the tides of the game.
Man, when I thought J-Team was disappointing, I didn't know that Machi X would follow their path. I guess the J-Team syndrome is contagious, but sorry, I really have to give MVP Husha his dues. Great play on those Baron steals, great at securing those objectives. And Beyond Gaming, how did they come back? Oh, my head is hurting so much. I wanted this to be a long series, but I can't believe Machi X threw a 6,000 gold lead and then threw an 8,000 gold lead. What?
Like, how? Like, this is like even worse than the EDG versus SKT series, where they just randomly throw a 10k goal lead. Like, you can sort of like understand, all right, SKT play that perfectly, it's like a perfect team fight. But no, Machi X, they just play methodically and they will win. Like, it's not even them. I mean, like, it's not even Beyond Gaming playing really well. It's just Machi X literally inting the position.
Yeah, it's just coordination issues. Front backline, they are not on the same page. That's going to be it for game 2. And Machi X right now are on the brink. They have to shape up, or we're going to have a really quick day. Don't go anywhere as we head back into the series after this break.
不知道从哪天起，我获得了一股超能力。其实，这不是超能力，我只是办了。
中国信托英雄联盟卡多款卡面任你选，最高享10%现金回馈，也想拥有这些英雄被动技，现在就去办，再送神秘英雄礼。We are family.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. we are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
At this point, Calvin, I almost expect a throw. I've been on this roller coaster for the past 5 games that I've casted. Every single game has been a throw from the winning team. I've casted J-Team versus Machi, and now Machi versus Beyond Gaming, and I cannot believe what I am seeing. Please make sense
saying? Are you saying that every game you cast, teams should not get ahead early game?
Yes,
guys, the plan? Yes, the plan is to be 3k gold down by 15 minutes because Clement is casting.
You should use your throw quota early rather than later. That's what it means. But I just don't know what is happening, Machi X.
I don't know.
I feel like they've lost their commanding voice. They've looked a lot crisper in the J-Team series. They've looked a lot crisper in the regular season. And this is a fail on all sides. Atlan overstepping the front line, just not really understanding how to peel. It's just insane to watch this from Machi X. They were dubbed as one of our more decisive teams in the early part of the season.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, like, that game, I was saying, like, it's basically just draft gap. Like, if Machi is not able to win with such a massive draft gap, then how? Like, how are they gonna win, right? And at the same time, like, how does Beyond Gaming consistently pull off these late game team fights? They're literally on Volibear, Renekton, Akali. And for some reason, they're winning a 42-minute team fight into Senna. Like, how?
It's insane, but honestly, I don't know why, but this Renekton has been able to sit on Senna the entire game. It's so funny to watch. Like, Atlan blowing his flash early in that bot lane team fight where the 8k comeback happened was really painful. Because they even saw the Renekton. He was shooting people when they saw the Renekton walk up.
So insane. Here we are, game 3. Machi X still on the red side. They are going to still ban out the Thresh. Beyond Gaming, actually banning out the Nidalee this game.
I like this.
I like it. Gemini, he didn't really get to do anything early on because of the team comps. Like, there's no CC. That's good enough for Machi X to play around. And so, Nidalee, Gemini just managed to get his way through the early game with better pathing, and then later on he's just becoming a poke champion that's very threatening. So, Beyond Gaming realizes that, bans out the champion, and I just like it. And Machi X, yeah, I mean, look, the Renekton ban is... It's their fault. I'm just gonna say it's their fault.
It is.
Like,
it definitely is.
It honestly is, because like the Renekton was so useless. Like, Liang was literally 0-3 in the early game, and this Renekton should be completely useless. However, he manages to be basically Aatrox mini. He manages
to get Tyrannosaurus Rex in the late game. That's what he was like. I'm just so surprised. I felt like Atlan is kind of like the lawyer in Jurassic Park. Instead of running away, he goes into the restroom and gets eaten anyway, which is not what is supposed to happen right there. Actually, Machi X missed a ban. Huh.
Yeah, that's
kind of interesting. Not sure what happens there, but I don't think we're stopping for it.
Yeah, we're not stopping, so it definitely not a bug, I guess. Because last game, like, the reason they remade was because I think it was Koala wasn't able to ban away anything on the 5th ban, so that's why they remade. But this time, actually, nothing happened, so maybe they just missed a ban. But Beyond Gaming will start off with Tankkench, and again, just a very strong pick. And maybe this time, actually, you know what? This is literally PSG versus Beyond Gaming. Except Beyond Gaming is now PSG, because Beyond Gaming manages to be behind early game in game 1, comes back with a throw massively. Actually, wait, no. The script, wait. Hang on a second. Come on, I realized something. Everything just lines up. Okay. Beyond Gaming versus PSG game 1. Beyond Gaming threw Baron, and PSG won the game within 2 minutes. Beyond Gaming versus Machi X, same thing happened.
I remember that.
Game 2, Beyond Gaming went for an early game called Renekton Akali, and they smashed, not really smashed, but like they pulled out like miracle plays after plays and defeated Machi X. Same thing happened in game 2 for PSG Beyond Gaming. They went for the same team comp, except it was a smash. Game
Are
3,
you telling me
Beyond
that
Gaming.
we have been watching PSG versus Beyond Gaming for 3 days in a row?
I think so. I mean, this is literally Beyond Gaming pulling a MachiX and going for that hyper carry with that Tahm Kench. And then, yeah, I mean, what's happening?
Okay, I will say though, this is a much better comp for Machi.
It is.
I think if they're only heading forward, there's a lot less they need to think about. I actually want to see Kaisa here. I don't even want to see Varus.
Yeah, I mean, Varus is good into Tahm Kench because Tahm Kench is like he can keep distance with Tahm Kench. I like the I mean, like, okay, so the corrupting chain is really good at keeping Tahm Kench from devouring people and also keeping Udyr away if he is able to land it. So I think it's fine, but the question now is, what do you pair this Varus with? Because, you know, looking at this team comp, right, if you're running something like a poke champion, you know, like a Karma, like a Lulu or something, then they kind of contradict themselves because you have a Kali Hecarim that wants to go in, but then Lulu and Varus kind of just wants to stay back. But if you're looking at an engaged champion, then Varus all of a sudden does not have any protection, and you're now like in danger of, you know, being engaged by something like, I don't know, a spicy Yone pick, a Camille pick, or something like that.
That's why I wanted to see Kaisa. Kaisa goes in with you. You don't need to protect her. But Machi X, they are going to take away blind pick top laners coming out from Liang. And this comp for me, they still need a little bit of damage. I feel like this is, you know, sort of a triple dive comp, and they're still lacking some divers. Camille is still up on the table, so that could be a potential option here. While Beyond Gaming are taking away Koala's engaged champions. They know what Koala want. Koala needs to be the one actually directing things for Machi X, or they look like a completely different team.
Yep, and MachiX will ban out top laners while Beyond Gaming banning away the engaged support. So, you know, Beyond Gaming saying that I don't really care about healing. You know, this Varus is basically a lone wolf in team fights because you have an Akali, you have a Hecarim, but MachiX, ooh, spicy bot pick there. Wow.
Let's go.
All right, so, okay, bot is actually a really good counter to Tahm Kench. There's a few things. So his ultimate will be able to put Tahm Kench into stasis, and you know you can't really devour people, or you can just basically just stall until devour expires. Also, your Q stuns 2 people. As soon as Tahm Kench devour expires, you just throw your Q and you're guaranteed stunning Tahm Kench and whoever Tahm Kench devours.
That's incredibly smart. I didn't think about it that way, but it all makes sense right now. Beyond Gaming, very standard draft. This is front to back, as plain as can possibly be. While Machi X with their last pick, they have to get another diver here. It is going to be the Camille pick, like I guessed.
It is. So Machi X, I mean, this time, like, I think the draft actually heavily favors Beyond Gaming. Like, as much as I like the bot pick, but like, this is such a high executional team comp from Machi X. You know, Akali has to assassinate someone through Tahm Kench, and then you also have this bot, you know, have to land that ultimate perfectly. The Tempered Fate is the crucial spell here. If he's not able to land the Tempered Fate, you know, Machi X, they struggle. Like, they really do struggle to actually play out the team fight in a traditional way. They have to assassinate someone immediately through Tahm Kench, you know, before Na gets Mega, before Jinx gets excited, before Victor gets all his damage out.
It's a very hard composition for Machi X to execute, but at least it is something that they're actually comfortable with. Yes. I want to emphasize this. Machi X, throughout most of the regular split and the playoffs, they've been playing for dive compositions. They are not your traditional front to back comp. They do not know what to do with a carry in the back line at all. So at least this time, they have a composition that moves forward and only forward. We should expect a lot better things.
To be fair though, they still have one carry in the backline, and that is Varus.
They're not going to treat him like a carry, okay?
I mean, they just treat. Yeah, he's an alt bot, right? Basically, you're just going to use the corrupting chain and nothing else. I mean, basically that's it, right? Like, the Varus is like literally the only one that's out of place for me. I mean, the bot technically is, but like, bot at least have Tempered Fate. But Varus is just like, why would you pick Varus here? I mean, probably Ezreal might be better in this comp. So not really sure how that works out for Machi X, but maybe, just maybe they would be able to pull it off and come back from a 2-game deficit.
We're going to head into game 3, and it's do or die for Machi X. So far, they have been looking like a walking example of Murphy's Law. Whatever can go wrong will go wrong. And I hope Machi X can finish this one off strong, at least give us one good game where they take the fight all the way and don't back out when they don't need to. It's so weird to see Machi X playing timid. They should be going in brave and hard.
100%. So let's look at the runes here. Both junglers going face rush, and I mean nothing else, right? Lee Kai does not opt into the ignite into the Na. Prefers a little bit more safety in the flash and a little bit longer engage, and everything else, I mean, nothing too special. Atlan went for the Hail of Blades, so maybe we're seeing a poke Varus coming in. It is a very common rune to take when you poke Varus. If you're an auto attack base, you know, the Kraken Slayer Varus, then you most likely go lethal tempo.
So you're basically saying that we should be getting a sort of like poke Varus that we have seen, very similar to the way On kind of plays it.
Yeah, I mean, it felt that way because Hail of Blades give you a lot of initial burst, but in terms of sustained damage, like, you're never going to out damage a Jinx with lethal tempo. True. So
you might as well just push the wave in and...
Yeah, I mean, you might as well just push the wave in. Basically, just poke with Varus and Bard. Actually, they do have really good poke. Tempered Fate will, I mean, basically secure the piercing arrow from Varus. So, you know, this could go really well or really bad for Machi X.
Really well or really bad. No in between. Okay, that's... I mean, honestly, that's the way I like it. Go big or go home.
I mean, Bard is also one of those champions, right? Like, if you're playing really well, right, he's almost unkillable. Like, he can do everything a support can do. He can roam, he can engage, he can stun, he can peel, like anything. But when he's behind, like, what do you do? Like, what do you even do, man? Like, you stun someone, but you still get hunted down, right? True. You drop a portal, enemy goes through, and enemy still beats you because they have better stats than you. So, yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a all or nothing 2v2 in the bot lane. And we'll see, you know, how that pans out, because so far, Machi X, to me, they look like they have 3 volatile lanes.
Yeah, it's really hard to guarantee a win in any of these lanes. Like, you almost need jungle pressure to be present on all points of the map. Gemini is going to be a huge difference maker here. As we take a look at the bot lane, Beyond Gaming clear the full minion wave before Machi X even show up. That's massive, and it's actually really hard for Atlan to pick up most of the wave at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that's really quick clear from Beyond Gaming. I didn't know they can clear that fast, actually. It's very rare to see that happening level 1 too. But actually, you know, shoving that wave in this early just means that second wave will bounce back. So maybe, you know, the fact that Udi is clearing towards bot lane, things could go really bad, because it is opposite side jungling and it will be a 3v2 in the bot lane.
We'll see if Udyr does go for that potential dive if we're looking at it right now. In the meantime, both of Beyond Gaming solo lanes coming out to pretty good CS leads early. This is to be expected, and all eyes are on Gemini as he is spotted out on his clear. This means that Liang is most likely not going to die to any sort of gank coming in here, and they're going to be able to stay safe.
Yeah, Lee Kai getting a bit of a favorable trade. Camille was just a very unfair champion in the early game with that shield. And yeah, I mean, so far, right, Beyond Gaming looking to hard shove all 3 lanes and get as much space as possible for Husha. So maybe we will see a double scuttle happening.
You know, I've done it for Machi X, so I will do it later on. But if Beyond Gaming ever reaches a 5,000 gold lead, I will tell the audience, I will say it, and go, there's no way they lose this game, right? Right?
Absolutely no way.
And we'll see what happens then.
Yeah, we'll see.
Gemini is going to get spotted out, so I don't expect anything to happen here. Leon just having some fun with him. Interesting chroma on the Nara. I haven't seen the pink-tailed one just yet. And they are going to get a collapse onto Gemini, but he misses the boomerang throw, and they don't get the slow. Gemini is able to gallop out of there quite happily.
Yeah, I mean, even if Liang gets this low, I don't think Gemini is under any threat. However, right now, Liang is in a bit of a hard place here because his wave is really bad. and he doesn't know where Gemini went. So Gemini went into fog, but he doesn't know whether Gemini is just looping around or whether he is actually going for a reset. But he will go for a reset, and Beyond Gaming, with the early map pressure, will get double scuttle.
Yeah, a really strong win by Beyond Gaming so far. They're 400 gold ahead, just winning on all 3 lanes at this point. Machi X, I like what they're doing. They're finally clearing the wards away from Gemini's jungle. That is so important for this team composition to work. When you have 3 losing lanes, you need those jungle ganks to come up somewhere. And Koala actually doesn't manage to get the ward cleared right there. A little bit unfortunate as the scanner did run out. And Beyond Gaming, once again, trying to push in forward. We don't really see this lane change until Atlan gets hold of that serrated Dirk.
Yeah, and Atlan, right now, he's kind of just, not really struggling to CS. He does lose a bit of CS just because of that level 1. But, at the end of the day, it's, a really nice stun there from Doggo. Not Doggo, onto Doggo from Koala. And, that's the strength of Bard, right? If you're good enough on Bard, then it's very hard for the enemy team to play around it, because if you're out in the open, Bard can still hit you with Q and just slap you with meeps. But then if you're behind minions, it's even worse. You just get poked down and you get stunned up, and it's just such a hard champ to play against.
Very difficult to position correctly. Also gets extra experience with those meeps as well, so you can kind of afford to roam away from the minion wave at times. And I do want to mention that Koala has actually been a long-time Bard player. In his first split on G-Rex, his Bard was something to behold. It was so good to see his Bard. And unfortunately for
Mawan, he misses the cannon. Akali has now ticked level 6. So that is why you see Mawan playing very passively, because Akali's level 6 execute range is about 80% health onto mage. That's from my experience. Akali can execute you at 80% health. So and he is actually getting quite close to it. He's 95, 90% health there. So definitely have to play a little passive.
Yeah, he's going to back out of that one. Now we're going to see Jimian heading towards the bot lane right now. Once again, Machi X focusing down onto a potential tower dive. We've seen this play many times before. It seems to be Machi X's bread and butter play. They did this against J-Team as well. But Beyond Gaming, I think, react pretty perfectly here. They just go full on for the push, make sure that they're not going to get caught underneath their own tower, and Doggo trading back quite nicely.
Yeah, map state is starting to even out a little bit as everyone goes for the first reset. So Atlan, off the first reset, actually goes for the tier. So I think that speaks that speaks Pokevarus to me. So he wants to weave in, he wants to weave in spells. The double longsword can build into Serrated Dirk, but you can also build into Caulfield's Warhammer, which is the component for Mana Immune. So so far looking like a Pokevarus like we expected.
Yeah, but he has not been able to get this lane to shove in, which is where I think Machi X really want to find their advantages.
Yeah.
If you think about all of the crowd control and the point click burst that Machi X have, they're actually a really good tower diving team. So we'll see if that ever comes into fruition once Atlan completes most of his items here, at least his early components. In the meantime, Beyond Gaming still going to be taking control over River a little bit. Just poking their heads out, and I think Machi X, this is where they really want to find their skirmishing potential. Akali with Hecarim, that is so much crowd control, that is so much burst damage.
Yeah,
I feel like they're going to be utilizing that.
They are definitely utilizing that and getting into the red buff, because at this stage of the game, Akali is so strong. Couple that with Hecarim, you basically just get a huge amount of CC, and Akali will be able to dish out her entire combo without you even able to react. So they're really nicely done there. Machi X, off the first reset, bot lane starts getting priority, and bot will now utilize that priority to engage. They
use the Temper Fate on the tower. Maoan is the target. R plus E goes in, and an easy first blood being handed over to the mid laner. Husha trying to claw one back, but he doesn't have the damage. And the super mega death rocket doesn't connect. That would have been a kill, but it doesn't find Gemini.
That is a little unfortunate, but let's just watch this once again because I'm pretty sure Mao should not have dodged the Tempered Fate there. I think if he did not dodge the Tempered Fate into like flashing away the Bard stun, like he probably would have survived. But I mean, it is just natural instinct. And what?
Husha just died. We didn't see how it happened, but Koala got an assist, so he must have gotten Cosmic Binding.
Wow.
And Jimian, even without his ultimate, is able to kill the Udyr. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, Koala must have landed the Cosmic Binding onto Udyr, and like you can see, like all 3 flashes burn. And the upside is that Koala still have the Ignite. Oh.
Liang just face checks directly into the brush.
What?
Doesn't he have Boomerang?
He definitely does have Boomerang. Don't know what happened. So let's just watch this once again. Husha actually very low. So, you know, okay, so as any champion, you should not walk near walls or behind minion against a bard. This is why did Koala flash?
Moral support, that's why.
Moral support. So
we do have the swap coming out for Beyond Gaming, and they do have Herald. So this could be a very strong potential top lane tower, not exactly a dive, but they could get a lot of plates here. At least gonna start working with one. In the meantime, Machi X roaming the support, but keeping Atlan in the bottom side. Likai just playing some mind tricks with Doggo.
Like
Maybe
that.
next time
I really like that because if Kino decides to devour,
what?
Huh? What?
I think Husha accidentally clicked on the Herald. There's no way
Shelly.
he wanted it here. There's no way.
Hello, Shelly. It's a nice day. How are you? Go for a walk? Keen for a walk here? But okay, so Shelly is going to get dropped in the bottom lane for Liang, and he should get 2 plays. And now Beyond Gaming is forced to make a play, but yeah, no, that's just not gonna happen. So, oh no!
That's so painful. Shelly is like, my life's work is undone.
What is my worth? What's my worth, Clement? No. Not mine, but like Shelly.
That was a very telegraphed Herald. I definitely feel like it was a misclick from Husha. I think he was trying to clear wards there, and Ponchiax laughed to the bank on that one. Now we're going to have G-Man coming into the top lane. It's going to be solo lane 2v2, but Doggo has done a lot of work already. Super Mega Death Rocket is very close to just killing him right now. Liang's going to get caught out. Gemini flies in with the Onslaught of Shadows, takes Liang back into his own team, and they find a very easy pickup kill here. Machi X finally running away on all sides of the map.
Once again? Once again.
Don't jinx it, don't jinx it. I want to game 4.
Let's not jinx it for now, but Beyond Gaming actually just collapsing in this game. Machi X, able to find picks after pick. And also, Beyond Gaming just making misplays here and there. Liang had no flash because, wait, Doggo,
Super Mega Death Rocket, can it steal the Drake? Rip.
RIP. And yeah, I mean, Liang, like the reason he did not survive that was because of the blind check in the top lane. Randomly blind check into a bot, had to flash over the wall.
Weird.
And
we're gonna have Jimmy flying right in. Kino uses the Devour early, still holding on to his AD carry, but he has to come out at some point. Great exhaust keeps Doggo alive, and everyone from Beyond Gaming shows up to the party to defend Jinx.
Yeah, and on the other side, Machi X very inactive, and Atlan still on this turret. Like it is literally PvEing, and he still loses the shove against Jinx because Jinx is just such a good champion in terms of turret taking. Lethality Varus, on the other hand, is not.
I'll be honest, you could feel the tear rolling down Atlan's cheek right there. It's like, oh, look at Beyond Gaming. When their AD carry is in trouble, all the members on the team show up right beside him. They actually even burn double teleports to save him. Look at me, I'm PvE in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, Atlan needs gold. Like, Varus, if you're going for a poke Varus, you need a lot of gold. You need to consistently be ahead of the curve, or your poke just doesn't do enough. So, I can understand the choice of him, like, trying to get as much gold as possible, but at the same time, like, he is a lethality Varus. He doesn't do enough damage to turrets, and now that the lane swap is back into bot side, that Atlan will not get any more gold from turrets.
But he is going to use the ultimate directly onto Kino. He has to flash forward to save his AD carry. They're getting a lot out of this bot lane. Good trade for MachiX. Get a summoner for just the ultimates going down. And I actually really like what MachiX's draft has done in this bottom side. This is a super fun draft to see. And Liang now is actually getting...
Yeah, that's
he's having a hard time as Li Kai able to sneak away another turret plating.
Yep, so it is going to be the last 2 turret plates going to Li Kai just before 40-minute mark hit. So that's really good because this Camille once again also needs a lot of gold. So like I said, MachiX, this team comp requires a lot of volatility, requires a lot of gold to make it work because Camille needs to be ahead of the curve, and Kali needs to be at least even in terms of gold curve, and also lethality Varus. She's more than even. She's 2-0, doing a really good job here so far. And Maoan actually opting into Liandry's. I'm not really sure whether that's good because Liandry's did get a pretty big change this patch, and it only scales with extra health.
Oh, we're gonna see Li Kai flying directly in onto Husha. Hextech ultimatum down, but the Bearman's too fast. Even dodges around the Tempered Fate and the ultimate. MachiX, you've expended a lot. But finally, they do find the kill onto Husha. Jimian going into the back line does have the Twilight Shroud, and MachiX even get a second kill off camera. I have no idea how that happened, but okay.
Yep, okay. I think Leon just got a little too far trying to save his jungler. And once again, his flash, I believe, is still not back.
It was
Was it up? Okay, yeah, it might just be up. But let's have a look at this. Up. So Husha, don't know why he's trying to clear wards and raptors at the same time. I probably could have just got one of the two and just dipped out, and that would have been fine. He will get caught out, and Liang, yeah, he's just way too far trying to save his jungler, and yeah, that just doesn't work, man.
That feels so sad. He should have stayed home today.
He should have stayed home, and. Yeah, I mean, Beyond Gaming making so many mistakes in the early game in Game 3. 0-5, and MachiX with a 2 and 6k gold lead, 2.6k.
I want to say, it feels like Beyond Gaming don't even know how to play the game if they're not behind. It's like, our strategy is we have holding pattern. We hold for 15 minutes, and then we hit them with the reverse.
I feel like Beyond Gaming doesn't know how to play the game until 30-minute mark.
Jeez, that's harsh. That's a lot harsher than me.
that is literally like how they activate themselves, though. Like literally. I think all 3 games. I mean, even the game like against PSG, they kind of look lost in the early game, and then as the game progressed, like they sort of found their way a little bit more. But then, like against PSG, and then obviously PSG is PSG, and then they don't really get a chance. But against weaker teams like MachiX. The longer they go, the better they scale.
That is true. That is true. So they definitely have something waiting for them. It's not like Game 1 and Game 2 where their team composition wasn't supposed to scale. But MachiX are looking at the second Drake. They already had the first one, and they have full control over the wave. This time around, the Husha does have a Herald, and he's holding on to it. So I think at least they will get the fork down. MachiX probably going to lose their mid lane tower if they go all in for this dragon. But hey, they can start it with just 2 members. There's nothing Beyond Gaming can do at this point. They don't have the scaling to walk through their own jungle.
Yeah, Beyond Gaming, they just have to play it very slowly. They have a Jinx, they have a Victor, they will out-damage MachiX in the later part of this game. So that's all they have to do, because MachiX, to be honest, like, their comp makes sense, everything is good, but they don't really have that sustained damage. Akali is all about burst, Poke Varus is all about the poke and like the burst, and also like so is Camille. So MachiX is looking for a bit of a catch, but Kino will be there to the rescue.
A really nice save by the support right here, but we always have to remember the Tempered Fate. They could still use that whenever they want to, so whenever these 2 lanes are pushed in, I feel like it's almost a death sentence for someone. Beyond Gaming going in to the red here. Maoan just left to his own devices. There's nothing he could do. Great play there. 2-man side gank by MachiX. And this Herald should not be able to take away this tower.
Yeah, I mean, this is...
the Koala special.
This is just sad. Like, Beyond Gaming did not learn from their mistake. Like, if Bard is bot side, drop your Herald top. I mean... Like, obviously, this is not the case because there's no top lane tier 1 tower, but like, basically what I'm saying is like, wait for Bard to be in top side and then drop the Herald elsewhere.
Oh, he got the big raptor! That's the comeback. I feel it.
What?
He got the big
What?
raptor.
Oh, I think this is the first time in competitive play I have seen the Jinx use Super Mega Death Rocket just to steal a raptor.
They know they're in holding pattern. You said it yourself. They don't start playing the game until 30 minutes. So what are you gonna do in the interim? You're
I mean,
gonna
that is true.
steal the
Okay.
big raptor.
To be fair, it's true because like next Dragon is in 3 minutes, and by that time, Jinx Rocket would have been back. So
That's actually really smart. It's sending a message too. It's like, Gemini, I've got my eyes on you.
well, I don't know whether that's good though, because now Machi will realize, all right, guys, this Jinx steals objectives.
Oh,
So-
you said it's too much of a forewarning, basically.
Yeah, I mean it is, right? Like, come next Dragon, right? Then Machi is probably communicating, saying, guys, we have to body block Super Mega Death Rocket. Otherwise, there's no way Gemini outsmarts that spell, and all of a sudden Beyond Gaming just loses that chance.
Honestly, it isn't even that hard to do. Like, every team we've seen in the LPL right now
Oh yeah.
is body blocking super well. Like, no one is letting
thing
that
is,
slip off.
I don't think I have seen PCS teams do that just yet, though.
They should. They really should.
They really should. I mean, 100%. As a professional league, you really expect players to be able to do this. But so far, don't recall anyone doing it just yet.
Well, we're gonna see. Maybe that's the way Doggo is gonna be able to get this one back. I will say this isn't as massive a lead as Machi X had in Game 1 or Game 2. It's actually a fairly minute lead, and I feel like Machi X right now, if you look at the Drake timer, it's not even that fast. It's about 26 seconds. Temper Fate does hit Doggo. He has his flash, but not able to get out. Chains of Corruption following right after. Great pickup by Atlan, and they get the kill.
Yeah, that was really greedy from Doggo, trying to use Gale Force. However, hold on to that.
And he's like, no, round 2, not this stuff again.
Yeah, he does not stand a chance, and Liang will have to run back to his tier 2 turret, or else he will get domed. But yeah, I mean, that was really greedy from Doggo, because he tries to get out of Tempered Fate by using only Gale Force. He could have just flashed out of it, but decides not to, and he ends up burning the flash, burning heal as well for no particular reason, because he was 100% dead after Corrupting Chain lands. So yeah, not the best play there, Doggo.
So we're seeing the entire top side come out for Machi X. The top side for Beyond Gaming is 0-7. Actually, the entire team is 0-8. What am I even talking about? Never mind. It's just Machi X pummeling at this point. And
Look. Let's do a double Jinx. So,
okay.
How does Beyond Gaming come back to this game? How does Machi X throw? Let's do this.
oh geez, it feels like there's so many different possibilities. Honestly, there's infinite ways that Machi X could do this. They are the masters at this point. So here's my guess. Machi X are gonna do Baron. They're 0-8. They have a huge lead. They're gonna start a preemptive Baron, look to turn, and then get the Baron stolen away by Super Mega Death Rocket.
Okay, that will be the start. We'll watch that.
Okay.
We'll watch that when they start Baron. But however, before that Baron, Dragon is spawning in 20 seconds, and Beyond Gaming have the better position.
All right, Liang is also gonna get a 3-man knockup here. Into the wall, Mega Gnar,
Into the wall.
and that's the comeback call for Beyond Gaming.
Yep.
Are you
Into
guys
Death
ready?
Ray.
He's at a very good rage lever. This is perfect rage control coming out from Liang.
Yep, this is insane. All right, everything is in position. Li Kai is in the flank, but it doesn't really matter. Beyond Gaming have a tank edge. They can play this. Beyond Gaming will look to turn the tides.
Shirelia's battle song is used, but the ultimate misses from Atlan. Gemini still going in, and Kino is nearly dead. Temper Fate catches out Mao and Li Kai in the back line, trying to find targets to decimate. Beyond Gaming do make a full retreat, but their members are really, really low. Blinking HP bars everywhere. Great play by Koala. He reads the script, and Liang has to flash away. Doesn't find the triple like we were talking about. Machi X feel confident enough to head back into the Drake pit.
What was that? I mean, Liang, even jumping over the wall, his team was not even there to follow up. So that was a little weird there. And what? No, that's too far. That's too far and too high health. So not gonna happen. Not going to be a steal. Not gonna be a 3-man now, Clement. Sorry to spoil, but I mean, we just say it's Baron, right? This is just a dragon fight. It's just they're just teasing us.
Yeah, the script I got was probably just a draft. You know, they're saving the highlight plays for a little bit later. But right now, almost 6,000 gold advantage for MachiX, and the difference this time is MachiX have very, very easy plays that do not require full team coordination. They can actually just make two-man plays this entire time, kill Liang, kill Maoan over and over again, and that should give them enough of a leeway to just head to Baron at some point.
100%. Now, MachiX, once again, they just have to play slowly and methodically. They have a 1-3-1 comp. They are playing basically on in Beyond Gaming's shoes last game. You know, they just have to continuously find flanks if it comes down to a team fighting phase. If it's not a team fighting phase, they just have to play 1-3-1. They have Gemini on Hecarim just running around the map, trying to pick off Victor, trying to pick off Na, and that will be easy game for them. We will see whether MachiX does that, or they will follow the script, I guess.
I do want to ask you about this item coming in from Akali. She's actually going Lich Bane second. We have seen Void Staffs a bit more. You know, we have seen kind of the Rift Maker build where you have Demonic Embrace. What do you feel about Lich Bane?
Look, I like it on the old Akali. The new Akali, like as in like this mini rework Akali, like it's viable, but she does scale better with the tech with penetration. Just because like now that 100% of her spells are magical damage, like she just benefits so much by building magic penetration. But you know, Lich Bane still works. It does give you a very good burst potential, you know, much better than just going for the Void Staff and relying on your spell. All you have to do is just press R, press E, and auto attack, and you just get like almost a full combo damage. So you know, really, I think it's nice into Tahm Kench because Tahm Kench can't really devour auto attacks, if I remember correctly.
Oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that makes sense. And I think, like you mentioned, it's definitely because you're a melee champion, you actually get those auto attacks quite easily. So
yeah,
it definitely feels like a max DPS build coming out here. Not going for the Zhonya's first, just being happy to sit on the stopwatch. Anyway, and I think we're getting to the point where MachiX can start to comfortably look at this.
He's just trying. He's trying.
I think this is what we call foreshadowing.
I guess so.
You know, there's already 2 tries at an objective right now. The third one's going to be the
build up the hype. He's trying to build up the hype. He's trying to calculate damage. Maybe one death rocket will steal them the Baron. Maybe, just maybe. But Doggo is 100% warming up. He's warming up. But yeah, I mean,
there's actually nothing Maoan can do in the side lanes at this point.
It's just so sad. Like, picking Victor into Hecarim, like it's so sad. Like you can't really do anything, and couple that with the Bard, right? Tempered Fate lands, and you're just like, oh guys, I think I'm dead. I think, but by thinking, I mean 99% dead.
Yeah, it's honestly when you're trying to use that gravity field against Hecarim, he's just like Disco disrespects gravity and just tramples all over you. So really hard to get the play in. Liang in Mega Gnar form, gonna get a knockback onto Li Kai, but that was very easy to dodge away from Li Kai. Not even gonna take 3 rings on that one. Walks back for some honey fruit even, so he's incredibly safe. Meanwhile, in the top lane, we have that Lich Bane Jimmy doing some work on the top lane tower, getting some chip down. And the gold lead is about 6,000 gold at this point. Atlan actually holding the gold lead, most of it, in fact.
Yeah, I mean, a lot comes down to that the 4 plays in the bot lane.
Oh, true.
I think that snowballed pretty hard for Atlan because you know, as a perk Varus, as soon as you get an item lead, you just out damage people so much. And I mean, okay, to be fair, there's not much Beyond Gaming can do right now. You know, they just have to wait for the second wave to crash, and they can't even get this wave first. You know, they have to wait for MachiX to show themselves to clear this wave before they can do anything. So, just having a bit of a dance party there, giving them a thumbs up. But Dragon is going to spawn. Yeah, Dragon is going to spawn in 15 minutes, in 15 seconds. Rather, and we'll see. This is going to
flank.
Oh,
ooh, Chains of Corruption used very preemptively.
That is very early, actually. Don't know if that's good. Actually, you know, Alan, that's 1 less teamfight ultimate. However, it's double flank.
Yeah, we're gonna have a flank from each side here. Lee Kai thinks better about it and actually just heads directly into Vision. So Beyond Gaming knows he's here right now. G-Mian's gonna get some work done onto Husha. Takes him about like 300 HP down. In the meantime, Kino trying to find the assassin. Not gonna really get him, and Machi-X are content to just poke away the enemy team. Oh, great Cosmic Binding there. Should put the fear of the Cosmos into Leon.
Mega Knight's pop. Like, after waiting out the rage bar, like, it's 13 seconds.
Yeah,
Machi-X identifying that. Yeah. Oh, come on. that's just no. That's just not it. Like, Beyond that's just not it. Like, that is not even an attempt, man. And that is going to be Ocean Soul.
He does have the blue trinket, so when the Baron does come, you know what's gonna happen. And plus, the Baron doesn't move. Maoen's actually going to dodge out on the Tempered Fate this time. Koala goes in, but isn't able to find anything. That was a very half-hearted attempt coming in from Atlan to try to find some kills there. They do get the Chaos Storm, and Machi-X look like they're going to just back up for now.
On the upside though, Clement, we are approaching the 30-minute mark. And Doggo is 327 CS.
That's a lot.
That is a lot. This Jinx is probably off this reset, like she will have a completed item. Probably Guardian Angel, you know, looking like it. And this Jinx is massive. Like, if she is able to get excited in like very early on in the fight, like, she will be able to just chain kill people.
Oh, she's going for the Infinity Edge instead. I prefer the Infinity Edge.
Spicy.
Too.
That, I mean,
if you
I
already have the
too.
Tom Kench like that, go for the IE.
That's spicy. That's very spicy. I mean, yeah, I mean, also the fact that you don't have Kraken Slayer. Like, no Kraken Slayer means you lose a lot of damage, and Infinity Edge will help out. So, we'll see. We'll see. I think this Jinx might just do so much damage, and really nice. Nicely dodged it this time from Doggo.
That's a pretty long cooldown coming in from Koala. He's going to have to wait until he gets that one back. In the meantime, Lee Kai is threatening on the bottom side. It's already close to that 3-item mark where he can chuck out Leon pretty hard at this point. I don't think he's really afraid of the Gnar anymore. More worried about the Abyssal Voyage, I think, rather than the Gnar itself. And we're just going to wait until G-Man pushes his wave in. Once he does, I think the party is on.
Yeah, I just wonder, like, how... I don't really like this because Machi-X have a poke Varus. They don't do this Baron quick enough. And look at it, like, it's dropping so slowly. Actually, I mean, it's okay. Varus does have a bit of percentage health damage. It's okay. It is going to get spotted out. It's going to get spotted out.
Block. Can they body block Jinx?
Can that happen?
It's been foreshadowed this entire time, and they're actually going to walk... Oh, no, Alan, come on.
Wait, Gemini?
Gemini still looking for the angle to go in. If they get the full-on engage, they should be able to win this one. Onslaught of Shadow hits absolutely no one, and Tempered Fate misses.
Okay. Koala
flashes in, and G-Man gets knocked up on a wall. Okay, Machi-X are still chasing. They finally get the target in the backline. Maoen looks like he's about to drop, finally dies, and in goes Lee Kai. Gets the hook shot. They get the member in the backline, and Doggo also dies. That was explosive and sudden out of nowhere. Machi-X get the Dragon Soul. They get the full-on team fight win.
Yeah, and that probably means Machi-X will take game 3, and we are going to game 4. And you know, Machi-X, it almost looked like it was a throw because you know, 3. Oh my god. Yeah, 3 ultimates miss, and they somehow still win the fight. I mean, most of that just comes from the wallet gap. You know, they are 10k gold ahead, and all it takes is just them to press buttons. And it is going to be Machi-X taking game 3, going into game 4 of this series.
That was the most anticlimactic end I've ever seen. It's like you're about to play a high school basketball team. You go into the gym and you realize they're just preschoolers, and you just beat them all up. It was what?
I don't know.
Actually missed everything, and they were like, "Nah, we still got this."
We got it. We're 10k gold league, guys. Doesn't really matter, you know. Akali still assassinates everyone with 1 auto attack. But yeah, I mean, that's just
wow. Okay, I didn't expect that. That was surprisingly
so
clean after a not clean start.
Honestly, Machi-X should have been 3-0 by now.
Oh, they should have. They
should have. They really should have been 3-0. So, Beyond Gaming, finally dropping to MachiX, and it's not a good sign because they have been struggling game 1 and game 2 as well. Like, both of their wins come from MachiX throwing, not them winning. So, this is a worrying trend because now that MachiX knows how not to throw, not to completely throw, then can Beyond Gaming, get themselves back into the game? Can Beyond Gaming not fall behind early? Like, that is the question going to game 4.
I almost would think that it was too safe of a draft.
It was safe.
Yeah, it was. You just go for the standard composition. You don't even worry about the lane matchups whatsoever. And MachiX were able to run away with all the counter picks. The Akali early, I really love that. I'll be honest. The only team that's been able to deal with Akali has been PSG.
Yeah,
everyone else
PSG
has not
PSG.
really been. Yeah, PSG is PSG. But Akali is actually just busted on this patch, and no one else has been able to deal with her.
Yeah, 100%. So maybe next game we will see Akali being banned, but it will be Beyond Gaming that have the side selection, so we won't know until just beginning of next game. And yeah, Beyond Gaming this time around, maybe they will change up something. Maybe they will go back to comfort. We don't know because so far they are not having a great time in the early game against MachiX.
Yeah, I do think that red side is the key here. Definitely expect Beyond Gaming to go back on that side, get themselves a couple more counter picks. And for this game, I just want to say the Bard pick from Koala worked wonders. It denied so many different Herald charges. They got Akali snowballing early, and they got full control of the map. We have to remember, this game started out with all 3 lanes behind on the side from MachiX, and it was Koala and his roams really taking them back.
100%. And with how one-sided that level 1 was, in terms of minion shove, I was expecting Jinx to just permanently shove in the Varus, but no, they played it really well. Koala landing so many cosmic bindings, just chunking the Jinx, and that actually just won them the game and just really snowballed out of control. So, and here we have, Varus actually doing so much damage, although a lot of that damage is poke damage.
Yep, and we also see from Beyond Gaming, they never got a team fight going their way. The MVP is going to be Koala, 100% kill participation. There we go. This is what happens when a man gets his pocket pick.
100%. You don't really see Bard nowadays. This is just such a feast or famine champion, but Koala is able to make it work.
His Temper Fates was actually really smart. I think using it for the Akali to snowball was exactly the right call here. And I think that throws a wrench into the game plan coming in from Beyond Gaming. They have to factor in what they need for their sort of early games right here, especially in that bottom side lane. Hopefully they'll come up with a better strategy. That's gonna be it for game 3. MachiX avoid elimination, and they live another game.
不知道从哪天起，我获得了一股超能力。其实，这不是超能力，我只是扮了。
中国信托英雄联盟卡多款卡面任你选，最高享10%现金回馈，也想拥有这些英雄被动技，现在就去办，再送神秘英雄礼。We are family.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Welcome back to Game 4 of what has been a very surprising series. Honestly, Beyond Gaming versus Machi X has been beyond comprehension, honestly. It's been super fun. I'm glad to be back. I'm Clement Chu, and with me is Calvin Lee taking you through the end of today. Right now, we still have a lead on Beyond Gaming's side, 2-1, and they have brought in some help. They're actually swapping back in Husky in the mid lane over Mao An.
It is going to be Husky Doggo, the K9 duo, coming back onto the Rift reuniting. So can't wait to see that happen, because Husky actually has not played any game for the last couple of weeks. I think his last game was like end of February or something. And that was like back in the first round robin of PCS. So, you know, that guy, he was, I think his track record is 7-1. So 7 wins and 1 losses. And like, it was just such an abrupt swap from Beyond Gaming. It worked out for them, but now that they are sort of in trouble against Machi X, you know, now that Machi is taking a game off them, they are calling back Husky.
Getting some reinforcements in here, and the biggest difference is Husky does play a lot more aggressive early mid games. He was almost on purely bruiser duty during his stint in the early half of the season. He played a lot of Set. He also played a lot of Renekton. So we'll see if he can buff up the early game, especially the mid jungle category for Beyond Gaming coming into this one, as Machi X has consistently had the lead in their early games. Beyond Gaming on red side, Machi X on blue going into it. Renekton once again taken off the table.
Yep, and just to add on to that, right, Husky does have a vastly different champion pool compared to his companion in Mawan. So Mawan plays almost exclusively mages, but Husky does have that mid lane Renekton, does have the mid lane Set, and also he plays Zoe. And that's something that, you know, we've seen here and there. Only a few mid laners in the PCS play it, and maybe, just maybe, we will see like a full poke comp coming out, given how, you know, Machi X has shown that, hey guys, you know, poke Varus is viable, and, you know, Varus, Zoe, Ezreal Zoe, like these comps are actually very deadly.
They definitely can be. Now, Machi X with the first pick, they don't have the Hecarim, they don't have the Nidalee. I don't think they're going back to the Thresh either. What is the champion we go here? Personally, I'm hoping Kai'Sa, but we'll see.
It is going to be the Kai'Sa. So Atlan going back to his roots, 13 games
finally.
of Kai'Sa, and we finally see him back on it. I mean, so far, he's just been, like, Atlan has just been this AD carry that I have a lot of doubts. Like, I have a lot of doubts on, because he has had a lot of trouble, you know, trying to space. You know, he played Poke Varus, and that's a champion that, you know, you don't really have to auto attack, you don't have to space people. And Kai'Sa at the same time, like, she is once again one of those champions that you're just going in all or nothing. You're going in for the assassination and then you play out the fight. So it's not really about like pure spacing. It's not about, you know, how your team players around you. So I like this pickup from Machi X, and Beyond Gaming going back to the traditional. They are going to whoops, not really traditional. Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Not traditional at all, but it is going to be Rel plus Samira. This is a 11.2 patch duo. It's such a strong duo because Crashdown will allow Samira to further the knockup, and also gives easy engage for Samira. Samira Dash also allows a very easy stun from a track and repel on Rel. So, you know, this is such a strong duo. However, really nicely answered with Koala's most played pick in Alistar.
Yeah, let's go. Both sides now shifting into different gears. Machi X going back to what they know and love, and Beyond Gaming trying to fight fire with fire, going for early game aggression this time. This is what I wanted to see about Beyond Gaming. Honestly, Machi X has been running away with these early games time and time again, and it's about time that we get a shifting flavor. Ooh, this Nocturne could go into multiple positions.
I like it. I really like this. So, okay, so the reason why Machi X picked Sylas third is not just because, like, it's a strong pick. I think Sylas with Samira ult or with Rel ult is weak. Like, it's not good. The reason they picked up is because they don't want Husky or like Liang taking Sylas and have Alistar ult. Sylas with Unbreakable Will is massive. It's such a hard champion to beat, so that is why, like, that's probably the major reason why they had to take it away. Because like Silas just like, I mean, Samira ult scales with crit. Like Silas does not build crit, so it doesn't really work on him. So anyway, but Beyond Gaming responding with a Nocturne pick, I love this because Nocturne not only beats Silas, but you don't really know where he's going. He can go mid lane, he can go top lane, he can go jungle. Like, how will Machi X ban out junglers, ban out second phase champions with this in mind?
Yeah, it's really hard to actually maneuver right here. Machi X are going to take away the Galio, just making sure this global potential doesn't get out of hand, while Beyond Gaming going to focus down on the junglers here, with Olaf and the Volibear being taken away, leaving topside or potentially jungle still up for Machi X to pick from.
Yeah, and also they are banning away champions that seemingly beats Nocturne jungle. So maybe, just maybe, we're seeing Nocturne going towards jungle. But at the same time, like I said, like let me no. It won't be a Zac, but let me re-emphasize, like let me just reiterate like how Nocturne beats Silas. Nocturne Spell Shield is able to block not only Kingslayer but also block Silas ultimate. So Nocturne, in theory, should never have his ult stolen by Silas. Never ever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it is going to be Akali being picked up, and Akali, like one of those champions, once again, it's a double flex. Like the situation right now for Machi X is very hard because Akali is decent into Silas and Nocturne is great into Silas. Like, where are you going to put the Silas? And Beyond Gaming still have not confirmed the top side. So Machi X have to go for a relatively passive
let's
pick.
go.
Oh,
This is Gemini's best champion. Let's go.
is that gonna happen?
I would love it if he actually picked this up. We saw this from Karsa actually in the LPL as well.
Yeah, I mean, we did.
Game.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Gemini
It's
is back.
going to be spicy. All right. So, Lee Sin locked in, not a champion that you see often in not just patch 11.6, but like season 11 at all, just because this champion right now, they usually build lethality. Like, you don't do enough sustained damage to like justify Bruiser build, and also you don't stay in fights long enough for Bruiser build to work. So it will be interesting to see whether Gemini goes for lethality or whether Gemini goes for like the utility build in something like the Gore Drinker or the Stride Breaker. We will see. Beyond Gaming locking in Lilia in the 5 pick, that denies a lot of actually ultimate potential for Silas, because Silas stealing Lilting Lullaby doesn't really work out that well because it's just not. It's just, I mean, you are able to proc like the passive and therefore like using Lilting Lullaby. It's just that by the time you use Lilting Lullaby, you're already in the fight. Like, it's not really a Silas ultimate, and Nocturne. In theory, you can never steal an ultimate from Nocturne, and so therefore the only ultimate you can steal is Akali. And Perfect Execution, while it's great, but like if you're forced to just steal one ultimate this entire game, then Silas becomes very predictable. So overall, I like the draft from Beyond Gaming, but the biggest question is going to be how well this mid lane Nocturne is going to pan out.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting this time around. I want to run over the compositions once more because I think we're seeing very different things.
Yeah.
We have this sort of Silas plus Kaisa comp on one end for Machi, and it's kind of hard to characterize. It seems like a 1-3-1, lots of catch potential, and Beyond Gaming kind of with a triple dive composition too. Neither of these compositions has a lot of range, and it just seems that they're going to be running into each other full speed all the time, every chance they get.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be a full brawling team comp for both sides. And on Beyond Gaming side, they do have Akali top lane into Gragas, and that means Akali should, in theory, just play weak side. He's just going to try and survive Gragas poke in the early game, try to survive Lee Sin ganks. And on the other side, they have a very strong Samira Rel bot lane, and that is probably where Beyond Gaming will look to play around.
Tago giving some gold over to Atlan.
Actually, he doesn't have gold. When you have 0 gold, it doesn't do anything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm not sure spamming that is a great idea. I haven't played enough of Samira. Don't really touch bot lane that much, but we're going to be taking a look at the runes so far. We have a phase rush coming out from Lee Kai. Kind of interesting to see that one.
Yeah, I mean, Phase Rush will allow him to maneuver around teamfights a little better, and it's very important for him to stick to Samira because Body Slam is one of the hardest counters Samira can have. It's just so annoying for Samira to deal with like both the Body Slam from Gragas and also the Headbutt from Alistar. Like these two champions, just like they are just innate Samira counters.
True, we're going to see how Doggo can fare in this one. In the meantime, level 1 Husky with a massive advantage over Jimian. Attacks twice with the Q and then just follows up with the blades.
Yep, Gemini will get spot out doing this doing Raptors, and that means this Lee Sin will continuously be tracked up until Scuttle Crab. So it's very crucial here, and just look at the wave clear Nocturne has. It's just so strong.
Oh, Jimian even misses the abduct, so very easy for Husky to continue just playing that way. Umbro Blades was meant for sustain in the jungle, but when you put it in mid lane, it just feels super oppressive. You're honestly just playing PV most of the time on that Nocturne pick.
Yeah, it's so unfair. Like especially when you play against mages that just you just question like why is an AD champion just clearing better than a mage that's like supposed to that's designed to wave clear. Like it puzzles me a lot. Like it really puzzles me a lot because like why does Zed, why does like Talon, why does even Katarina allow to wave clear while champions like Talia get forced out of mid lane because she's not allowed to wave clear?
Hey, because assassins are high skill cap and they are great for the viewership. That's why.
If they ever play, to be honest. But
I know you're
anyway,
a mage player. Are you more of a mage player or are you more of an assassin player?
I'm more of a mage player. I mostly play Zoe, I play Orianna. I play Talia, hint hint. But yeah, anyway, I think it's just not fair, right? Like Nocturne wave clear is so unfair in mid lane. You will permanently get mid lane priority, and therefore you should be able to get your jungler ahead from that as well, and guaranteeing at least a scuttle trade, as you can see now.
Yep, we're seeing Lilia go for the first one, even though she can't win the duel 1v1 versus Lee Sin. In the meantime, Lee Kai getting some deep vision onto Liang's side of the jungle, and as we should expect, it's not exactly an easy lane for Akali early on. Can't do much here. We're seeing the full-on engage. Atlan taking very, very low, exhaust ticking down already, and he's actually heading back towards his side of the wave. He goes down, Beyond Gaming, pick up the first blood, easy and clean.
And that's what I mean, like it's just so easy for Samira and Rel to play bot lane. All Samira has to do is just press E, the wild rush, and all of a sudden you got the stun following, and you have crash down following, just everything works out. It's just so easy, so so deadly. And Atlan, I still think this kill should have gone to Doggo. Like, why are you giving the kill to Lilia? Just why?
Yeah, I think that's more of a question you should ask Husha at this point. We are going to see, Gemini actually just rubbing shoulders with Husha. They are going to know that he's there, but not going to go in for the full fight, as obviously Jimian is very, very low here. And we are getting Doggo starting to snowball. I forgot to mention that Doggo is bringing exhaust. So this is possibly the most aggressive setup you could get from a bot lane.
100%. Exhaust is actually really good against Kai'Sa, just because her biggest damage spell is kind of spread out, right? Her Q, the Void Seeker, is spread out into 9 different projectiles, and you have plenty of time to exhaust that. And also, if she ever uses Ultra Instinct to the backline, one exhaust is just going to cripple her.
True, she's always in range for that exhaust, essentially.
Yeah.
It's not like other AD carries where you can't really hit the exhaust down as easily. But I will say Alan played that fairly well, given the fact that he had held onto his flash. He's not going to fall down to a second gank. And we have yet to see this Lee Sin actually do any work. I think that's what's worrying me right now. Is Lee, as you all know, is a champion that has to get things going early, as we have the second engage coming in again. Beyond Gaming focusing their targets onto this Alistar. They're not going to find the kill just yet, and in comes Gemini with the flash E. Not the flash E, just with the E, excuse me. Doesn't
look
necessarily
like
get anything.
I actually thought it was a flashy, and then I looked at his summoners just to double check and realized it wasn't. But yeah, That was Husky. Oh, what? Husky?
Husky going too far forward into the wave, but he does have his jungler backing himself up. Now Jimian does have the paranoia, but doesn't have the kill threat.
Yep, and I mean that was just Husky teleporting oh no.
Oh, never mind. They might have the kill threat, I should say. The Jimian is actually going in and finding the kill. Kingslayer to keep himself alive just a while longer. Husha is only going to get the solo kill, so no extra bounties for anyone else. That's 50% less gold that they've missed out upon.
Yeah,
and
to be honest,
find by Machi.
I don't know what Husky was doing there because Husky's teleport got cancelled because of that ward. Like he knows, when he paranoid into teleport, that was the exact same place he got cancelled. So,
true.
basing that was just not the best idea. I don't really know what he's trying to do there. So Husky definitely just not paying enough attention there, and that will cost his life. Jimian will die in a 1-for-1 trade, but that was really beautifully played. TP's back in, and he should have lane priority after that.
That should have been a 1-for-0 on Beyond Gaming's side, but the last Duck just out micro-playing there. And
100%.
Taking a look at Husha right now, he's already 2-0. This is a pretty fed Bombi at this point. It's going to hurt quite a bit. Wonder what the next item is going to be for her, especially against this composition.
Yeah, and now that Husky is behind, he can no longer do the wave clear that he was doing in the first couple of levels, and all of a sudden, like, Silas now have lane priority, and the game becomes a little harder for Beyond Gaming, because if a Nocturne isn't able to roam, then Paranoia is essentially useless.
True. It's if he can't get out of lane, then he can't really reach the side lanes. Like, even with level 11 Paranoia, you can't really hit the side lanes.
Yeah, you're not
in the
Twisted
mid lane
Fate.
rushes.
You're not Twisted Fate.
Gemini is going for lethality.
Yes.
Gemini is not utility, he is a carry.
And that is what I mean, like Lee Sin in the current patch, like the reason he's not being played is because he's so Feast of Famine. He's no longer the Lee Sin that we know that falls off massively late game, because Lee Sin right now in late game can delete people. Oh, hang on, hold on to that thought. Jimian
going in, they do get the fear into the sleep, but in comes Gemini, kicks him back into the tower. That's one kill. He's going for a second. He might be able to find it. Gemini, Nika is back, and he's carrying Machi X.
Yes, and that is what I mean. Like, Lee Sin does so much damage right now building lethality, and that shows just once again because Jimian gets a little too far ahead, but Beyond Gaming getting a little too excited there. Ultimate is going to use from Lee Sin. Did not knock up Husky, but it doesn't really matter. Husky does not stand a chance against a lethality Lee Sin, and that was beautifully played from Gemini.
That was actually huge from Jimian to get the abduct before he got he fell into the Drowsy, and he also used the ultimate too. That I can't believe that he was able to get both abilities off right before dying there, and really gives Gemini a great setup to knock those one down. Gemini's going to start the Herald right on top of a ward, but at this point I don't think Husha can actually contest him 1v1. They're going to go for the mid lane instead. Jimian going back in might be a wrong idea here, as they tick him down slowly, but he stays alive! Finally, Dream Dust is gonna kill.
Yep, Dream Dust plus Red Smite just does so much damage. Dream Dust alone does 5% maximum health damage over 3 seconds.
Lika coming in from the backline. They get the double knockup, and goodbye, Husha. That's a Bombi that walked into the wrong river. Kino gets a 3-man knockup plus stun there, and in comes Liam. This Akali is looking for blood. She's found 1 kill already. Koala gets the Herald Eye, actually gets it, but still dies.
Yeah, and that was a very nice counter engage coming in from Beyond Gaming, you know, recognizing that everyone is in the choke point there. Kino did not even need to use Flash. He just literally walked in, uses Crashdown, uses Magnet Storm, sucks 3 people into the center of her spells, and an easy team fight from Beyond Gaming.
Feel like we're gonna get an Earth-esque game between Lee Sin and Liang at this point. A lot of kills going over to each snowball. We're gonna watch this again.
And let's just watch this again because like it was a beautiful double knock-up there. Koala flash knock-up into Gragas. It almost looked like he missed that, but it's definitely just the map like angle problem. But yeah, I mean, really beautiful there, and Kino just getting extremely close to them without anyone actually responding. So that's very puzzling to me. From MachiX, and Koala gets the hero, gets the eye of the hero just before he dies. So not the best, but you know, it's the best out of the worst.
Yeah, and taking a look at the kill distribution right here, Akali, that was huge for 1 kill, 1 assist on the board, and also Husha going ahead to 4 kills. So both of these teams have their carries actually set up quite well. Gemini is going to follow up. They don't find the Q resonating strike, but it almost doesn't matter. Like, Liang is forced to walk away. Maybe Gemini is going to be able to land the second one. Stutter Step forces out the flash, and his job is done here. A completely free top lane tower for them to just wail on.
Yeah, and Gemini, I'm surprised he actually went for he went for this item instead of Prowler's Claw.
Yeah,
because I'm pretty sure Prowler's Claw is the one that's being picked most often from Lee Sin. Obviously, the Eclipse still works. It's just that Prowler's Claw has such a good synergy with this kit.
It allows you to do a lot more tricky plays, as you can get behind enemy targets for the Dragon's Rage a lot easier with Prowler's Claw. With Eclipse, you actually have to move around a little bit. I want to see how he utilizes this as we head into this next Drake fight. Beyond Gaming starting it out already. Paranoia trying to zone, and the Drake actually resets. It's a bad pull job coming in from Beyond Gaming.
Lee Sin can execute this.
A lot of time to actually get into position right here.
Easy.
And Gemini does steal it away. Koala goes into the fray, gets one knockup. Paranoia goes in, instantly has to flash out for Husky's side. And Lilting Lullaby does go down onto Atlan, but he's completely fine right here. Gets himself in a good position. Kino once again finds 3-man on the crash down, but good kick by Gemini. Kills Doggo instantly. Goodbye, Beyond Gaming's main damage dealer. That's a 3-man knockback onto the explosive cask as well. Likai going in for more, but Gemini finally dies, and this fight is still going on. MachiX still have Likai with the body charge, about to go forward. He gets the kill at the very end. Double kill for Atlan, but Husha walks away with another one as well. That was beautiful coming in from Gemini, killing Doggo before he had any say.
Yeah, I mean, it was a messy team fight, but MachiX comes out ahead. And let's just watch this once again, because Beyond Gaming, they actually juggled the aggro way too much there and resets the dragon, and that is how Gemini can just walk up to the dragon, Q smite, and it's gone. Like Lee Sin, it's such an easy champion to steal dragon because your Q is also an execution, and then both teams actually getting nearsighted means that no one actually gets to do anything, and I just find that hilarious. And Kino managed to get a massive engage, and this just reminds me, like, why is Rel banned this often? It's just such an easy one. Engage. And Gemini, oh my goodness, that was just so much damage onto Doggo, and Doggo didn't even stand a chance. He had flash and he couldn't do anything. And Beyond Gaming, like, without the main damage, they can't do much. They have to go on the retreat. It's actually like really lucky that they're able to trade 1-for-1 at the end there between Husky and Likai, and overall, right, MachiX just executed this team fight so much better.
I'm 100% sure, but Gemini actually aimed the resonating, the Q onto Husha, and Doggo wild rushed forward.
Yeah.
And he took the Q instead, and instantly got deleted. That was rather unlucky there.
It was rather unlucky, but it also shows like the damage potential Lee Sin currently have. And this damage does not fall off. Like, it's not the Lee Sin that we know from like season 5, season 6. It is season 11 Lee Sin. This champion kills you in one rotation, no matter the time.
Full damage, all in Lee Sin coming up, and we see the teleport being used. Husky trying to get away, but WQ combo comes down. He dies instantly to Likai. That's another massive win for MachiX. It's looking at this mid lane tower. It's pretty exposed at this point, but they won't try to push it in as far as possible. Atlan at this point, I think this is probably his best game this series. He is sitting at 2-1-3, ready to carry.
Yeah, I mean, just put this man on Kaiser, man. He's just doing so much better than you know, the likes of Senna, the likes of Jinx. It's just just easier. You know, it's just such an easy champion. All you have to do is survive laning phase, and then you just have to wait for your team to engage. However, Beyond Gaming, Husky not looking so well. You know, he had a really good start on this Nocturne, just pressuring G-Mian in the early game, but then after that, not looking good.
Beyond Gaming seemed to always fall behind in the early game, and Husky, I think he's showing up a little bit rusty. Falling down this far, they do get the paranoia, but not really enough damage onto G-Mian.
Doggo literally just dashed into Lee Sin Q once again. I think it was not Wild Rush this time, but it was the passive. Does the passive even have a name?
Daredevil Impulse. I think that's the name.
Isn't that just
it's
like
super
her stack
long.
passive? Yeah. Oh well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, he literally just dashed into Lee Sin Q once again, the resonating strike.
Okay.
But Beyond Gaming,
Just trying to find a target right here. If Husha walks over, he could just go down. Nope, not gonna pull the trigger.
Husha just forgot about the eye. He just walked away.
Husha and Heralds have not been a good combination this series.
He tried picking up twice, like walks close, walked away, walked close, walked away, and he's just like, screw it, I can't pick it up. And then Kino's just like, what guys, what's happening here? Oh well. So Kino is now the one with the Eye of the Herald, and I don't really like it because support without sweeping lens means that the ability for her to clear jungle, to clear a vision in the jungle is so much weaker.
It's gonna get really difficult for them to avoid flanks if they just want to drop in mid lane. We're going to see 3 members from Beyond Gaming pressuring G-Mian once more, but the full squad from Machi X is coming. They want to contest this Infernal Drake. They're looking for the potential engage, and I just want to point out that Lee Sin at this point, as we have mentioned, really hurts. One combination basically deleted Dago, and he has to survive again if he wants any say here. The entire team is forced back just because of the threat of an insect here. Gemini is very adept at Lee Sin, and Beyond Gaming respect that.
I actually just love this Lee Sin pick. Like, it just came out of nowhere, and oh, never mind.
We're gonna get a flash used by Husky. Should be able to walk away from this one. Atlan is chasing. Strikebreaker used, and he does walk out. In the meantime, Likai trying to defend himself against the Herald. He will keep the tower alive, and the squad is back for Machi X. Can they find the engage? It looks like Kino might be in a little bit of trouble. But Machi X don't pull the trigger. They actually head for the top side.
It's actually hard for Koala to pull the trigger. He has to use Pulverized Flash. He has to Q Flash the Rel. Otherwise, Rel, in theory, can always cancel the headbutt, and that would just put Rel like further away from the enemy team.
Yeah, that's true. Can always just use the track repel. We've seen it a lot of different times here, and Likai makes it top lane just to clear the wave. Ladies and gentlemen, we have actually got a game on our hands. This is the most even that we have seen these two teams.
It is 19 minutes, and everything seems pretty even. Like, Machi X does have a 2-dragon advantage. However, Beyond Gaming, like, they still have that explosive team fight. You know, they still have the Nocturne, Samira, Akali. Like, this is such a strong team fighting comp.
True. I feel like whichever side just gets that first pick can instantly win the team fight. There's so much assassination potential on both of these squads. It really is a very high mechanical ceiling team fight on both ends, and that's not something we have really seen from these team fights. I feel like most of the series it's mainly been about positioning, but this time around it's going to be about those quick fingers and who can instantly snap off a kill.
Yeah, 100%. And like, in terms of like, you know, team fighting, one thing that surprised me is the fact that how often G-Mian actually got paranoia. Like I said, like Nocturne have a spell shield inbuilt, and all he needs to do is just press a button, and Silas hijack will get denied. And so far, like, that has not happened. And not only like that hasn't happened, but like Husky actually made quite a few mistakes throughout this laning phase.
Yeah, he's not really sitting at a beautiful KDA at this point, and I don't think he scales as well as G-Mian, and he's going to find it difficult to keep alive in this lane. He uses the Strikebreaker early and forces out the teleport from his team. Gemini is still trying to get in. Paranoia is popped, and everyone is congregating on this top side. No one finds any action. Double paranoias go through. Kind of an interesting one.
It's just so funny. Like, how can G-Mian just get paranoia every single time? Like, you have Shroud of Darkness. Like, it's Spell Shield, guys. Come on, just block it, because G-Mian was just able to negate paranoia basically every single time. It's literally 10 blind champions on the Rift, and no one is able to see anything or do anything.
We had the 9-man sleep before at Worlds, but have you seen the 10-man darkness? That's a real question here.
This is just so funny. This is actually just hilarious, because like, how often do you get to see that? It's almost like, you know, the rare cases where you get to see like Silas into Mordekaiser, and then you're seeing like 4 people fighting it out in the death row.
I almost feel like that's why Gemini picked Lee Sin here. You know, in the land of the blind, the Lee Sin is king.
That is true.
When nobody can see, he has good hearing. And you don't need eyesight against smelly enemies, as Lee Sin says himself.
Oh, wait, does he actually say that?
Yeah, he says that.
Oh, okay. Clement is.
I think his phrasing is blindness is no impairment against stinky enemies or something like that.
Ah, okay. Well, I did not know that. The more you know, actually. You know, I've played this game for what, 10 years now, almost 10 years, and still doesn't know that. But
Lee Sin
anyway,
is very disappointed in you.
I'm sorry. I still remember the April's Fool Lee Sin though. Like the video.
You actually play with the foggy screen and then you one-shot Nexuses.
That was actually like that. If anyone doesn't know, just search April's Fool Lee Sin on YouTube. Like, it's actually such a funny video. I
will say though, Season 2 Lee Sin actually did feel like that. He had so much extra stuff in his kit,
100%.
you wouldn't believe it. He had extra armor, he had extra attack speed slow, he had extra lifesteal and everything. It was just Season 2 Lee Sin was actually like that.
Does he still have cripple, like the attack speed slow?
Oh, does he still have the cripple? I thought it was
I'm not
slow.
sure.
Like,
maybe he still has. Yeah, I don't remember, but yeah, I mean, Lee Sin back then is just such a strong champion, and now it's kind of just like a shadow of his former self. But no, let's just go back to this game. Dragons spawn in 10 minutes. I mean, 10 seconds.
Beyond Gaming would be really happy with 10-minute spawn timers. Like, hey, free scaling. But Beyond Gaming, they are on the inside track here, but they are a little bit hesitant to start this one up. They finally do so with Husha. And with the Lilting Lullaby threat and the Dream Dust ticking on, we see Machi X actually backing out and potentially trying to go for that mid lane instead. It's a very extended dragon fight here. Yeah, Husky happy to stay in the back line because he knows he can just paranoia in.
Yeah, I don't like how they're exposing these dragons so open. Like, Gemini is just going to steal it. Gemini, let's secure.
Well, there he goes.
Oh,
no, he doesn't actually find it. Paranoia stops him, and a track repel goes into the backline. Atlan is nearly dead, but he stays alive to pick up the kills onto Husky. That's a massive 3-man sleep coming in from G-Mian, but the fight is still continuing. Beyond Gaming trade back a couple kills left and right. Atlan, though, flashes over to try and find Kino, tags the W, walking forward, supercharge going in, and he gets the quadra kill. That's the Atlan I know. That's the Atlan I want to see.
Exactly. I mean, Atlan on Kai'Sa is just such a different player compared to any other champion he's on. And let's just watch this once again, because everything, all the focus was literally on Gemini and that dragon. And all of a sudden, look at Kino. Kino engages so well, denying the front line. And then Paranoia goes in, Liang on the flank. You know, everything that worked out so well. But all of a sudden, Machix comes back. And then massive 3-man onto Beyond Gaming, and this is just like, it's such a messy fight, but at the end of the day, Atlan was saved from Paranoia, Atlan was saved from their Kali flank, and Atlan gets this quadra kill. You know, it's such a messy fight, and Beyond Gaming, you know, they had a really good engage. However, Machi Eggs, you know, on the comfort champions, on Lee Sin, on the Kai'Sa, and Koala, and the 3-man pulverize on the Alsa, just wins out.
That was huge from everyone on Machi X. Atlan being able to kite up the ramp, and then we saw G-Mian with a 3-man Lilting Lullaby on the enemy team.
Yeah,
I was like, what? How did
G-Mian just
I thought that was Beyond Gaming's Lilting Lullaby.
Yeah,
right? No.
G-Mian literally just proved me wrong. I'm just like, Lilting Lullaby is not a good Silas ultimate, and then G-Mian goes in, uses his passive to tag everyone. I think that's called Petricide Burst. So he uses Petricide Burst, basically tags everyone, 3-man Milton Lullaby, everything is GG for Beyond Gaming. So really well played from everyone on MachiX, and we really do have a game here from them.
We don't have that snowball coming in from Dago, and Samira, without some early game leads, she just feels so weak in these team fights. She has to go up close and personal against Jimian, against Alistar, and I think the biggest difference in this game compared to all the rest is Atlan is outperforming Dago. He is doing so much more for his team.
100%, and this just shows like why Atlan have 11 games on Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa is just such an Atlan champion. Like, he's so good on this champion compared to, you know, when he's on Senna, etc. And also Koala, you know, he's pulling off so many good engages on this Alistar.
And he's going to zone away everyone. Kino, the only one even close to the Baron, and that is an easy Baron take. Koala goes in onto Dago, pops the stasis early, and Dago goes in with the Infernal Trigger. Kino dies early on, but Dago is still alive. He's trying to get damage down. He finds one kill onto Gemini. Is that enough? Jimian trying to fight against everyone right here. I'm going to take you all on.
Oh.
Triple kill coming in for the man. And he's hunting down Liang at this point. That was massive from this Silas.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I was expecting a quadra kill for Jimian, but no, he decides not to continue the chase. So, I mean, this fight actually started off with a bit of misplay from Atlan. You know, I was just hyping up, you know, how good he is on this Kai'Sa. However, you know, he decides to Ultra Instinct into the enemy team into Jean-Yerick Dago, and that's how he's unable to kite away from that paranoia. He has to use his stopwatch, but like, stopwatch just doesn't really work into Nocturne and into Lilia. Like, these champions just get up close and personal, and you know, he just falls, but Jimian is just there to the rescue. Jimian on this Silas didn't have a great early game, but now that he's got his double defensive item in that Zhonya's and the Banshees, it's just so hard to kill him.
It's looking really dire for Beyond Gaming right now. Once again, they're facing a 5,000 gold deficit. This has been the story of the series.
Yeah, it has been.
Always falling down behind early, and I feel like this time around, their draft gives them even fewer outs. This is a very all or nothing draft once more. They have to run into the enemy team composition. Maybe they can kill Atlan once more. That seems like their kind of go-to play at this point throughout this entire series.
Yeah,
just bet that Atlan's going to be out of position.
Guys, mid lane? Guys? Doggo? Kino?
They're like, it's fine. Nobody has wave clear.
Well, what's happening here, guys? Yeah, I mean, Dragon is spawning, but come on. You have to defend. Oh
no, Dago is the target here. He's going to be taken down below half HP. Paranoia he tried to use to get him to stay alive, but Gemini is going to find the target. He goes back in once more. Great flash from Husha to keep himself alive, but that is the flash expended. And once more, Machi X are going to head onto an uncontested Drake. Machi coming back strong in this series and being almost on the cusp of taking it to Silver Scrapes and Game 5. They want more. They're going to go for the full-on game end, not even caring about the Dragon. One Nexus Tower goes down. They're still going in for more. Husky doesn't do anything in decent feeds. He's going to die. And so is Kino into the backline. It's a double kill. It's one more down. Only Liang is alive to stop the inevitable coming through. Double Zhonya's with Koala going in to finish off the kill. And that's going to be the game. Machi take it all the way.
And this is the MachiX I was expecting. Clement, like, Machi had the lead every single game, and now they're finding the footing. Now they're able to close out the game, and this is a MachiX.
They finally find the gas pedal from the brakes, and they just drive their victory home the entire way. That was the Machi that we really reminisced upon all this series. I think the biggest difference is just Atlan on Kai'Sa.
Yeah,
if he's going in with the rest of the team,
good,
Machi can focus on one direction.
100%. Like, you know, when Machi is playing around Atlan, when they're playing about, like, you know, when it's all about, you know, kiting back and let Atlan does damage, that didn't work out. And, you know, MachiX shifting their draft to just going all in, that worked out for them. You know, they're able to get an early lead, they're able to just keep pressing on the lead, and now they're able to close out the game. Really well done from MachiX going into Game 5 of this series.
That was also huge because that was the first win that Machi found on the blue side. That was a side where we don't really expect them to be doing well on, but them coming in with a good draft on this time around is also a good closer, and I think there's going to be disarray coming out from Beyond Gaming. They just had a roster swap that did not work out. Husky looked a bit rusty.
It worked really poorly, to be honest. Husky, his shining point was literally the first couple levels, and that's it. His first paranoia teleport went horrible. It almost costed him his bot lane, the lane, and he got cancelled, and then he didn't pick up the fact that, oh guys, that place might be watered. And then he just died because of that. So, Husky looking really rusty. So I don't know whether Beyond Gaming will keep playing Husky for Game 5 or whether they will just go back to Mawan. We will find out during the break. And something has to happen with Beyond Gaming because we're getting to a point where it's so late into the split and everyone is figuring out, all right, guys, Beyond Gaming is not a team that's good with early game. Let's just get a massive lead and then let's just break Beyond Gaming just from snowballing.
As a coach, do you keep Husky here or do you go back to a mid laner that has just been benched and sat out a game? That is such a difficult position.
Yeah, it is really difficult, right? Because to me, firstly, it's I probably wouldn't even sub in Husky in the first place. When your team hasn't played...
It's a massive risk.
Yeah, it's such a big risk because you have not played Husky past the first round robin. Husky didn't even play the entire first round robin. He only played 8 games out of 9. And he, for whatever reason, he got benched. And then he came back and he just looked really lackluster. They were trying to pull out a very spicy comp. They've got the Akali, they've got the Nocturne, they have some Mirror, everything looking so spicy. Things worked out for them a little bit early on because of the strong bot lane duo in the early game. But then everything just started collapsing as soon as Husky failed his first teleport.
Well, I'm glad I finally get to cast a series that goes all the way. I've casted 3 O's all the way from now, from the start of playoffs. But we're finally gonna get some silver scrapes. MVP is Jimia. No surprises here. 8-5 in 6, 25% of his team's damage. It was just a ton of outplays in those team fights coming in from him. Triple kill after triple kill going his way.
Yeah, Jimian, being able to just steal paranoia over and over again just surprises me. Because the ability for him to deny most of Beyond Gaming's engage was just insane. And also the 2 cleanup fights, in the Baron, around the Baron pit, and also at the end of the game, that 2-man Lilting Lullaby, basically just 1v2ing Beyond Gaming's backline. It's just so nice to see.
It's really awesome to see that. And finally, Machi make a strong stand. The ball seems to be in Beyond Gaming's court right now. Do they play with the mid laner they've been playing most of the second half of the split? Or do they keep Husky back on because you just subbed someone out that's been doing okay? It's going to be really difficult for Beyond Gaming to be in the right headspace into this one. And I expect both of them to kind of go back to the compositions that are the most comfortable with coming into Game 5. Don't tune away. We're going to get the concluding game right after this break.
不知道从哪天起，我获得了一股超能力。其实，这不是超能力，我只是办了。
中国信托英雄联盟卡多款卡面任你选，最高享10%现金回馈，也想拥有这件英雄被动技，现在就去办，再送神秘英雄礼。We are family.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Are you hyped and are you ready? The series has gone all the way and we're finally at Game 5 between Machi X and Beyond Gaming. And a short news update. Beyond Gaming has subbed in their original mid laner. It's going to be Mao An helming the mid lane.
Yeah, and I don't really know how to think about that because like when you summon someone this early in the series, right? Like it's literally just game 4 and you're subbing in someone and now all of a sudden, you're subbing it back. Like, I don't really know how Mao An will feel about it, right? It's almost like, just taking a random gamble, just hoping that Husky will randomly just perform really well and just catches Magic off guard, and then all of a sudden nothing works, and then you imagine the coaches is just like, hey Mao An, we need you again.
Yeah, it's a really awkward conversation. Most of the time mid laner comes down, he's having dinner, he's kind of relaxed and he has to warm himself back into that position. So we'll see if this change pays up for Beyond Gaming, but so far they have not been able to wrestle a good early game away from Machi X, and I don't really see Mao An with his champion bull making a difference here.
Yeah, 100%, right? Because like right now Beyond Gaming, like their problem is how to not lose early game. I think this is the biggest question because like so far the mid jungle just hasn't worked out that well. It's the same problem when they were against PSG. Like their mid jungle, they were able to sort of hold themselves. However, they aren't able to stop the enemy mid jungle from snowballing.
And I feel like Beyond Gaming should just go back to just hyper carry, hyper scaling, mid late game, and let that be the hill they die on.
Yeah, and
Machi X, probably the exact opposite. Make sure you get the Kaisa, make sure you play early and aggressive, and we're going to see a clash between two very different styles.
Yeah, maybe this is what we're going to see this time, because this time we have Silas and Akali both being banned away. So finally, it's not going to be a volatile matchup in the mid lane. I believe like the only like real volatile lanes left are something like, the Yone, the Lucian, that like not every single mid laner plays. Machi X definitely plays it. G-Man have those champions in his champion pool, but we don't know. Doggo will take the Kai'Sa away from Atlan. So this leaves Atlan a lot of question mark. Is Atlan able to pull off another champion that have a similar performance? I think Tristana is somewhat similar to Kaisa, so maybe that is the go-to pick for now. That especially, there is no Tahm Kench, there is no Thresh. So actually,
okay.
G-Man wants to keep it volatile. G-Man tells me he wants to keep this volatile. It is going to be a one-pick Lucian, telling the Machi X is making a statement here. There's just like, guys, I know you want to play scaling, but I'm not going to let you do it. G-Man on Lucian, pairing it with Lilia in the jungle.
This is what I was a little bit worried about Beyond Gaming going for Kaisa pick. It's much more of a takeaway, but at the same time, Machi X are happy to go down and get dirty with the with an early game composition, and they've just kind of said, Beyond Gaming, if you want to play this way, we can definitely match you.
100%, and it is going to be once again Alistar Kaisa coming out as a duo. So this is just a very strong duo. Alistar Headbutt Pulverize guarantees Kaisa to follow up with Ultra Instinct and with loads of damage. And they also serve as like a really solid front line for Kaisa to assassinate people. It is going to be the Tristana that gets locked in, so double AD carry comp from Machi X with so far no front line. So Beyond Gaming, I am expecting, some bands like Aatrox, some bands like Sion, like the Ornn, like these champions need to be banned on Machi for Beyond Gaming, because Machi X without a front line is very, very hard to execute. Double AD carry comps need a lot of space.
Yeah, we're going to see if Machi X goes for those type of champions. We could see Lee Kai just go back for something like the Gragas. That's definitely in his wheelhouse if he wants to play this sort of style. He's not really someone that goes for tanks that much. In the meantime, Beyond Gaming, they still have to decide for a mid lane pick. And this is what I'm really worried about. The kind of go-to pick would probably be Orianna. But Lucian has a very easy time against this champion. So it's kind of, I don't really see where Mao An goes given his very limited champion pool.
Yeah, I know a lot of Korean mid laners prefer Victor into Lucian, but it is definitely a skill matchup. So Victor if played well, can space Lucian with his auto attacks. They have even range, however, I believe Victor have like the shorter animation. So like Victor can literally just space Lucian very effectively. And also if he does fail the spacing, Victor still have a shield to sort of deny some damage. So maybe we'll see Mawan opting into the Victor. Maybe we'll see something like the Azir that just goes for the scaling and say, guys, I don't really care about your laning phase, we'll just go for scaling. But we won't know. We'll see. Marchix will opt into the Gragas, looks like. I don't think, I don't think that's like the best, because Gragas as a tank, like he disengaged pretty well and he picks like 1 or 2 champions really well. However, I don't know if this champion will make enough space for Tristana and Lucian to work.
Yeah, we're gonna find out shortly. It is gonna be Syndra coming in. We have seen the matchup 1 on both sides. Really is a quite difficult skill matchup coming out. But Beyond Gaming actually shift gears. They're going for Orianna. Oh, the Ori plus Udyr combo is very powerful, but Ori herself against Lucian, not a great matchup.
Yeah, so once again, Beyond Gaming just going stock standard. Like I said, I don't like Beyond Gaming doesn't really care about the explosive early game from Marchix, and it is going to be the counter pick, the Aatrox into Gragas. This is one of the very hard matchups for Gragas, just because you can't really get into Aatrox's range, and if you do, oh wait a second, what is this?
This is a switcheroo. It's actually not
a
top lane
switcheroo.
Gragas. It's gonna be support Gragas. Marchix coming out with a draft big brain.
This is a big brain, and all of a sudden, Machi Eggs have 3 winning lanes. Camille into Aatrox is Camille favored, Lucian is favored into Orianna, and also Tristana beats Kai'Sa. So this is actually big brain drafting from Machi Eggs, and whether Gemini will be able to utilize 3 winning lanes is the question.
Well, Beyond Gaming, it always feels like they're more comfortable when they're behind at 30 minutes. They're poised to make a comeback. This time around, it's going to be difficult. Like, Machi, I agree with you. This is such an overwhelming lane phase advantage coming in from Machi.
Yeah, I definitely love it, because all 3 lanes have kill potential. This is insane. Like when you're Yahusha, right? And you look at the map, you're just like, wait, Camille can kill Aatrox. Oh wait, no, Orianna's losing the Lucian. Oh wait, no, Tristana just jumped onto Kai'Sa. What do I do? Like, you're just an Udyr, you're just running around, you're trying to help your teammate, but all of a sudden you have 3 losing lanes. Your question is like, do I even get double scuttle? Like that's probably the biggest worry coming into this game for Husha.
This is definitely the hardest draft for Beyond Gaming to pull out, and we have said there's been a couple of draft gaps already in this series. They do have a good late game, but I don't even think it's that good of a team fight. Like, there's champions at scale, but I don't really see a very clear way how these champions work together in a late game capacity.
Yeah, I mean, for Beyond Gaming, right, I think this is like a very stock standard draft for Beyond Gaming. Like, it's specifically a Beyond Gaming draft, because at 35 minutes, Liang on Aatrox will be unstoppable. Like, this is one of those late game champions where if you don't burst him down, he is unkillable. He just has so much sustain. I think he gets like, what, 40% spell vamp just during World Ender, and then you also have Orianna that just scales better and better towards late game, and then you have Kai'Sa and Udyr, like just one of the better sort of like meatball champions in the late game.
True, we are heading on to the ref for the final time of today. The series has gone back and forth. Beyond Gaming starting off with a 2-0, and then Machi X clawing it back. Machi X going for an early invade straight off the bat, but Kino is going to counter that one, and both flashes their emotes. Taking a look at the runes right here, PTA in the mid lane for Jimian, trying to lay down the hurt.
Yeah, I mean, that's an insane timing there between both supports in terms of emotes. But anyway, Jimian on Lucian goes press the attack. I mean, that is very aggressive. This is telling me Machi X just wants to make things work early on. And level 1. Okay, I actually thought Koala is going to do like the most disgusting thing in the world by walking into mid lane.
That would be degenerate. Truly
That would
degenerate.
actually be insane, because
I don't even play mid lane, and that sounds a bit harsh to me. But Jimian, straight off the bat, is going to find a Piercing Light and start working on Moan's HP bar. Moan's going to have to space very, very well here or lose a lot of HP.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the matchups where I think Orianna probably have the best chance against Lucian in level 1 and 2. Not really level 2 actually, but like level 1. Like level 1, Orianna into Lucian is like decent because Orianna should be able to kite Lucian away pretty easily and also just dish like similar amounts of damage. But once you hit level 2, you know, Jimian have this potential to just press the attack very quickly and things start to get like one-sided.
Yeah, I could definitely see that going down. Maon doing a very good job for now, though. Down a little bit of CS, but he is fine. In the meantime, bot lane, we do have Kino going directly in onto Gragas. Just a bit of trading back and forth, and the rocket charge is used here. Allen going in for the kill, but he's missing a couple auto attacks on that one. Doggo gonna find a good return. If we look at the HP bars, it's the first one for Koala as he flashes right in with the W instantly off the bat. And now Doggo is in mortal danger. He's holding on to the flash. The explosive charge does go down. He's not going to die from that one, but it's getting really damn close.
Yeah, I mean, that was weird from Kino. Like, why did you walk back? I mean, 100% your headbutt pulverize is not back because the fact that, you know, he is literally in range but not use any spell just puzzles me. So let's watch this once again. Kino with the initial engage, however, that is just bad because you're not supposed to engage onto a Gragas as an Alistar. Gragas is have such like a long range engage for melee champions, and just watch this, like Koala, it's just easy. Like Kino, like Koala is just like, Kino, what are you doing, man? You're just giving me free kills, free beef. And yeah, I mean, you're not supposed to burn Aftershock like this. If you burn Aftershock against Gragas and you're not able to walk away from his body slam range, then you just die. Like, you literally just die. And this is why melee versus melee supports in Season 11 generally results into a very inert lane. Because no champions can actually engage onto each other.
Yeah, that was so weird from Kino. He actually walks back for the ignite, but I think he just didn't understand that the heal was still there. Like, I think he must have thought that Atlan didn't have his heal anymore, but it was actually very easy for Atlan to just, you know, survive that and then flip it on the backside. Now we're having Kino roaming around the map. This is spotted out, and Machiacs are not sure what they think about this. They're gonna get some damage onto Kino, getting some support diff, and Kino has to gladly accept the barrel.
The thing is, like, look at the support item difference. Like, Kino, I don't even think he should be roaming at this stage because he's level 2 to level 3 and he's got no items. And to be honest, like, with an Alistar to have no flash, like, you're never ever getting onto a Lucian.
It seems impossible, honestly. Even with Orianna,
gank?
I don't even think you have enough damage for that to work out. Great body slam coming in from Koala is going to deny the two-man headbutt pulverize, and they avoid the gank with nothing burned.
Yeah, I mean, that was just beautiful body slam there from Koala. Really insane reaction there. And, I mean, yeah, once again, like, Kino is trying to find the engage, but he's just getting outplayed.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, both mid laners actually lost their flashes, and it went down to the wire. Both of them nearly dying right here. We're going to have Gemini trying to come in as this wave pushes down in. The explosive charge is there. They should get the push down right now. But Gemini is spotted and also misses the swirl seed, so I don't think we're going to get too much action unless Lucian decides to join.
Yeah, the wave's just not big enough to dive there. I think that's just like a hover so that Atlan can get a turret plate. And I think that's just really nicely done from Gemini there, you know, giving enough threat so that Doggo and Kino has to walk away. Hang on a second.
Husha coming in for the play. Jimian is going to get killed. Has already burned the flash from the earlier engagement, so had no chance to get away from that one, and that was a great play coming in from Husha. Instant flash to get that one down. Yeah,
I mean, that was just weird. Because, like, usually you don't really see this from happening, and like between Lucian versus Orianna, and Jimian must have played the wave incorrectly in order for him to get into that random position. So really well played there from Husha, you know, identifying that Lucian is pretty much like in danger, you know, does not have flash, and just goes in for the flash stun into the shockwave and easy kill pickup for Beyond Gaming.
Yeah, just really smooth kill right there, and That's the thing about Lucian. If you expend your flash early on, you don't get the kill against Orianna. You put yourself in mortal danger. And not a lot of range to actually operate in that lane. In the meantime, I feel like Machi X is just going to crunch down on this bot side. Again, this is what they've been doing most of the series. They really like their mid lane priority, and they like to swing that into the red side jungle. So we'll see if they can get that again. But in the meantime, Beyond Gaming are tracking Gemini super well. He's already been past 2 wards, and Liang has full knowledge of where Lilia is.
Yeah, I mean, yes, Gemini is walking through wards, but I still like the fact that he's playing to top side, because once again, I just have doubts on Atlan when you're putting so much resources into him, because he has shown that he has been reluctant to fight a lot of the times when he's on a hyper carry. So, I just like that, you're getting this Camilla ahead and you have this one extra option to win the game, and now Lee Kai is returning the favor by roaming to mid lane.
Mawan has to sense this one out. They don't know where the top lane is. There's a lot of pings coming down. And once again, Machi X setting up for a 4-man dive onto Mawan. Mawan has not had a lot of fun in this series sitting on the mid lane. But actually pretty damn good warding for Beyond Gaming. They spot out most of the members rotating, so Mawan's going to be completely fine here. Yep,
Mawan is going to be fine and will live another day, but Jimian.
Oh, Jimian, that's such an awkward position to be in. Husha's gonna come in and they're gonna find an easy kill. Great ball placement by Malan, and I'm just kind of surprised. That was so easy to execute from Beyond Gaming.
It's just weird because when you're picking Lucian and it's not even like your team is not playing around him. It's just that the Lucian is not playing to his priority. The wave is at a state where all you had to do is basically hard shove, or you just concede the 2 minions. Orianna will had to catch the wave, and then you get full priority. You roam with Gemini, and you just force Husha out of river, and just do that rinse and repeat, and Husha will just fall further and further behind, and the game should be easy for Machi, but not really, not now, because Jimian literally misplayed twice in terms of just playing the wave in mid lane.
Yeah, it feels like he's a little bit too happy to leave the lane in the mid just to get better trades, but it has not been working out for him. Both times caught out by Husha. In the meantime, though, Machi X are finding quite a sizable lead here. That's the second turret plating that Atlan has found here in the bottom side. Taking a look at the top lane right here. It has been Lee Kai pushing in most of the time, as you have mentioned. Camille's supposed to get a bit of a lead here against Aatrox early on.
Yeah, Liang is trying to freeze this wave. However, I don't think he can freeze with just 3 range minions at that point, at that position in the lane. So it is going to be a slow push back to Camille. And yeah, I mean, Lee Kai so far he still have a small CS lead. Didn't even use his potion, from level 1. So he is sitting pretty comfortably in the top lane. But Jimian struggling against Mawan. This is just something that you don't really see.
I expected the Lucian to be a lot more aggressive and be able to play up in this lane, but so far not really been the case. And now Husha has this Herald. Everyone has to be on high alert. 1 kill into the Herald could mean your entire tower. Gemini is going to sneak past Vision. He doesn't get the Swirl Sleeve. Oh, that was so incredibly close.
Yeah, that was extremely close, to be honest. I feel like maybe Gemini could have just smite the minion and get the move speed for his flash, the guaranteed sleep. But maybe they just wanted to play it safe. However, Jimian, he is not playing safe.
He's taking so much free damage.
Oh man, this is so bad. The thing is, what Lucian's supposed to do into an Orianna lane is as soon as Orianna uses command attack, which is the spell that moves her ball, you just dash forward. You just literally walk up to Orianna.
Yeah.
And that's basically how you win trades. But when you're getting to a point where the Orianna is able to zone you from even dashing towards her, then this lane is so hard for Lucian because Orianna outranges Lucian
by quite a bit. And
yeah,
you see Husha dropping the Herald already. It's going to be 2 tower plates for sure. And there's no answer for Machi X. They are going to be falling behind quite heavily. Swirl Seed does go down. In comes a Lilting Lullaby, but there's 3 members here from Beyond Gaming. They have not left their mid laner out to dry. They defend against the ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised. Why did Jimian not use the culling? 100% that would force a flash from Maoan.
Yeah, true. That's a good question.
I mean, that's just weird. Like Jimian, like as soon as Lilting Lullaby put Maoan into drowsy state, like he could have just channeled the culling. But anyway, that didn't happen, and Beyond Gaming will happily just collect the first dragon.
Oh, Koala gonna get a dive in, but it doesn't really get Doggo onto the Q, so it doesn't get full damage onto that one, and he has to back out. No mana anymore.
Yeah, and it's a flash burn and ignite burn on Koala, and now he's completely out of mana. Gemini does not have Lilting Lullaby, so like absolutely nothing is going to happen. Beyond Gaming will be able to just shove and reset. There's no worry in terms of freezing the wave because Alan is on this Tristana. Tristana just cannot manage wave. Jimian, he's just being forced all the way back to second tier turret.
It's kind of crazy there. Of course, Maoan does have the shockwave, but you don't really see Lucian playing that far back, where Lucian is considered a pretty hard counter to the Orianna in most instances. But that's the thing about this game. None of the lanes from Beyond Gaming are actually doing poorly, despite them having difficult laning phases.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's like the game 5 stress getting into Machi-X, or like if everyone's like getting a little too tired or something, because like this is not like the first 4 games of Machi-X. Like this is not Machi-X that we see in the first 4 games, and Jimian like just playing really poorly here. And Maoan,
the Lilting Lullaby will land. Maoan has to flash away instantly, but that will be that. Just a single flash gun.
That will be it. And yeah, just go back, right? Like in terms of drafting, right? I feel like Machi-X, they had this big brain draft. They get 3 priority lanes, but they just weren't able to convert that into anything. And it is Beyond Gaming that has consistently been pressuring this mid lane and consistently been killing Jimian over and over again. And look at this, just force, just flash force once again.
It was so easy to actually do right there. See Kino popping up the emo thumbs up there, and wow, this Lucian is not working out. When Lucian falls behind, the champion feels so incredibly different. Your whole entire combo almost feels like it doesn't do anything, and it's just it's really sad to see Lucians that aren't able to pull their weight.
Yeah, it just feels so bad. Like, if you're playing Lucian to farm, then you may as well just play Tristana mid lane. Like, Tristana probably just scales better than Lucian. And, Likai got interrupted. Yeah, like, Tristana scales better than Lucian. And, hang on, hold on.
Let's get the hook shot in. Hextech ultimatum goes down. Gemini coming in, but Swirlsly doesn't land. And Liang actually outtrades by a mile there.
Yeah. I mean, Likai actually just altered himself into the turret range. Like, that was, like, the biggest problem there.
That's also true.
Yeah. And... yeah, I mean, things is just not working out for Machi-X, and now the question is, like, Beyond Gaming did not have a lead early on, and, they managed to crawl 2 games just because Machi-X is misplaying over and over again, and now Machi-X does not have a gold lead. How do they win?
Oh man, I feel so nervous. What happens when Beyond Gaming actually gets the gold lead? Does the universe actually just explode afterwards? Like, we've never been here before. This is completely virgin territory.
100%. Beyond Gaming versus Machi-X. Last time it was not close for Machi-X. It was 3-1 Beyond Gaming favored, but this time, Machi-X getting really good start. 4 games in a row. Beyond Gaming, managed to capitalize on Machi-X. Beyond Gaming managed to capitalize on Machi-X's mistake, but this time it is Machi-X that have to find mistakes that Beyond Gaming is making, and so far, they're not finding any.
Yep, they lose the mid lane too, and Beyond Gaming have full run of the map right now, setting up for the Drake fight. They can attack from so many different angles. Like, getting that mid lane tower down just allows you to walk into the Drake pit from so many different ways, and the next Drake is really important. It's going to be the Infernal Drake, and Infernal Drakes from there on out. Probably the best Drake you can find here, so it's going to be very hotly contested, and Beyond Gaming have the lead.
Yeah, mythic item come out for the top side of Beyond Gaming, and for Machi-X is everyone except for jungle. So I kind of want. I'm not sure Gemini have the gold or not. I feel like he does, but he's not resetting, so he doesn't get the burn from Leandries for the next dragon. And Doggo on this Kaiser, he have his Q evolve, so that's basically a mythic item right there. So Beyond Gaming should have an edge over Machi-X in this Dragon fight, and it is going to be a Gale Force completed for Kai'Sa.
Looks like they are just gonna take their sweet time getting here. They have an extra back, so the gold difference actually even better for Beyond Gaming now that they got this extra bit of oomph onto Doggo. But Machi-X do have the inner track. They're gonna start this one out already. And Beyond Gaming looks like they're just not gonna contest. I thought Infernal Drake would be very worthy to fight over, but
Camille?
looks like they're just going for mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, Camille just got forced to base under her turret. So Liang must have did something massive onto Li Kai, and then Li Kai has to reset, and all of a sudden Beyond Gaming like trading Dragon for 2 turrets in mid lane and top lane.
It's actually huge for Beyond Gaming. Definitely a strong win there. And mid lane is wide open at this point. This is so much room for Doggo to make plays.
Yeah, and like Jimian, like what can he even do right now in this game?
Lilting Lullaby does go down. Gemini trying to over chase this one. Koala sends Husha back into the own base. And Kino gets the better side of the shockwave, goes down too. The backline is decimated from Machi-X. They have to scamper around the map as Beyond Gaming chased it all down. It's going to be 4 kills to Beyond Gaming in what seemed like a very half-hearted attempt from Machi-X.
Yeah, I mean, that's just so bad. Like, watch this once again, because firstly, lilting a Lullaby onto Udyr just does not work. Like, you do not have enough damage at this stage of the game to just one-shot this Udyr, let alone missing your body slam like this and had to compensate it by flash. Yeah, and then massive shockwave comes in, massive 2-man headbutt pulverize, and that just seals the deal for Machi-X. No, Machi-X game 5 just not living up to the expectation.
I don't feel like most of the members actually wanted to go in right there. It felt like a very haphazard sort of, we'll try, we get a pick, and they honestly could have stopped when they got the flash from Husha. That's actually a pretty decent win, but they went in for more and they got punished big time. Yeah,
I mean, like, everyone it was weird because like Lilting Lullaby coming out in the first place was head scratching already, right? And then Koala, you know, following up with the Buster, with the explosive cask, and then also with like the missed body slam. Like everything just goes so bad, and everything's so hesitant from Machi-X.
Definitely didn't feel like they want to go all in, and now Jimian needs to get a piece of the action. This feels like a very sluggish Machi-X start. Beyond Gaming running away at this point. 5,000 gold advantage. Baron is about to come up though, and I think this is going to be the big difference maker. Machi-X have near perfect vision around this objective, and they could play for a pick here.
Yeah, and right now, you know, there's nothing that's coming up. Baron is coming up in 20 seconds. Why do I keep saying minutes? But oh, never mind.
Gemini gonna be tagged out here, but he's not gonna drop. Has to flash away, and that pick potential we're talking about for Machi-X dissolves instantly. They're gonna lose most of their vision that they expended in the river.
The thing is, like, Gemini, firstly, he has been stuck on the same item for the last like 3-4 minutes. He did not even opt. Yeah, he is. He did not even opt into lucidity boots. He's opting for damage. Like I don't want to say he's tilted, but like he's definitely trying to put his carry pads on, but it's just not working.
Hey, sometimes you can be tilted towards success, okay? No, not always tilted towards the wrong side of things. So maybe we can see a comeback for him, but I definitely agree with you. I feel like he's trying to stretch for a build that doesn't really fit what the game is looking like right now. I think he's just trying to buff up the amount of magic damage that the team is doing because everyone else is AD.
The thing is, like, with Machi-X's comp, right, I'm definitely expecting Lilia, like, to just go for, like, the off-tank build, like, the one that you go, like, Demonic Embrace, etc., like, Zhonya's, Banshees, and, like, just everything defensive. Because there's just not enough front line on Machi-X's side. Camille is not the champion that you look at when you want someone to engage. And then Koala is a support. You know, he does not have the tankiness that the team needs as soon as Aftershock expires. So, you know, it's just quite puzzling to see Gemini just opting for a damage build like this.
We just see how far the main carries are behind. Look at mid jungle. It's one item, like it's 2.5 items to 1.5 items coming out for Lucian versus Orianna, and Gemini is on the same problem. It's 2.5 items for Husha against only 1 item from Gemini. The difference are very, very stark at this point, and MachiX, I feel like this is what they have to do. They have to chance a 4-man defend while letting Jimian actually catch up. Lucian without damage is nothing.
Yeah, I mean, this is almost like the MachiX special in the last 2 games. They're just going to send one person to PvE. I mean, like 2 games ago, it was Atlan on that Varus, and then now it's Jimian. Jimian is going on his PvE journey, trying to collect as much gold as possible and try to claw himself back into this game. He is now 1 full item behind Orianna, and this is massive.
Infernal Drake gonna go down for Beyond Gaming, completely uncontested. And I'm getting the jitters right here. You know, MachiX had a lot of trouble closing out games when they were ahead. How are they gonna fare when they're behind? Beyond Gaming also, kind of interestingly enough, we have seen some rather curious plays coming out from the team, but it hasn't been throwing in the same manner that MachiX has been.
Yeah, like I think both teams have shown glaring weaknesses of this game. Not just this game, but like this entire series, right? Beyond Gaming struggles to get ahead early, and MachiX struggles to close out the game. And both teams, like they haven't shown much adaptation throughout the entire series. You know, they tried different drafts, but the problem still persists. And MachiX, like this is the first game where Beyond Gaming gets ahead against MachiX, and MachiX is now playing from behind. And maybe, just maybe, we'll see teams trying to change their playstyle, trying to adapt to the situation.
Hopefully one side can give us a more exciting team fight. So far, all of the altercations have been rather one-sided. We haven't really gotten that back and forth team fight style that we love to see. And Beyond Gaming looks like they're already about to set up on this Baron, clearing out massive rings of vision. There's 2 rings of vision right now. And MachiX, they have a very short-range composition outside of the Tristana. They're going to have a hard time actually walking through the red buff. This is very dangerous for them.
Yeah, I mean, this is just extremely hard. I mean, Li Kai is now at a CS deficit against Liang, so you know the matchup is a lot more neutralized now. As soon as because Aatrox is also approaching 2 items, and Li Kai? No, that's not gonna happen. But yeah, I mean, like as Aatrox gets more items, this matchup isn't actually that one-sided towards Camille. Aatrox is just such a late game monster, especially with that World Ender and a lot of spell vamp. So this is something that we have to keep close attention to, because like slowly but surely MachiX is losing a lot of space on the map, and they're also losing like split push and team fighting.
I just wish Beyond Gaming would play a little bit more aggressively with this lead that they have. I feel like they can actually push it very far. Even though the gold lead's only like 4.2k at this point, like if they do a Baron start and they attack up the ramp even, I still feel like they could get a win.
Yeah, I mean, that's a problem with Beyond Gaming, right? Like, for like the entire split, we've been saying, like this team, they get a lead, they get objectives, but they never push it. They just play it slowly, methodically, and they win games off that, and that's why they have the slowest game time of the league.
They're doing a good job at covering Malan as he pushes up the top wave. We could see Jimian waiting in the brushes, but never finds that opportunity where the jungle separates from his mid laner. And we are going to get the Baron Nance once more. I just wonder what Beyond Gaming are looking for, whether they will pull the trigger. What is their go button in this situation? It looks like they're trying to find a backwards flank.
Yeah, to be honest, like I don't even think they need to do that. Like at this stage of the game, right? Look at Kaiser's item. Look at the tankiness of that. Yeah, I mean, look at the tankiness from Udyr, right? They can literally just 2-man the Baron, right?
I feel like they definitely could.
Yeah, like when you look at this, like as soon as they dip into fog, MachiX have to invest a blue trinket. Like that's how threatening Beyond Gaming right now is. But they're just not pulling the trigger.
He still holding on to Turbo Chem Tank. This is a very gentleman Udyr.
This is very maybe we're seeing a new skin. It's just like a visual bug. It's gentleman Udyr picked by Husha.
Oh, finally they're gonna start the Baron.
Yes.
We've been complaining about this for a couple minutes right here, but Beyond Gaming are gonna pull the trigger. Koala is in the backside. Gemini does have flash, so there are ways for MachiX to steal this. I wanted to see if Beyond Gaming are going to hold and decide to go back. They find Liang waiting in a brush. He's doing nothing. He fails the flash and he just dies. What was that, Liang?
Oh no. Oh no. What's happening? Clement, is this happening?
I think it is. I don't
Is it what I'm thinking? Is it what I'm thinking?
That was not what I expected. That was...
Look at the goal graph, like that trend between 26 minute and the current game, like that is a worrying trend.
There were so many ways to play that, but that was not one of them.
Oh no. Okay, so Liang actually standing in... Oh, wait, Liang? Liang? Liang?
Oh, that was ugly. That was so ugly.
Oh no. Alright, Beyond Gaming, round 2. Baron Dance once again. Will Machi X get it, or will Beyond Gaming basically play slowly and methodically?
Lilting does land. They're gonna have the Lilting Lullaby come down. This is gonna force the teleport from Liang. He has to come in, and the Drake is at a very awkward spot right here. It's a little bit too low. Akino's almost gonna die from the explosive charge. Has to pop into stasis. He is down 5v4 for Machi X. They're gonna chase down the members right here. Or if they could just turn for the Infernal Drake. Both are solid options. And oh geez, Beyond Gaming, that was that was so awkward.
What is happening, Clement? What is happening? So the thing is, like, Gemini wasted Lilting Lullaby, like literally wasted. Mawan like didn't even take much damage off that, and Beyond Gaming, like, that should have been a trigger. Just turn. Like, you have Aatrox, you have Orianna, you have Alistar, and nothing happened. Not like literally nothing happened.
Mawan is also in a really awkward position right now. Has to shockwave back, but he's still gonna die. Why was Mawan even there?
Oh, Clement! Clement!
Oh no, the comeback is happening again. It's actually true. Whoever wins early will just lose the game. I can't believe we're watching this.
No! Clement!
I think I'm cursed. I've only been casting comebacks this entire playoffs. The Baron is poisonous. Don't touch the Baron. Husha's getting in. He could just steal this one away. Buster Shot takes it down. And it's actually Tristana that secures the objective. Oh, why does every game have to work out this way? Gemini might find it really hard to walk away, but he has the blue smite to disengage. Husakil going in, and he might die for this.
Oh my god, Clement, this is once again a comeback game. Machi X somehow finds 2 picks in a row, and they now have Baron, and gold lead from Beyond Gaming vanish.
Oh, my head hurts just watching this series. It honestly should not be this difficult. Liang was just caught napping. Like, he didn't move when Jimian started hitting him.
He did not.
So,
he didn't.
I don't know what happened there. And then Malan, that walk forward made no sense. Like, what are you even trying to accomplish there?
Oh my god, what is actually happening, man? Okay, so Machi X now with a Baron, and they have double AD carry. The minions will give them so much space to siege, so much space to fight, and now Beyond Gaming,
how they overtake the gold lead. Oh yes, my they did. God. This was a 5,000 gold advantage. Beyond Gaming were on the cusp of taking Baron without any contest. And after 2 throws, Machi X have the gold lead. I cannot believe this. Husha going in, but Turbo Chemtech is going to run out of steam. They have to walk back, and Lika is doing his job with the side lane split push.
And Lika is actually just winning them the game. Like, why is Machi X not stopping the base? Oh, okay.
Machi.
Lika, you can't leave. You can't leave now. Like, that's the problem. What is Machi X doing? Why are they base? Why? Oh,
they just left Lika to die. What, Lika?
All right. We'll see. We'll watch this. Can he get out?
No, he's done. He's dead. Machi actually just didn't do anything. What?
They just didn't. They just based. They literally based. They could have got 2, even 3 turrets of that, but they didn't. They based. All right, they will get a tier 2 turret as a constellation. But Jimian? Bro, what's happening?
Oh, he's pushing out the top lane tower.
I mean, yeah, but I guess minions? Hashtag worth?
I see where you're coming at. I see where you're coming at.
Oh no! Alright, so, I mean, at least MachiX now have now even out the gold, and that's huge because a double AD carry comp at an even gold lead is basically a winning comp. They have so much more damage than the other team, despite they didn't really break into Beyond Gaming's base, but they are now in a very good position to set up for the dragon to get this dragon soul as long as they don't throw.
I'll be honest, I just feel like whoever takes the Infernal Soul is just going to win the game. I feel like both teams are at the point where the mental stability isn't really there anymore. Like, they're fighting on fumes.
Clement, we're getting to a point where my mental stability is not there.
I think I lost mine in game 4 by now.
I think so too. Like, that's just insane. Like, what the heck is happening? What on earth is this?
Yeah, it's been a pretty topsy-turvy series. It's all sorts of weird things. Oh, Beyond Gaming are not spotted here. They could find the pick. Kino going in, but it seems a little bit early.
Okay, so they're on the opposite side of the map. But why is MachiX spread out? Don't spread out, guys.
Yeah, they're. I guess I don't know. They're just taking away enemy jungle camps. The Drake is about to come up in 10 seconds. They're actually very far away from the objective. Beyond Gaming can definitely just rush this one down.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why. Like, MachiX is not escorting the wave. Now they have to go into Dragon Pit almost blind. Like, will they even do it? Oh, Jimin?
He's going to find a lot of damage onto Mao, and the Infernal Drake does go over to Beyond Gaming, so we're one apiece at this point. Husha's running into the enemy composition. He finds Gemini. He's dead instantly. Husha gets another pick onto the front line. They get Husha down finally, and Likai is able to walk away, but Jimian should be dead here. Even flashes after that catch. MachiX lose everything. They just...
Oh my god. Okay, so everything started off with MachiX not escorting the wave. They had to escort the next wave so that Beyond Gaming have to answer. The fact that they didn't escort the wave means that they will have to blind check Dragon, and Beyond Gaming, utilizing the fact that there is no vision, they just take the Dragon immediately and then they just turn because all of a sudden MachiX is on the wrong side of the map and now Beyond Gaming is sieging into MachiX's base.
Beyond Gaming actually took down the inhibitor tower in the meantime, and there's so many flashes burned on the other side. Look at Machi's composition. Only Gemini and Atlan have their flashes. Everyone else is just kind of dead.
I mean, yes, like, at this stage of the game, I'm just gonna say, like, I'm just gonna use, like, very technical terms because, like, Beyond Gaming and MachiX, they're just skipping steps. They're not playing mid-priority. They're not playing mid-priority correctly, and they're so clueless on the map. Like, they're not juggling the waves, they're not balancing out the wave state in, like, mid lane and, like, side lanes, and the vision setup is just so bad. Like, Beyond Gaming, like, the fact that they're stacking there, and like, that won't achieve anything because that just conceded mid lane priority. MachiX got the mid lane, got the middle wave first, but they failed to escort the wave, and Beyond Gaming just like, oh, we messed up, but you guys actually helped us. Thank you. Like, that was literally what happened.
Yeah, it's from a coaching angle, I really want to thank you for explaining to all of our viewers what exactly went on there, but honestly, none of that should have happened. MachiX could just push in and force Beyond Gaming to come to them.
Like, for a second place versus third place team, like, this should not happen. And it's literally game 5. Like, everyone should play as carefully as possible. And they're just making mistakes over after and after again. And just watching this game right now, like, both teams are in a position where they can't really do anything. Like, both teams literally can't do anything. So it is just about who gets picked up first.
Feels like some Game 5 fatigue that we're seeing coming out from both teams. Hushak and Adventure in for Likai, meanwhile, poking into the bot lane. Someone has to go down and answer that. Likai does have to teleport, and we see Beyond Gaming pulling the trigger. They're going to start the Baron. They're not answering the bot wave. They're just forcing MachiX to come to them. And we see MachiX with a really risky play. It's actually going to be a teleport straight into the bottom side.
But
they're going to get one tower down. But why are MachiX running here? Atlan, where are you going? With double
base,
TPs to the back lane, trying to save the base, but this is going down to the wire at the same time. Dago picks up 2 kills. They're just racing down for the base. I'm not sure this is actually going to work out. Jimian does find the kill. Likai is down into Resurrection. Liang, can you actually find the interrupt here? Likai trying to end the game. No! It's one auto attack off. Beyond Gaming hold their pieces together.
What? What is happening? So, okay, MachiX, like, why are they hitting Liang? Why? They would have won the game. They literally would have won the game if they don't hit Liang. That's it. That is it. Like, the series is done.
I don't think the series is done necessarily because Beyond Gaming, they still have to go through double towers, and I don't think they can get to the towers before Alan comes up.
Wait, they have TP. They have TP, there's wards, right? Is there? No, there isn't.
There isn't a ward there, so they can't really TP, but they're trying to play interrupt at this point. We still have 1 second on Atlan. He's coming back into the fight, and it's gonna come down to a base race. Who's gonna survive this one? The backline is being targeted. Gemini trying to find some damage down onto it. Husha stutter stepping, and they take down the Nexus. Beyond Gaming win game 5 in the most abrupt fashion possible. 1 hit away from dropping out of playoffs, and they climb back.
Clement! What a game 5!
What the hell was that?
It was throws after throws after throws, and what ends up, like, Beyond Gaming was literally 1 auto attack from losing the series. 1 auto attack.
I am actually speechless in that game. That was such a weird game. I honestly felt like neither side really responded well to each other. First off, I don't think it should have ever came to 1 auto attack away from losing.
No, definitely not. And oh my god, this is this is actually insane. Like, the fact that there's so many basic mistakes that happen in the last, like, I think, what, 5-10 minutes? I mean, to be honest, like, the entire series, like, MachiX should have gone away with this series 3-0. And let's just watch this once again, because the TP was actually nice. The TP was great. They were going for it. Everything was working out very well. And then MachiX is just playing interrupt around Baron, and everything is looking so good. They interrupted 1 out of the 2 TPs, and here it is. Like, okay, you're trying to hit the turret. Great, awesome. Why hitting Liang? Hit the turret. Yes. Like, that was literally the 2. That was literally the 2 auto attacks that was needed. It was literally those 2 auto attacks from Jimian that would have won them the game. It went to Liang, and it literally just costed them the game. I'm sweating.
I don't know what to say after that.
I'm sweating.
First off, it was a very, very, very high risk play that nearly played off for Machi, but I'm not sure, like, they should ever be put in that position, to be honest. Like,
no, they're not. Like, I mean, to be fair, right? This game is long gone for Machi. It should have been long gone for Machi.
Yeah.
They somehow got 2 picks, they somehow got Baron, and then they somehow got back into this game. They somehow is 1 auto attack away from winning, but then, yeah, I mean, they just played, I guess.
I felt like Beyond Gaming were the ones that were they were in a very difficult position because they didn't answer Likai whatsoever, even with double TPs. So I almost felt like Beyond Gaming put themselves in a position to lose the game, but MachiX wasn't able to close it off.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. Like, it's just misplay after misplay. Like,
so if you're Beyond Gaming, what would you have done?
I mean, what should have happened in the first place is, as soon as, like, the teleport happens, like, they have to play a 3v3 and then the 2-person teleport. Like, they have to back away. And that would have been fine. Everything would have been fine right there. Like, yeah, maybe Beyond Gaming, like, might lose 2 people, but they won't lose Baron. They still have the 2 carriers in mid lane, Orianna and Camille. Like, they can stall Baron very easily. And also, like, the fact that Lucian and Camille, Lucian and Camille is in the bot lane, that it just means that, you know, Machi doesn't actually have the Baron threat. So I just don't understand, like, what took them so long. Like, why did they run at Atlan, and then they decide that, all right, guys, now this is not on. Let's just TP, gets cancelled, and then MachiX, for some reason, decides to hit Aatrox.
Yeah, those 2 auto attacks are gonna sting them for the rest of the split. We started with 8, and now there's only 2. Beyond Gaming and PSG, the only 2 teams left out of the entire bracket. Machiax had a good run, but it ends here today. I just don't know what happened there. It was so weird on so many different levels.
It's such a tense game, but at the same time, it's such a troll game.
It was kind of trolling. I'm not going to lie about that one. Mawan is going to be our MVP here. 31% of the team's damage. He had a great laning phase against Jimian. And so many weird things I want to say about this game, because I almost felt like Machi could have won this one as well, even though they didn't finish the base race. But Atlan went in so quickly and so far. He actually died before the enemy even used the TPs, which was super weird.
I mean, like he was literally inting into the enemy team. Like he was walking right next to Alistair, didn't even care about Alistair. Like that's what puzzled me as well. But you know, at the end of the day, like there's a lot of things that can be improved. It's down to like, you know, Beyond Gaming and Machiax's staff to review that. But like, you know, as casters, like we're just looking at this game, we're just like, guys, this is just not on. Like, if you guys are playing like this, how are you going to play against PSG tomorrow?
There's a pretty big gap between PSG and the rest. I think we can say that.
Yeah.
There's the best, and then there's the rest. That's pretty much the PCS at this point.
Yeah, I mean, 100%, right? So Beyond Gaming now advanced to a rematch against PSG. And between today and tomorrow, they have to fix up their early game. They have to. Last time they played against PSG yesterday, their mid jungle collapsed.
Yeah.
Game 1 was fine, but game 2 and 3, they just completely collapsed. Excuse me.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge issue going down the line. And I think PSG might be stretching for 30 champions at this point. This is kind of crazy how big of a gap we have between first place and everyone else. So, you know, the series was fun, I guess, but neither team, I think, really were able to come out of their initial. We didn't see them evolve necessarily. I felt like
it's not a best of 5 series where like it went to game 5 because teams are adapting. It went to game 5 because teams are just headbutting each other, and whichever one's got the better head wins.
I'm pretty sure that's not how you're supposed to use
that's
your
not
head.
how you're supposed to say it, but yeah. But that is exactly how
we got. It's kind of crazy. I do want to go back into a couple positive notes though, because you know, I will say this game though, at least Mawan played a lot better in the early game. I think this is the best early
100%.
game we've seen from him.
Yes, definitely, because you know, Mao and Husha, like they are a very solid mid jungle duo. They never win the team the game, but they never lose them. Against PSG, that wasn't the case. You know, they were outclassed. But today against Machi, I think they were fine. Like they have had, you know, good laning phases. There's like back and forth, etc., and that's okay. I think that's fine. Like, but they will need to step up tomorrow.
Oh man, I can't wait for the match tomorrow. It seems like, I don't know, I felt like the coronation of PSG has happened already. Yeah, but we still have to see it played out completely, you know. Beyond Gaming, you guys have got, it's almost 10 p.m. right now. You guys have got 19 hours.
19, yeah.
We'll see what happens in between, but we're going to throw it to a short break before we come back with the interview brought to you by Ray Richu.
Hey guys, I'm Riju and I'm here with Beyond Gaming's jungler Fusha for our post-match winner interview. Hello， 大家好，我是英文台的主播 Riju。这次的赛后采访呢，很高兴欢迎 Beyond Gaming 的打野 Fusha。Fusha 你好。
大家好，我是 Beyond Gaming 的打野Fusha。
So firstly, of course, we all saw the end of that game number 5, also the end of this entire series. I've got to ask you guys how the team was feeling at that moment in those last 30 seconds of that game when you saw your base just nearly get toppled. Just tell us what you guys thought and also what the communication was like during that time. 首先当然就要恭喜你们获得今天这场3比2的胜利。第一个问题当然就要问的就是第5把最后你们的团队的情绪可以跟我们说一下吗？还有你们当时那些沟通是什么样子的呢？打完暴龙之后
因为当时 TP 是挺突然的，我们做巴龙前是没有想到他们会这样玩的，然后当时发生的时候就赶快把他们在巴龙区的人杀掉，然后回补。其实当下我觉得要输了，就运气很好，小亮玩得很好，1守2成功，这样也算是运气好吧。
So he said that actually the way that game ended, he personally thought that they were actually going to lose at that point in time. He personally feels that he thinks they're actually very lucky that they managed to win in the very last instance of the game. He said that what happened was during the Baron fight after that, he thought that the teleport was very sudden, and he thinks that none of them were expecting the teleport call towards the bottom side. So when they saw that happen, they just tried to respond as quickly as they could. They just tried to kill off 1 or 2 members that were still Aing their base. And yeah, he feels that the fact that they were able to win after that and that their base didn't die is luck. Great. So I wanted to ask you guys next because it was a pretty long series for today, and you guys were leading game 1, game 2. You guys were 2-0 before you let Machi nearly have the comeback victory in the best of 5 series. So I wanted to just ask you guys what kind of adjustments you were able to make going into that game number 3, because game 1 and 2 you guys fell behind early, but were still able to take the lead, and then you guys lost that game 3, game 4. So just tell us what the team was feeling just throughout the series. 接下来的问题想问的就是关于今天比赛的比数结果有什么感受呢？毕竟你们是赢了第1把、第2把，然后差点就让 Maji 掉2接3赢回来，能够说一下让2追3，能够说一下你们的感受吗？
其实今天没想到会打那么辛苦的，我今天状态很差，每场都玩得不太好。我觉得每把赢的都算运气好，就今天还是蛮幸运的。
你是说个人状态吗？还是就团体的状态？
个人比较多吧，今天发挥得很不好。
So he said that for today, he feels that personally he didn't actually do very well, especially in the earlier parts of the game. He said that it's not so much a team problem, but a bit more of a, for him personally, it's not the entire team that's doing bad. He said that for him, just his mindset, his mentality just wasn't as strong going into to today. So that was kind of the reason for his poor performance. Next, I wanted to ask you about game number 2, especially because you guys fell behind in the early to mid game. You were down about more than 8,000 in terms of gold, and then you lost 1 Nexus tower, but you managed to make that crucial Baron steal towards the later part of the game, even got MVP for that play as well. So I wanted to ask you guys what the team comms were like during the Baron steal and just what your personal decision making was at that point in time. 接下来问题想问的就是关于第2把的翻盘，就那时候你们经济好像是落后8000多，然后水晶塔也已经被拆了，可是福山你的 投巴龙投得非常漂亮，之后也拿到了那场的 MVP， 就可以说一下团队那时候的沟通是什么样子的吗？还有你自己个人的思考。
因为当时巴龙是我们有预想到的，然后我们就是慢慢探视野，看对面有没有要抢开我们的意思。如果没有的话，巴龙我如果是玩熊怪，我一定是进得了巴龙洞的。所以巴龙拼中这东西本来就是看运气嘛，当时就是运气比较好投到了。
So once again, Husha was saying that stealing Baron in general is kind of a lucky thing, whether or not like you're able to eventually pick up the Baron. He was saying that also because for that game he was playing Volibear, so he said that he always felt that like he was going to be able to get into the Baron pit at that point in time. It was just kind of like luck in the end whether he eventually gets it or not. Wow. All right. My next question that I wanted to ask you guys was just because you all have been playing so many games this week, in the last week of the playoffs. I wanted to ask you guys how you prepared for this week in particular. Did you guys prepare more for your match versus PSG yesterday, or did you guys prepare more for your games against Machi today? And also, just what's the difference in preparing for both these teams, like when you guys practice in scrim? 接下来问题想问的就是关于这周的准备，就想问就这一周你们是不是比较偏 PSG 还是 Magi？ 就关于准备方面来说，还有就对上 PSG 还有对上 Magi， 你们在准备方面有什么不同吗？就练习上还是什么？
我们不管准备 Magi 还是 PSG， 都是讨论非常久的。我们不会因为对面比较难赢就草草了事。然后 Magi 的就是 Magi BP 就是针对打野会比较好做。PSG 的话就是他的每路都很厉害，感觉怎么 ban 都 ban 不完，所以就 ban 什么都差不多吧。
So he said that as a team, they don't really practice in terms of specifically whether or not they're going to go versus PSG or Machi, or whether or not like their opponent is a stronger team. He said that in general for the picks and bans when they play versus Machi, is kind of have a stronger focus towards their jungle versus Gemini. And then when they play versus PSG, because PSG just seems to be so strong in every single lane, you kind of can't completely ban out PSG just because they're so strong and they just have that many champion picks. Great. So I wanted to ask you next, because you guys just played PSG yesterday, and also it's going to be your 4th time during PCS Spring going up against this team. I wanted to ask if you guys have any type of new strategies for tomorrow's finals. Are you guys gonna switch things up? If you can share with us. 接下来问题想问的就是关于明天的决赛，毕竟明天因为是你们跟 PSG 对打已经第4次了，然后毕竟昨天也是输给了 PSG， 所以关于明天的话，你们的打算会是如何呢？有什么新招还是一样稳打？
因为昨天才打嘛，新招的话可能是暂时准备不了。昨天被3-0打得很惨嘛，所以明天如果可以赢一场的话，我就很高兴了。
So he said that in terms of new strategies, they just played PSG yesterday. It's going to be kind of difficult to come up with anything new just overnight. And he said that because yesterday their loss versus them, since it was a 3-0, they did lose pretty badly versus them yesterday. So he said that actually for tomorrow, just if their team can kind of take one game and go like 3-1 versus them, he would be pretty happy with that. That was Gonna be the last question I wanted to ask you tomorrow, which is just what are the team's thoughts going in tomorrow? What are your goals? What's the confidence like on the team, and also just personal and team goals for tomorrow, perhaps? 那这个问题想问的就关于明天的决赛。当然之前也刚说了，就如果明天能赢一场就会很高兴，但就团队整体来说，你们的目标会是什么呢？
我们的目标就是我们夏季赛的时候，希望可以打进世界赛，并拿到一些好的成绩吧。
Great. So Husha said that in terms of the team goals, they're kind of looking more forward past spring. They're looking towards the summer split, and he said that they want to be able to get better results in the summer split and make it to Worlds and just be a better team. So forward thinking, I like that. Of course, thank you so much, Husha, for doing today's interview, and of course, good luck for tomorrow's finals. 那感谢胡莎接受这次的采访，当然祝你们明天的决赛加油。Thank you for the interview.
谢谢。
主播回你们喽。
Thank you, Ray Rachu, again for that wonderful interview. And we just heard Husha talking about this series. Not exactly happy with his own performances, acknowledging there was a lot of sort of lucky factors happening here and there.
Yeah.
But also I feel like he's looking a little too far forward. I feel like looking towards summer, right before finals, is not exactly the headspace you want to be. And I want to say that Beyond Gaming actually had a pretty close game one coming into that. You know, if it wasn't for Unified, it was kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy play. They would have been able to take I think 1 or 2 games off of PSG.
Game, yeah. I mean, as soon as they can take one game, like it starts off the momentum. Like League is a very momentum-based game. Like once you get into your enemy's head, right, it's very easy to win games, and it's very easy for the enemy to make mistakes. And you know, PSG coming into next series probably won't expect themselves to lose a game. And if Beyond Gaming is able to replicate game 1 from yesterday and actually close out the game, you know, maybe that would shock PSG.
It's so weird, but PSG at this point, they actually have the leeway to start testing out picks in their own domestic
100%.
finals, which is kind of crazy. No other team has that sort of leeway that they can do, but we're going to be heading into the finals tomorrow. It's been a long way here, and we're finally going to conclude as both I, myself, and Calvin will be casting tomorrow. You know, it's been an amazing
see you again
series
tomorrow.
so far. I want to ask you a little bit about what your thoughts are tomorrow. Like, give me a glimpse of your predictions.
I mean, I just want Beyond Gaming to throw out their random picks.
Okay.
Like it's going to be like 3-4 patches until they play a competitive game again. That's if true. They lose, right? Like whatever picks you have prepared, just throw them out, because those picks probably aren't useful come second split.
All right.
Just throw them out. Try and shock PSG. Take one game, shock them, and make them struggle. That's all I'm asking.
Go back to the specialty picks. Know that you're not going to be using them in Iceland if you do go anyway, and just lay it all out.